Howdy. Hello. Welcome. It is what? June 24th. It's been a month and 10 days since I've seen everybody. Good to see everybody. Good to be here. I got Ryan with me. He's down here. I had to pop in. It's been a while. There's so much stuff going on. It's been so long since I've talked to everybody that StreamYard, the streaming service that I stream with, is now not really StreamYard. They got bought out, so all the settings were changed. It took me forever to set this up today. So let's hope we can get this off. I'm going to go ahead and start with some stories today. And then I've got some presses with Trump. I've got some other stuff. I'm just kind of going to bounce around. I got some pretty wild stories. What's up with you, Ryan? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you, my friend?
Doing good, man. You know, it's 70 degrees and beautiful and getting ready for this
Yeah,
3-day raining fest coming ahead, supposedly. Apparently.
yeah.
So they say.
You know how it works around here. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You never know. Could be sunny 1 second and whatever. But man, there's been a lot of crazy stuff going on in the damn news right now, bro. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, man. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the first article. Nobody's popped in the chat yet, so I'm gonna go ahead and just pull up an article,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah. We can talk for a couple minutes till somebody gets in here. And
yeah, we
then
can do that. We could do
yeah.
that. We could talk about this though, so it's cool. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's just my first topic, which is driverless delivery trucks. Which I need to make a poll, by the way, because I would like to see what people think about these. Welcome to whoever just entered. So,
All right. Here we
go.
go. Look, here.
Pepsi
There we go.
Pepsi is now delivering Doritos to stores with driverless trucks. So, before I move forward, let me go ahead and put in the poll and see. Let's see some comment. Alfonso, what up, dude?
Alfonso. Oh, hell no. What up, my dog? What up?
Um, do you trust driverless delivery trucks?
Do I know? Do you?
That's the poll
Don't know?
that's the poll question of the day.
No, I don't.
Hell no. Hell no do
Are
I
you
trust.
fucking kidding me? Did you see that
Yo.
little robot kick that kid? Sorry.
Yeah, man. Happy Juneteenth, Fonzo. I was wondering how you were doing on that Juneteenth day, bro. I was gonna go live on that day, and then all of a sudden I realized that I don't know, man. Things just keep popping off, and here we are, though. But yeah, man, it's so great to be here right now talking to everybody. So let's get to the first article again. We got Pepsi is now delivering. What the hell? Give me back my article, fool. All right. Pepsi is now delivering Doritos to stores with driverless trucks. Pepsi has deployed a fleet of 35 driverless trucks on public roads. Hold on, one more thing I forgot to do. Let me get this right. You guys, it's been a while, so you got to bear with me. I got to get everything right. All right. So anyway, 35 drive a fleet of 35 driverless trucks on public roads in Arizona, becoming the first major U.S. consumer goods company to launch a full-scale rollout of autonomous delivery vehicles. The vehicles are currently hauling Frito-Lay products, including Doritos and Cheetos. Hey, man. Between bottling plants, storage facilities, and major retailers, such as, what do you think, Ryan? Walmart, Dollar General, the New World Order. I mean,
What? It was everything on wheels, pretty much.
you, yeah, Walmart. Who would expect Walmart to be the first to do all the NWO stuff? Anyways, there are 5 additional trucks running in Texas and one in Arkansas. Um, According to reports by the Wall Street Journal, these autonomous operations perform best at a short haul highly repeatable routes such as 14 miles trips between a Gatorade bottling plant and a storage facility. These consistent runs feature fewer variables than traditional delivery routes, allowing them to board technology to master the paths over time. Um, first off, First off, we've already had incidents with autonomous trucks getting ran over by trains, running into cars, pushing them in front of trains. I mean, like, I don't trust anything where there's no human being behind it. That's insane, especially a giant truck. I mean, like, are you kidding me? But I mean, that should be common sense. I don't know. I mean, some of y'all might feel comfortable. I personally don't. That is not my bag of tea. Anyway, so many of our routes that are operating are very repeatable. And so that the truck gets more history going through, it can be more sophisticated. Basically, it's got an algorithm. The more times it does it, the more familiar it gets, the more it builds, the more easy it becomes for it. So it's gotta get more and more repetitions over and over. And eventually it'll just be like easy. Eventually. What's gonna happen from here to there though? Anyways, the medium duty and heavy duty box trucks are manufactured by Isuzu. I didn't even know they were still around. Isuzu Motors in collaboration with Gatic, the autonomous truck company providing the self-providing technology. Damn, homie, that's a each vehicle is equipped with multiple external cameras at the front and the back, as well as radar, LiDAR sensors to monitor the surrounding environment. Inside the cab is a steering wheel. Air conditioning remain, though. The air conditioning is primarily to cool the AI, the onboard computers. So that's the article. Oh, no. There's more, actually. Here's the damn look. All for some Gatorade. The deployment has drawn strong opposition from labor unions, including the Internal Brotherhood of Teamsters. You know they're going to get pissed. I was just going to say, I mean, how many jobs are going to get lost? What about the unions and the trucker unions and stuff? You know they're pissed right now. Absolutely. Um, which has lobbied several states to mandate trained human operators in all commercial autonomous vehicles. What? To mandate trained human operators in all commercial autonomous vehicles. Does that mean they just sit there and let it drive and they don't even drive? They just sit in the car or in the truck? Pepsi employs thousands of drivers across the U.S. and expects to retain some workers to manage the new equipment. Exactly. It's now not going to be drivers. You're not going to need people to stock shelves. They're going to have robots do it all. You're just going to have to control the robot. So thousands of jobs get condensed down to a few jobs at that point. However, the company acknowledges that the technology will ultimately reduce future hiring needs, as we would expect. And what do you think about this, Ryan? Are you there? Okay. See what the chat's saying over here. There's 69 people in here. Smash that like, y'all. What's up, Daniel Barry? How you doing? How you doing, brother? Welcome whoever just entered. Ryan is the way you shout. Always start your show, Tim, right? I need to, bro. Need to bring Rai up in here. You know. How you doing, man? It's been great to see you, Daniel Barry. Oh, I'm not on all chat. That's why I don't see all the messages. Okay. Um, what do you guys think? What do you freaking think? Do you trust these AI or what? No, we got some that say no, some that say yes. Well, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say it's the beginning of the end of humans working. That's a fact. I'm gonna leave it at that for that topic. The funny part that Walmart's involved, that says something. If you remember back in the pandemic, Walmart was the front and center. They're known for being part of these agendas. So yeah, autonomous trucks. Next story I have is this one's nuts, y'all. This next story I got is pretty nuts. It is Frankenstein. Oh, you know what? You didn't even tell me. I didn't pull it up. Ryan, you did me dirty. I didn't even have it up the whole entire time. The article. I forgot this is a new StreamYard. I didn't pull it up. So that was the article. All right. So the next one is these Frankenstein rabbits. This is wild. This one right here. Um let's see. Boom boom. Frankenstein rabbits. Ryan, man, you've got to let me know. If you're not, I'm going to kick you off the stage. You got to let me know.
But
If, oh, you weren't on the stage. You got to let me know, man. My stuff wasn't even up, dude. We lost 30, 40, 50 things because I didn't even show it. So we got to be able to show that. It's not your fault, but let me know.
all
You're there.
right, yeah, I'll figure it out.
If you don't see anything on the screen, you got to let me know. There's no
No,
article. There's
I see the screen. Yeah.
now there is. We're good. So, anyways, Frankenstein rabbits with tentacles sprouting from their heads invade several U.S. states. Check this out. Reports of rabbits. First, let me show you guys the rabbits, and then I'll read it, and then I'll get to it because then I'm gonna have to whatever. Reports of rabbits appearing as grotesque horned creatures with black tentacle like growths sprouting from their heads are on the rise. Americans in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and New York have shared images online of the creatures in recent months, likening them to something that escaped from a horror movie. And they really do. When we get to it, you're going to be like, what? Z. Patricia Gatto, a cattle seller in New York, spotted one of the rabbits on May 30th, saying on Facebook, made eye contact with this rabbit and immediately regretted it. All aside, though, it says all jokes in quotations, all jokes aside, I reported it to the proper wildlife authorities, but this thing was gnarly. Similar sightings have been reported in Wisconsin by a woman where Stephanie Graff of Amory said she received a call from her daughter on June 15th. Mom, I saw one of those tentacle-faced bunnies today, it said. These rabbits are infected by the cottontail papillomavirus, CRPV, also known as SHOP.
Known as bullshit.
Papilloma virus, which causes cancerous lesions. Mute yourself. Mute yourself.
Yes.
Lesions resembling horns, typically on or near the animal's heads. The strange-looking rabbit. Here we are. Made headlines August of 2025 when they first had numerous sightings in Fort Collins, Colorado. Here's one. Look, it's a rabbit with like some reindeer, some reindeer antlers, and it just gets worse. Here they are. Look, they're growing antlers. They're growing antlers. Dude. It's not even the worst. Wait till you see this tentacled up ass one right here. Hold on. She shared an image of the rabbit in her backyard, capturing tentacle-like growths sprouting from the back of its head. Get ready. It's going to look like, just get ready, you guys. The virus spreads mainly via mosquitoes and ticks. Oh, shit. The Bill Gates ticks in this bit. Which bite an infected animal and pass out the DNA altering condition. So it alters their DNA. Wow. What? freaking virus, Bill Gates, did you put out, bro? Look at our rabbits. Look at
I
this.
can't stay muted all this time listening
Look
to
at
this.
this
What
freaking
the
thing.
fuck, dude?
Don't, bro, if you can't not, then don't do it. Then don't be on. You know what I'm saying? Look at this freaking thing. Look at its this black stuff are tentacles, bro. Look, these are tentacles hanging off this thing, bro. Yeah. You don't think that's a little weird? Look at this one. Here's the one. Look at that shit. Look at that, y'all. Damn. See what the chat's guys say. Tim, there's 69 people in your chat, but there's 69 guys who just came inside of Ryan. There's 83 people in the chat.
That's pretty fucking funny, dude. I'll give you that one.
That was good, Alfonso, man.
I got no problem taking that on the chin, buddy. That's funny.
That's hilarious, bro. So, anyways, Tim, do you remember Full House and Joey would always talk about a rabbit with horns? Yes, I do remember that. I believe Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen started this. Ooh. Hey, man, I wouldn't be shocked. Those little horned devil jackass rabbits are crazy, bro. I wouldn't be shocked all that tweak they were doing if they shot out a couple babies. Maybe they had one little gremlin. Who knows? I wouldn't be shocked at all. So yeah, man, that's a pretty wild it's a pretty wild story. These damn things are pretty effed up. So the question is it more humane to kill them when they're like that or just leave them alone? One person posted on Reddit. Animal control. This is what blew my mind when I was reading the article. I was like, animal control officials in the U.S. have not made any recommendations supporting this, adding that the virus does not pose public health risk to people. Local wildlife officials have maintained the best thing to do if you see these disfigured rabbits is to keep your distance and leave them undisturbed. Rabbits that contact the virus have often been the source of stories about mythical. If you see it, you pop that bitch, dude. These things shouldn't just be roaming around. That thing is not normal, bro. I got gangs of rabbits outside my place right now. And if I saw something like that, dude, it'd be a wrap. Over. Next topic. It would be a wrap for this stupid thing, man.
Would it be a rap or a rabbit?
It would be rabid, bro. It would be absolutely rabid. But yeah. Anyways. I've got one more and then I'm going to do a video and then I'll go back to the news again. So one more is this crazy broad in Washington, dude. I've kept this up now for a minute. Some of y'all might have already seen it, but I never put my spin to it. This crazy liberal broad right here has got, this is wild shit right here, you guys. Hold on. Let me get it up here. Just mute yourself, Bubba. Washington woman arrested after video shows her trying to hit a child on an e-bike. Look at this lady driving down the street. Look at the car chasing this poor little effing kid down the street on his little scooter, bro. This is what liberalism does too in Washington, dude. Right here. Look at this. This kid, this poor kid, look at the woman that did it too. By the way, so a Washington woman has been arrested after deputies say she was caught on video trying to hit a child riding an electric bike with their car. According to Spokane County Sheriff's, a 56-year-old Wendy Clemente chased the child down a residential sidewalk before re-entering the roadway and leaving the scene. Authorities said the boy was not hit or injured, but the incident was captured by a witness, and that was the door cam, and we've got different versions of it. Here it is. Look, guys. Look at her chasing him down. Oh, you would give me an ad, you Jay. Look at her chasing a little kid. That is, you done lost your mind. I'm sorry, but that is a liberal. Only liberals do such things like that. I'm sorry, but that's a liberal thing to do. Uneffing real. Look at her pull in. The kid's like went around her like, okay, lady, and she just takes off after him. That is crazy, dude. Absolutely nuts. Thanks, Ryan, for sending the jewels. We got 67 people in here too. 5 likes. Come on, guys, let's get the likes up. Show the video. I just did. I will show a better version of it. Here you guys go. I got a better version of it for you guys. Don't worry.
Hey, you're welcome. And everybody, please support the
I wasn't. Ryan,
channel, please.
Fucking tell me that the video wasn't up. You need to tell me.
Bro, how am I supposed to? Hey,
and I'm like an asshole.
Calm down, buddy. We got to go. Let's go. Moving forward.
Here's the video. Sorry, guys. This is the first time in a while. Look at this broad just chasing this kid. Thank you for whoever said that in the chat. Much love. Look at, she just pulls in that poor kid. Look, she backs up. She pulls in the driveway. The kid just rolls right around her and she just takes off after him. Look, the kid's like doing nothing wrong. It's like, what are you doing, you crazy lady? And then it's like, look, she pulls in like, I got another video of it. But man, you need to let me know, bro, because dude, people are trying to see the video and every time it's
okay, here. I'm on this phone. All right, look, I don't have everything you do. I got one phone, I got another phone. I'm trying to do it. So, please forgive me for.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and just mute yourself. I don't know. I'm good. All right. Mute. Yeah. Okay. So here's the actual video. Let me see. Hold on. Here it is. Now I got to remember to pull it up now. That's my fault. I'm like to blame Ryan. Now, where are we at this point? Washington woman? Forgot to change the thing. All right. Here we go. Here's Crazy Liberalism 101.
Hell, this lady's crazy.
She's honking super hard. That poor kid just finally made it around. At this point, what is going through your head, lady? You're like, you know what? I'm going to chase this little shit down the sidewalk.
Oh my God.
I'll show you why.
No kidding. Oh my God.
We'll watch it one more time. Sorry. We'll go ahead and watch that one more time.
What in the hell?
Yeah, bro.
Dude, that's messed up.
This lady's crazy.
I might go back to the article. It's like crazy, just psycho. That 56-year-old woman.
Yeah, she must be angry.
Oh yeah. She's definitely an angry white lady.
She's trying to run. Oh my God. No kidding. Oh my God.
Ain't that some shit right there, ladies and gentlemen? Ain't that
I'd have pulled her out of the car, and I don't know. I can't fix it.
She's riding down the sidewalk. You couldn't have pulled shit out of nothing. She got pulled over and arrested on something else.
Oh, really? Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, on top of that, she got charged with more stuff. Let me get back to the article. Now I
Wow. That's nuts, bro.
Yeah, dude. She
That's crazy.
No, this is all this is showing with this one. She so this is what she said. So she chased them down, as we saw the witness say. A shorter time later, deputies said they received a report of an attempted burglary at a nearby home about a mile away.
Oh my God. You kidding me?
He saw the suspect on a security camera trying door handles. When deputies arrived, they found this bitch. It was her. She was robbing houses.
I can't believe this. This is too much.
Save.
It was her.
It was her, bro. Now get ready, guys.
I can't.
We're ready to see what this broad looks like. Where's the picture? No. This isn't the article. Dude, the chick's got,
I think
she looks
she
like
just had enough life.
Washington State liberal, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
She looks like a typical Karen that would run over some kid riding his bike. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can picture Miss doing that.
Who, Miss?
I'm gonna get my ass whooped for that one later, but it's okay.
Are you reading the chat?
I'm trying.
All right, I'm doing this. I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah.
I need you muted. Okay, I need you to watch the chat and unmute yourself if you need to. If I talk to you.
All right, I'm on the chat.
So, anyways, I got more news stories. I'm gonna go ahead and go to this for a minute. So as everybody knows, there is a huge crackdown being made on fraud. So I have a news conference here, a press conference with Blanche, RFK, and Patel talking about a massive crackdown with fraud and arrests here. And then I will go back to more stories after this video. Wait till you see the next stories. The next lineup I got is insane. That's all I could say to you guys. The next lineup is pretty nuts. The shit that these teachers are doing to these kids is absolutely just not right. So we're getting to that now. So let's give this a go, and I'll be back.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Today, we are here to announce the results of the 2026 National Healthcare Fraud Takedown. This announcement marks the greatest combined federal and state effort in combating healthcare fraud in history. Thanks to the leadership of President Trump and the Vice President and all those folks standing behind me and next to me, we are more united than ever before. This team is working tirelessly to take down fraudsters who steal from taxpayer-funded programs and prey on vulnerable Americans. When we talk about the team, that's working on these cases. I want to give some context around that. There are 9 healthcare fraud strike forces that have been part of this effort, 57 U.S. attorneys' offices, 41 state attorney general's offices, not red states, not blue states, but both working together with the federal government. Multiple law enforcement agencies, including inspector generals, some of the agencies that are here with me on this stage. That's what we talk about when we say this is an all-government approach to combating fraud. It's not just the Department of Justice. It's not just HHS. It's all government, including working with our state and local partners. Today, we are announcing federal and state charges, all of which were charged or unsealed at some point over the past 2 weeks, the past 14 days, coordinated nationwide action. Since June 8th, we've charged 455 defendants across 56, like I said a minute ago, U.S. attorneys' offices, and 45 U.S. states and territories. As alleged in the various indictments, these individuals participated in healthcare fraud schemes involving over $6.5 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs. The team around me will get into more specifics, but here are a few points that stand out. In one indictment, we're bringing charges against a corporate executive in Arizona in connection to over a $1 billion fraud involving unnecessary wound grafts. This alleged scheme costs Medicare over $1 million per patient. In total, our indictment charges 11 defendants for over $2 billion in fraudulent claims in connection to alleged wound care schemes. The indictment also alleges that these individuals then used the taxpayer money to bankroll multi-million-dollar homes, luxury vehicles like a $135,000 Maserati, jewelry like an $865,000 Bulgari necklace, and to top it all off, to fund the construction of a $4.6 million hotel at a beach resort in the Philippines. We're taking back the money, the luxury cars, the jewelry, and these alleged fraudsters will face justice. The coordinated actions of the past 2 weeks have resulted in over $182 million in cash and other assets seized, making clear our healthcare fraud enforcement efforts generate a significant return on investment for our taxpayers. In terms of Medicaid fraud, we're able to announce today the creation of the West Coast Strike Force and the deployment of additional prosecutors, allowing us to bring charges against between these individual defendants. You're going to hear from Director Patel in a moment, but apprehending alleged fraudsters remains a top priority of the Department of Justice and the FBI and our other law enforcement partners, including the DEA, who's here as well. At last year's takedown, a year ago, we charged multiple individuals for allegedly running a $10.6 billion medical equipment scheme using stolen identities to make false Medicare claims. Today, I can announce that earlier this month, we apprehended 2 of those defendants extradited from Estonia. Separately, over the weekend, we conducted the foreign transfer to custody of a defendant who is allegedly connected to another $3.7 billion in intended loss. I want to thank our tireless federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies who work hard every day and participated in these whole-of-government operations. This is just the beginning. Fraudsters can no longer rip off American taxpayers. If you seek to harm or cheat Americans, we will find you, seize any assets, and prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over now to Secretary Kennedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General Blanche, and thank you to the White House Fraud Task Force, to Colin McDonald of the Justice Department, to Director Kash Patel of the FBI, to the HHS Office of Inspector General, Dr. Oz and the CMS team and the investigators and law enforcement officers who brought these cases forward. President Trump directed this administration to confront healthcare fraud aggressively, and we are doing that. The 2026 National Healthcare Fraud Takedown uncovered $6.5 billion in alleged fraud.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record, just hit rec to capture high-quality audio.
The second largest amount ever charged in a single healthcare fraud operation. The Department of Justice charged a record number of Medicaid fraud defendants. More than 440 defendants now face charges. This effort brought together federal agencies, state partners, and U.S. territories across the United States. 18 of the participating states, as Attorney General Blanche pointed out, were blue states with Democratic governors. Fraud does not recognize party lines, and neither does accountability. Today's cases include the largest Medicaid fraud enforcement action in the Department of history, 165 defendants charged with allegedly submitting more than $200 million in false claims to Medicaid. These schemes did not target government programs. They targeted the American taxpayer. They stole money from workers who pay taxes, from families who depend on Medicare and Medicaid, and from patients who trusted their healthcare professionals to be serving their health interests when it turns out they were just chasing money from our agencies. The allegations in these cases are particularly disturbing. Some defendants allegedly ordered medically unnecessary tests. Others prescribed products that patients did not need. Some allegedly fueled opioid addiction to increase their own revenue. In certain cases, patients allegedly died while believing they were receiving legitimate medical care from providers who only viewed them as billing opportunities. These defendants did not simply break the law, they violated the trust that patients place in medical professionals. One of today's indictments charged a hospice owner in Los Angeles area and two marketers in a $27.7 million Medicare fraud scheme. According to the indictment, the owner paid illegal kickbacks to obtain personal information of deceased Medicare beneficiaries. One of the ways that Colin and Dr. Oz have been chasing down hospice fraud, we've closed now 800 hospices in LA. And one of the ways that we've been able to detect that fraud is that in many of them, the patients never die. They live forever. That's not supposed to happen in hospices. And this particular owner was actually going out and purchasing names from coroners of dead patients and then billing us for those, make it appear that some of his patients were actually finally dying. And while taxpayers funded these false claims, the owner purchased a Rolls-Royce Phantom. That case illustrates exactly what is at stake. Every fraudulent dollar diverted into a criminal scheme is a dollar unavailable for patient care, for medical innovation, or for services for vulnerable Americans. During the Biden administration, my predecessor implemented two reforms at HHS. One of those was the so-called pay and chase system. We know when invoices come into my agency, we can tell that some of them are fraudulent or probably fraudulent. And the new system said, we're not going to stop those payments. We want everybody paid, and then we'll claw them back at the end. It was called pay and chase. And when I asked people, the careers at HHS, how could you do this? This is crazy, because of course we never claw back anything. They said that they were told to focus on enrollment and not fraud. The other thing that they did is to liquidate our program integrity office. So when my predecessor came into office, there were 80 people in program integrity, which is not enough. It's 50 states and 5 territories. And when I got in, there was only 6 left. So all of those people were transferred or let go, and we were literally doing no program integrity. And that opened up the floodgates for all of this fraud, $100 billion in fraud a year that are being stolen now from my agency. The federal government paid claims first and chased fraud after the money was out the door. And that approach, of course, failed taxpayers. We are ending it. HHS is replacing the old pay and chase system with a detect and prevent strategy that identifies suspicious claims before the taxpayer dollars ever leave the Treasury. We are deploying advanced artificial intelligence and data analytics to identify fraudulent billing patterns in real time, stop improper payments before they occur, and strengthen oversight across federal health programs. Our objective is straightforward: to stop the fraud before it happens. The people charged today should understand that we will continue expanding these capabilities, strengthening enforcement, and pursuing every credible allegation of fraud. If you exploit patients for profit, if you steal Medicaid or Medicare dollars, if you treat taxpayer dollars as your personal bank account, we will investigate you, we will build the case, and we will bring you to justice. We will find fraud, we will stop it, we will recover taxpayer dollars whenever the law permits, and we will restore integrity to the programs that millions of Americans rely on for their care. Thank you, and I now want to introduce Colin McDonald from the Justice Department.
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy. Today's record healthcare fraud charges and arrests makes clear that there is no case too big, no scheme too complex, and no hiding place too remote for our fraud fighting team. In just 14 days, 455 defendants have been charged across the country for schemes involving over $6.5 billion in fraud. Under the leadership of President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Attorney General Blanche, the Department of Justice is aggressively scaling our offensive against anyone using healthcare as a front to steal from the American people. But today's cases allege more than the theft of taxpayer dollars. Many allege the theft of human dignity. Our sick, needy, and elderly, placing their faith in the gift of medicine, were neglected, ignored, and used for personal profit. For example, one defendant is charged with conspiring to submit approximately $89 million in false and fraudulent claims for cardiovascular tests. This defendant allegedly used marketing tactics designed to prey on fears that student athletes could die from sudden cardiac arrest. He then allegedly rubber-stamped test results as normal without reviewing them. Despite one patient's test results showing an enlarged heart, the defendant allegedly signed off on the test results within approximately 11 seconds of accessing the 63 test result images. As a result, the student was cleared to play, and he suffered sudden cardiac arrest and died on the basketball court just weeks later. That is why we cannot and will not tolerate fraud in healthcare. How are we going about targeting fraud in healthcare? We are following the data. Data talks and data doesn't lie. It identifies where fraud is happening and unmasks the perpetrators driving it. For example, our data analytics team observed a dramatic spike in payments for allografts from less than $1 billion in 2021 to over $14 billion just 4 years later. Our resulting investigations have led to criminal charges against 11 defendants across 6 districts for allograft fraud, including a company executive and 8 medical professionals. What happened here, to be clear, was not medicine. The defendants in these schemes purchased allografts for $30 to $75, inflated the price up to nearly 50 times that cost with the tab picked up by the taxpayers, and then secretly gave lucrative kickbacks for allografts applied. Marketers and nurses who took kickbacks targeted vulnerable hospice patients, making in many instances over $1 million per patient. These allograft fraud charges are the result of just one of our many, many data-driven initiatives. We are announcing today the first prosecution arising out of our Financial Intelligence Review Team, a cutting-edge effort to combine traditional data analytics with financial information. In less than 7 months, after identifying a suspicious behavioral health provider in Illinois, we brought charges against a defendant for a $67 million Medicaid fraud scheme. The defendant allegedly billed Medicaid for providing behavioral health services to patients who received no services and were actually even hospitalized at entirely separate health facilities at the time of the billings. Today is just the beginning of a new era of healthcare fraud enforcement. The Fraud Division's Healthcare Fraud Unit, which led today's nationwide takedown, is one of the best investments across the government, saving $106 for every dollar spent. And with the whole of government laser focused on rooting out fraud, under the leadership of the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud, we are rapidly enhancing our fraud fighting capabilities. Today, we are announcing an agreement with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to obtain dedicated cloud computing space in the CMS's cloud environment to run real-time advanced analytical models to detect fraud. We are also announcing agreements with the Federal Trade Commission and Customs and Border Protection to eliminate data silos and enrich our algorithms. And we're coordinating with prosecutors, agents, and analysts from across state and federal government at a scale and scope that has never before existed until today. The era of getting rich off America's healthcare system is over. If you defraud the American people and put profit over patients, we will do everything we can to put you in prison. I'll now turn the podium over to a critical partner in our fight against fraud, Director Kash Patel.
Thank you. America, you should take a look. You should take a look at what leadership from the White House and the President Trump's prioritization to go after and combat fraud looks like. America should take a look at the Vice President's task force and the initiative by the Justice Department here under AG Todd Blanche and AAG Colin McDonald. Fraud is no longer being tolerated, it is not being put up with, and you've seen the staggering numbers that in just the last 2 weeks, that's all we're here to talk about today, is just the last 2 weeks of fraud, of perpetrators and criminals who have been arrested and apprehended from around the world, totaling over $6 and $7 billion in fraud, in money stolen from the American people. Our precious taxpayer dollars that are supposed to service our seniors and our kids were being stolen outright by individuals who thought they could get away with.
Hey, Michael, shut up, you stupid ass liberal, and listen up. Learn something. You sound stupid right now.
But thanks to the Trump administration and the Vice President's task force and the White House task force and Department of Justice's courageous prosecutors, we have now been able to charge a record number of individuals. I just want to go over a couple of things. One such individual, the FBI is responsible for what we call foreign transfer of custodies, FTOCs. Last week, the FBI executed 4 FTOCs on 4 separate continents in 24 hours. We did this because we had the backing of the White House and the U.S. government and the Department of Justice to go out and apprehend criminals wherever they are. One such individual related to fraud was apprehended in Turkey thanks to the relationships and partnerships between Ambassador Tom Barrack and the Turkish government. Mr. Hilmi was arrested after perpetrating a multi-billion-dollar fraud in Turkey, apprehended and transferred back to the United States of America while he faced prosecution. I also want to highlight the Vice President's brilliant idea to put together a most wanted fraudsters list. The FBI has always had our top 10 most wanted fugitive list. But in 2 weeks ago, I think we were all in Ohio where we announced our most wanted fraudsters list. And in just the last 2 weeks, thanks to the help of the American people and the world, we have apprehended 2 of the most wanted fraudsters already. One of those individuals, Herbert Leon Kimball, was apprehended in the Philippines. He's an American citizen. He had been bilking allegedly the system against Medicaid for billions of dollars since 2014, $1.2 billion in telemedicine specifically alone. That individual was apprehended in the Philippines and transported back to the United States of America where he will now face justice. This is the reach of the United States government. This is the reach of this team, the interagency and state and local partners focused on one mission and one mission alone, to combat fraud and make sure the American public's precious taxpayer dollars go where they're supposed to go, to the American people that need them the most, and not to these criminals who are stealing from us day in and day out. Those days are over, and this should showcase to the world the length that we will go as an hand and arrest and bring to justice anyone who steals our dollars that are meant for our most vulnerable citizens. We're also going to ask what we did in Ohio a couple of weeks ago, and we'll circulate it on social media later. We're adding 2 more individuals to the most wanted fraudster list. I said then, and I've said it before, the American people in the world are our best sources of information. There is no such thing as bad information. So if you have any information on Khalid Sitari, who is wanted for a $547 million genetic testing scheme, and we believe to be hiding in the United Arab Emirates, call 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Let us know. You saw what we did in just 2 weeks by apprehending 2 of the most wanted fraudsters. With your help, we will apprehend the rest of them. The last one is Emily Tai, who's also wanted in connection with the genetic testing scheme for allegedly stealing $90 million. And she was previously on an ankle monitor and fled, we believe, to Vietnam. So if the American public or anyone in the world has information on Emily Tai, please call 1-800-CALL-FBI. We need your information. We need your help. And you have now seen what we can collectively do as an interagency under the Attorney General's brilliant leadership and the prioritization at the White House, that fraud will not be tolerated, that fraud perpetrators will be apprehended, not just across the United States of America, but from the 4 corners of the world. So we plead with you to give us any and all information that you have. And again, the only type of bad information is the one that we don't receive from you. So please call 1-800-CALL-FBI with any information on any of the fraudsters on our most wanted list. And this should be a clear message to the world that the FBI, along with our interagency partners, are not tolerating fraud anymore. And we will chase them down just like we chase down terrorists, narco traffickers, gangbangers, and those that wish to do harm to our communities, because this type of harm is equally as harmful to our most vulnerable. Thank you. And I now turn it over to our brilliant partner, Dr. Oz.
I'm going to put my doctor's hat on here. There's 2 issues that we have not gone into in detail, but they've been mentioned by many. The first is affordability. The $100 billion that Secretary Kennedy mentioned is stolen from Medicare and Medicaid. If we were able to just take that out of what's being stolen from Medicare, would double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund. It massively changes what people pay when we tolerate this kind of fraud. The second big message, again, is that costs matter. They matter a lot. And they're measured oftentimes in ways that we can put on signs. But the actual cost is that of human health and the lives of humans hurt by these fraudsters, because they don't care about you. If they're willing to steal your money when you're down and out and struggling and you're vulnerable, they will definitely take your health and take your life if that's required. Today's actions are the results of months of painstaking collaboration by law enforcement agencies represented on this stage. The U.S. Attorney, of course, the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force, the FBI, HHS, OIG, CMS colleagues, all of us worked tirelessly towards one goal, making sure that people who steal from Medicare and Medicaid face real consequences, because it scares away future perpetrators. As Secretary Kennedy mentioned, the general approach has been slow, meandering, and non-consequential for fraudsters, which is why after COVID, they rushed into this space. CMS's role in this partnership has fundamentally changed because of the nature of the fraudsters. We now use techniques that historically were never thought of. Instead of just flagging problems, we build cases. Under the leadership of Secretary Kennedy, we've created a stellar team at CMS. Fraud fighters including Kim Brandt.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
And Janine Ugo and others who brilliantly reinvent how we catch these criminals. And by the time our law enforcement partners are ready to move, we aim to hand them a file that is already complete, already ready, supported by payments suspensions and provider revocations, funding deferrals, real-time fraud detection that never existed before. Now, the numbers tell the story. I'm going to give you 2 really important ones. The first is, in the first quarter of last year, we revoked billing privileges for fraudsters of 1,006 providers. Pretty good result, we thought, at the time. This same period this year, the first quarter, we made 1,400 revocations. That's a 40% increase over last year. So 40% more revocations. We also have payment suspensions where we just don't pay the bill because we don't think it's legitimate. This is impressive. The first half of this year, we made 1,000 Medicare payment suspensions. 1,000. That's a lot of people. Nearly 800, by the way, from one state, California. For a similar period last year, we made 219 suspensions. So a fivefold, 500% increase in payment suspensions because we're using tools now that historically had been used marginally. Now, these efforts brand all kinds of new tools for Medicare and Medicaid. The fraud war room that has been put together is a purpose-built tool to identify, track, and neutralize bad actors, often from foreign countries, much more effectively than the old system. The formula is straightforward. The DOJ brings a prosecutorial firepower, law enforcement brings investigative tools, CMS brings data, the analytics. We use administrative muscle to push things through, and we are closing loopholes that fraudsters have avoided and been exploiting for years. Those days are over. Fraudsters, your time is up. Now, speaking of fraudsters, I want to highlight an important case that drives home what everyone on the stage really feels deeply in our heart. Kim, if you can be, this is Kim Brent that I mentioned earlier. Just bring that poster of the young man up. This young man has been referred to already. His name is Caden Francis. I spoke to his mother last night. Kim, just bring it up if you don't mind. Looks like a pretty good athlete. This young man was involved in a scheme run by fraudsters, including doctors, a cardiovascular testing company whose medical director approved EKGs and echocardiograms, as was mentioned earlier by Colin, in as little as 11 seconds. That was this kid's case. The EKG was taken. His parents were told he was fine. The doctor, we believe, from the moment he got the image to said it was fine was 11 seconds. The parents who had been marketed to, claiming that their kid might be at risk, were therefore told the kid was fine, when in fact nothing had been done. The October EKG was read as normal. The kid was dead a month later. Now, I talked to the mom, of course, still in pain. The family was told the tests were normal. Unfortunately, and despite all these internal communications that we revealed, which acknowledged by the company that they knew these were not normal tests and they had done something terribly wrong, they kept doing it. So that kid was hurt irreparably, passed away because nothing was done about these fraudsters, and they went right after it. Their company billed over $90 million while a child was buried by their family. No remorse whatsoever. Caden's mother wanted me to give you a quote. I'm going to read it exactly as she gave it to me. The doctor is as bad as any greedy criminal who is killing people in the streets. I hope he rots in jail so no one else is hurt, but my son will never come back to me. That's the real human costs that we were speaking of on the stage. Julian, the mother, shared the autopsy and revealed that her son's heart was 2.5 times normal. Instead of being this big, I'm a heart surgeon. That's a normal size heart, size of your fist, 2.5 times larger than that. There is no way you could miss that, except they didn't care. That's why mom wants them to rot in hell. This is not a diagnostic company. It's a predatory scheme dressed up in medical clothing, and we're going to treat it as such. We've got a couple big breakthroughs. I mean, put them in some of these numbers to at least give you some confidence that the pay and chase model that CMS had relied on, that Secretary Kennedy spoke to, has been abandoned. And instead, we don't want the money going out the back door. We want the fraud detected as soon as it happens, and we can stop it that way. In original Medicare so far, in the year of 2025, we've done a remarkable job. In 2024, before he came in, we saved about 60% less money than this. So total amount of money saved last year, $42 billion. That's a return on investment of $22 for every dollar that we pulled back for the American taxpayer. 2/3 of those savings, $28 billion, came from simply locking the front door, never letting the money go out the door. That's provider revocations, automated claim denials, all the things that should have been done years ago. No longer will that money be taken out of your pocketbooks. We achieved this with only a 5% increase in Medicare program integrity spending. This is the best way for us to spend your tax dollars wisely. The Medicaid side is more difficult because states run Medicaid, but we've been on that as well. Savings reached $4 billion last year. That's 165 increase over the prior year. And that we did that actually by spending 7% less money. So we spent less money, brought in more fraudsters, saved you a lot more money. These results don't happen by accident. They reflect a deliberate strategic shift in how CMS operates, and they show what's possible when agencies stop working in silos and start working as partners, like the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force has been able to achieve. Jetson Leader Lewis, Jake Foster, OIG Leader March Bell, Rebecca Yuan. There's lots of other people in the room right now who deserve a lot of credit. All of us agree with the president and the vice president that the best prescription for a fraudster is prosecution. The era of champagne on private jets is over. No longer will champagne and private jets be paid for by the American taxpayer. Andrew Ferguson leads that White House anti-fraud task force together with Colin McDonald and the vice president. I asked him to come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. President said he wanted a whole of government approach to combating healthcare fraud and fraud across all our benefits programs, and this is the result. Every major leader in this space from the federal government is standing up here, and all have contributed in critically important ways to this effort. Investigators, prosecutors, healthcare specialists, the leadership at HHS and at CMS have made today possible. I also want to thank Jake Foster and his team, Justin Woodward and Becca Uya at DOJ at the healthcare fraud unit that has broken records with today's effort, not just in their own prosecutions, but in harnessing the power of the U.S. attorneys and state attorneys general to make today possible. The vice president has always said we have to take a two-pronged approach to this. We have to stop the money from getting out of the agencies. Administrator Oz and Secretary Kennedy have talked about that. And then we have to impose consequences on people that have defrauded the American government. And we've been saying that we're doing this to save these programs from the fraud that is bleeding them dry, that will make them unavailable in the future for future generations, to protect the investment, the trillions of dollars of investment that every American taxpayer makes every single year to help their friends, their neighbors, and strangers in times of need. But I also, like Dr. Oz, I want to talk about the real human toll of this for a minute. I want to talk about skin substitutes or allografts. 5 years ago, Medicare was paying out less than $1 billion every year in allografts and skin substitutes. By 2025, almost $15 billion. These takeaways affect individual American citizens in horrifying ways. We saw this, for example, in Minnesota, where a program designed to protect veterans from homelessness was so attacked by fraudsters, they had to shut the thing down because they couldn't afford it anymore. I want to talk about a particular case that the department is indicted today out of the District of Nevada, where a nurse practitioner is accused of having bilked Medicaid for almost $1 billion in skin substitute allografts. But this isn't just filing fake claims and trying to take money out of our pockets. She was performing these skin substitute procedures on vulnerable elderly Americans in hospices and in nursing homes, and then submitting those claims. She was using human beings, American citizens, as living piggy banks, and that she took the money she got from those living piggy banks and she bought $865,000 necklaces that the department seized. She bought a almost $500,000 Ferrari that the department also seized. We've heard a lot about the numbers today. We've heard how many records have been broken by the Department of Justice's and HHS's incredible efforts today. But the numbers shouldn't be treated as an abstraction. This doesn't just affect the whole country as taxpayers. Real human beings, American citizens, are physically maimed because of this fraud. So shutting down this fraud, killing these incentives for people to commit fraud, putting people in jail to commit these frauds aren't just about protecting the fisc. They're not just about protecting the program. They are about protecting our fellow American citizens from the worst of us. That is why this is so important. That's why the vice president assembled this task force at the president's direction. And this is the result. The entire federal government deploying all of its resources at home and abroad to end the fraud and to protect American citizens. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to DEA Administrator Terry Cole.
Thank you, and Mr. Attorney General. Good morning, sir. We stand here today united to share the commitment to protect Americans and save American lives. It's been said, but bears repeating, healthcare fraud is not just a financial crime. It's a public safety threat, a public health threat, and a direct threat to the trust the Americans place in our healthcare system. Let me be clear. Medical providers who fuel addiction, endanger lives, and profit from pain they cause are no different than any other drug trafficker. DEA occupies a unique place in this fight. We sit at the intersection of healthcare, regulation, and law enforcement. Our job is to protect the controlled substance supply chain and stop those who seek to exploit it. The CSA created a closed system of distribution, one designed to keep medications available for legitimate care while preventing diversion and abuse. Every link in that chain has a responsibility to protect patients and to preserve trust in the system. Being a DEA registrant is not just a privilege. It is a responsibility. It is a promise to patients that medical decisions will be based on clinical judgment, not financial gain. While the vast majority of healthcare professionals honor that promise, criminals have found ways to exploit the system for personal gain. As both a law enforcement and regulatory agency, DEA sees things others don't. We connect the dots between drug diversion, fraud, and criminal activity. And when we find those abusing positions of trust, we act. We use every authority available, criminal, civil, and administrative, to protect patients and preserve trust in our nation's healthcare system. In this takedown alone, DEA developed 18 criminal and civil cases in coordination with U.S. attorneys' offices and issued a record 928 administrative actions to prevent future harm. This includes 205 orders to show cause, 53 immediate suspensions, and 642 surrenders for cause. In one case we work with our partners, we uncovered $36 million in Medicaid fraud, resulting in the seizure of $15 million in U.S. currency, 6 aircrafts from a single physician. In another case, we identified a pillar of a pill mill, clinics operating, that were issuing more than 2 million oxycodone prescriptions and over 900,000 hydrocodone prescriptions. Each scheme chips away at the safeguards put into place to ensure every patient gets the medication they need safely and lawfully. Americans should never have to wonder whether a prescription was written because it was needed or because someone saw an opportunity to profit. Our message to any medical provider who abuses that trust is simple. If you choose personal greed over professional responsibility, DEA will hold you accountable. DEA has been entrusted to save American lives. We will not stand idle while criminals exploit patients, abuse positions of trust, and put profit over people. Thank you. And now I'd like to welcome HSI Matt Mulholland.
Thanks, sir. Good morning. My name is Matthew Mulholland. I'm the Acting Deputy Executive Associate Director of Homeland Security Investigations, the principal arm, investigative arm of the Department of Homeland Security. Today's announcement marks a pivotal moment in our nation's ongoing fight against healthcare fraud, a crime that steals from American taxpayers. It puts vulnerable patients at risk. As part of the Department of Homeland Security, HSI is proud to stand alongside our partners in this historic effort. HSI's mission is clear: to safeguard the American public and economy from criminal organizations and individuals who seek to exploit our benefits system for personal gain. Healthcare fraud undermines trust in our healthcare system and diverts resources from those who need them most. This year's National Healthcare Fraud Takedown is the largest in history, with 455 defendants charged across 45 states and territories, and more than $6.5 billion in alleged fraud uncovered. HSI plays a critical role in investigating the transnational criminal networks behind this fraud, identifying and apprehending fugitives overseas, and disrupting schemes that span across borders. Our special agents, working closely with the Department of Justice, HHS, the FBI, the DEA, our local and state and international partners, demonstrated extraordinary dedication and expertise. using advanced data analytics and financial intelligence to follow money, seize assets, and ensure accountability at every level. Their commitment, collaboration, and innovation have made today's results possible. Together, we've shown that no criminal, no matter how sophisticated or well hidden, can evade the reach of the US government. HSI remains steadfast in its commitment to protecting the American people, defending the integrity of our nation's financial infrastructure, and ensuring that those who abuse it are held accountable. Today's actions send a powerful message. If you target our healthcare programs, you will be found, you will be prosecuted, and you will be brought to justice. Thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody. We'll take a couple questions on what we're here for today. If you want to hear from somebody in particular on stage, just feel free to lead with that. Any questions? Alex?
Yeah, last year's announcement, it was $14.6 billion of intended fraud loss. This year, you said it's $6.5 billion. I'm wondering, can you explain the discrepancy there? Is this as a result of fewer prosecutions, less money, or is, as Dr. Oz mentioned, the idea that you guys are catching this before the money goes out the door? Is that having an impact?
Yeah, look, I think it's a combination of everything you just said. It's a combination. There were a couple cases last year that made that number that high. And so we said this year, we have been doing an extraordinary amount of work. And when I say we, I'm not saying the Department of Justice, I'm saying everybody on the stage and the folks in the back. And part of that work includes turning off the spigot. That's right. And so it includes more detection early on that stops the claims from even going anywhere near a payment being issued. And that's part of the reason. And so, yeah, we had a great year last year too, when it comes to combating fraud. If you are an American taxpayer, you should be extraordinarily happy with what you see on the stage right now. Not only because of what we're talking about today, but because of what we were talking about a year ago when we had a similar day. And I expect that you're going to hear more from us over the next several months, because this, for the first time, at least in modern history, everybody is working together. When we talked about state AGs, we're talking about Republicans, Democrats, we're talking about New York, we're talking about Florida. This is a chronic problem that was actually hurting so many people, not only financially, but thievery, but also hurting, like you heard today, the stories. So look, I think we had a great year last year, right? A phenomenal year this year, and I expect there'll be more happening over the next year, the rest of the year.
Off topic, if I could.
No off topics. Next question. And we got a lot of people here for this reason. So we got a lot of people here for this reason. And they give up their time. So next question. Yes.
He gets to ask his question on the topic that he chooses. We're not there as spectators. So.
Are states, with both Democratic and Republican leaders, working with federal authorities to identify these cases or investigate and provide facts?
I think, Colin, you want to handle that?
Yes, thank you for the question. And just to clarify, last year, which was a great result by our department, there were 324 defendants that were charged in last year's takedown. Today, 455 in the last 14 days have been charged with fraud offenses. And to your question about the state participation, we have last year, I believe there were 13 states that participated with us in our takedown. And this year we are in the high 40s of those who have come to the table to add their resources to come work with us, because this truly is a national problem that demands a national response. And that's really driven by the White House Fraud Task Force, which is bringing everybody together to say, hey, if we don't solve it, no one will. And folks are coming to the table to ensure that we do this work against the fraudsters better than we've ever done it before.
In the case involving the basketball player who died, and I know, Dr. Oz, you were highlighting that, was that resolved and solved through sort of old-fashioned law enforcement work, or were there techniques and tools that the Justice Department or other agencies employed that resulted in that $89 million fraud being detected?
There was boots on the ground. Individuals went, they got the records, they could tell how many seconds transpired between when the actual EKG was sent to the doctor in question and when the readout was delivered, so saying that it was normal. And again, I'll speak as a heart physician. There's no way you could miss this diagnosis. This child's heart on autopsy was massive. And if it's 2.5 times bigger than your fist, it looks like that. And then the child had echocardiogram and EKG. He also had Dopplers of his carotids and groins. And this doctor was practicing in multiple states, which is one of the things doctors do to hide their path. They can sneak around. And the mom is in Florida. And it's really tragic. And I just want to highlight, this is a dead child's a dead child, red state, blue state, it doesn't matter. And that's why I think so many states are participating, because Medicaid is a program that is run by the states, and having them all on board, I think, is a reinforcing element to the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force.
Are you getting cooperation from the healthcare corporations in terms of detecting this fraud? What's your relationship with the healthcare corporations? Are these one-offs that are just individuals that are kind of, sneaking through the getting around the controls, or are the companies helping to detect this fraud?
It's a good question. Who's the best to answer that? Colin?
Yes, we have great working relationships with healthcare corporations who are required to be alert to instances of fraud across their programs. And we collaborate with them to make sure that we can illuminate fraudsters across the healthcare portfolio. And we encourage every healthcare corporation to come work with us to root out those who are seeking to defraud the American people by exploiting our healthcare programs.
Mr. Attorney General, will you take one off-topic question?
No. You got to take an off-topic.
Any other questions?
Sir?
All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, so we clearly know, and people are asking why, first off, I want to make this point is, first off, anybody committing fraud should be held accountable. Nobody should be not held accountable. Let's keep it that way, first off. The reason why you're hearing so much about the Democrats, because it's Democrat-run cities that are getting caught. Like, if you live in a Republican county, this isn't going on in your Republican county. This is happening in Democrat-run cities. Even in Republican states, the cities are a different thing. So I'm going to do this quick story, and then we're going to go to Trump's NATO speech real fast. So I'm going to do this quick story. This is wild. This is about a 12-year-old has his own, hold on. Look at this, you guys. 12-year-old has his own lemonade stand, and this asshole, this is in Boston. He showed us the Pew Pew South Boston rallies around children robbed at a lemonade stand. The South Boston community is taking a stand and rallying around 2 children after an armed robbery at their lemonade stand Wednesday afternoon. He walked over here and said, "I might need to take the box." He grabbed it with one hand and showed us the Pew Pew with the other, said the 12-year-old David Byrene, pointing towards his waistband. Just one day after he had it pulled on him, his little sister and their lemonade stand and David were entrepreneurs are back to business at the very same spot where it happened. They are determined not to live in fear. My sister, she put her hands up. I said, "You can have it, man." But after that, I was a little annoyed because we were 12 and 11. You shouldn't really do that. So here's pictures of the kids and their lemonade stand.
That's pretty it's upsetful.
How can you walk by this lemonade stand, see these young kids out there doing good things? They could be out stealing, doing whatever, but they're doing the right things. And then people like these people, I would have to go liberals. Oh, where's the picture? This is the wrong one.
Damn you.
Damn it.
No, but this story is heartbreaking. It really is. It's hurtful.
So let me finish. Now the community is behind these kids, taking a stand against violence and taking their corner back, dude, at 157th and West 9th and East Streets. Now, I'm going to give you an update to it real fast. There was a black gentleman and a white gentleman walking. One had a book bag on. He stopped. He pulled his shirt up, walked up to him. It was a little safe box that they had their money in, and he robbed them for it, all on camera. I don't have the video for it in my thing. I must have erased it. I just wanted to show how crazy we are living in a society to where you've got adults robbing young children just trying to get by in life. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, bro. You all ain't got nothing better to do. Nothing better than to rob a little child.
Right. Not only one, but I think two. I'm not sure.
It was a girl and a boy. One.
Yeah. Yeah.
110.
Dude, I mean, God, dude, if I saw that with my own eyes, I don't know what I would do. Oh.
Screwing them over, but looks like the fans and venue Illinois will now lose. Oh yeah, the Bears getting moved. What do you feel about that, Floppy? The Indiana Bears, bro. How does that make you feel? I think you guys got dicked hardcore. But then again, Floppy, don't get me started because you got that quarterback with the nail polish on his fingers. I don't care where they send you guys. To be honest, I got no love for the Bears, but I feel bad for you, Floppy. I get it. But how can you root for a guy who wears nail polish?
I just want to come in. I just want to come in and say hi, Floppy.
Hello, Floppy. It's just up the Bears now to make the decision. I got you. What about the girl hung from a tree? I don't know nothing about that, bro. I never seen that story, homie. But I do have another one. And while I got people, I do got plenty of good stories. You know what? I'm gonna make y'all stick around because I got some good ones ahead. I've got, some effed up stuff happening in the school system, but I am going to go now today. Trump of Nato. And I'm not going to lie, I've just now started to get back into really paying attention to everything they've been saying. And I didn't get to watch this. I saved it for the show. So, let's see what he has to say about NATO and what's going on. And then I'll get back. I got more stories ahead. So yeah, let's jump to that. Hit the like, share, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Thanks for sticking around, y'all. And let's get to the next one.
Friend of mine, a man who is respected all over the world, actually, but he's in charge of NATO. He's the Secretary General, Mark Rutte. And he's really done a great job. He was not too much involved when they weren't too nice to us in our recent little military skirmish, but he is a man that's respected by everybody. And Mark, maybe you'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely. And a few things I want to share with the media, with you being here at present. And it's about your leadership. First of all, about Iran. I really want to make clear how important it is what you are doing on Iran. This is, first of all, about the nuclear capability Iran was basically getting its hands on. And that would have been a threat to the region. It would have been a threat to the whole world. This is a country which is exporting chaos. It is exporting terrorism. And they were very near to getting their hands on the nuclear capability. You have seen last week with the G7, all the leaders in the G7 applauding the fact that this nuclear capability has been degraded. This is extremely important. And I just want to make this clear, because sometimes people think, why was this whole Iran thing going on? This is about security, about safety. This is the leader of the free world taking responsibility beyond the shores of the United States for the rest of the world. And this is what you did. I know there have been debates about whether your allies in Europe were with you enough. I just want to say one thing, which is sometimes, yeah, but let me say one thing, which is, I know you think that, but let me, and I know about the, let's say, your irritation about that. But when you look at the numbers, 4,000 to 5,000 US planes taking off from bases in Europe in the 6 weeks this war took place. Still, the ceasefire took place mid-April. Bucharest, the airport in Romania, having to close. It had to close for commercial traffic because they had to make sure that you were able to send a tanker aircraft up in the air. So this is what I know. There have been isolated cases about which you are really disappointed. But generally speaking, your European allies have been there with you. I really want to make the point. 4,000 to 5,000 US planes taking off from European airbases. So that's about Iran. Now I want to take you, if you stay here,
go ahead.
I go over to these boards here, because I want to show you what this president was able to achieve. And I start with this chart. This chart is about the Trump trillion. The Trump trillion shows you the increase Europeans and Canadians are paying into defense since you took office in 2017. Right. Trump 45 plus Trump 47. A total of extra spent by the Europeans and the Canadians of 1.2 trillion. When you look at the effect of Trump 47, so the isolated effect of the extra defense spending in 2025 and 2026, you see almost $140 billion extra spent nominal on defense by the Europeans and the Canadians. And also this year, you will again see an increase by about 120 billion, which brings the total in 2 years of over $250 billion. I can assure you, this is because of Russia, because of the threat, but I'm also absolutely convinced that you being President of the United States, being consistently pushing for something which since Eisenhower has not been achieved, which is the Europeans equalizing their defense spending with the United States, this is your evidence. Then, when it comes to jobs, look here. In total, 195,000 jobs being supported by investments. Investments from European companies into the United States, 83,000 jobs supported by that. 112,000 jobs created by the fact that Europeans are massively, about half of all their defense spending when it comes to defense industrial output is spent in the United States. 112,000 jobs. Last year, they spent $54 billion on US defense industrial output. There is now an order catalog, an order backlog of $300 billion. So $300 billion of defense spending from Europeans buying this in the US over the next couple of years, which is already on the order book. Last year, 54 billion, a total now order book of 300 billion, totally almost 200,000. These are real jobs, real people. Like you had yesterday when you spoke in Pennsylvania, the people behind you. But I want to say two things more, if you allow me. First of all, to get all of this done, we had to increase the defense industrial output. There is a big problem. The problem is that both in the United States and in Europe, we are not producing enough. Our stockpiles have to be replenished because of the war in Ukraine and what we do there, and for all the other reasons. You have taken leadership here. Last week, you signed the Defense Procurement Act. You made it possible for companies to work together to be able, therefore, to ramp up their defense production. You have been very harsh with them a couple of weeks ago. I had one of them over in my office. Yeah, it was really harsh. I had one of them over in my office. He was still trembling. One of the CEOs. And I said, this is good. This is exactly what we need. Because we need this extra defense output. This is important for Europe. When I point at all these jobs, of course, also many jobs being created in Europe and in Canada. But again, almost 200,000 here in the United States, supported by all these investments. But it is about defense industrial output. And this is also what the Ankara summit has to be about. The whole first day will be about defense industrial production, because we can spend as much as we want, but we need the interceptors, the missiles, we need the tanks, we need the artificial intelligence, etc., etc. And this is what you are doing that in the US, but also therefore putting all that pressure on the defense industrial base. And finally, you had the G7 last week. I think that was a big success. What you've seen there is that, yes, you are President of the United States, but I want to make this point. For me, you are first of all the leader of the free world. In 2 weeks in Ankara, you will have not 7 countries, you will have 42 countries, the 32 allies, US and the other 31, but also 9 or 10 other countries from the Middle East, from the Indo-Pacific. And they want to hear your lead. You will provide it. I know this. This is what you do in Iran, this is what you do in defense industrial output, on spending, and all of this. You being leader of the free world. And now we see it with Ukraine, the fact that Ukraine stays strong in the fight, that you still provide all the stuff they need, paid for by European and Canadian allies, fair enough, but very important for them to stay in the fight and all the other things the United States is doing. So I'm really looking forward to that summit. I know that Erdogan, the president of Turkey, looks forward to receiving his good friend Donald J. Trump. But I just wanted to tell this story because, ladies and gentlemen of the American media, this is important. This is your president, but also leader of the free world, taking the leadership role as is necessary.
Thank you very much for this. Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, after all this, you've been so transformative vis-a-vis NATO, and I think the Secretary General just stated that you transformed NATO, the like of which nobody would have even thought that you could have done. After all that, do you still think that European allies, like you told me, treated you badly? And if so, what can they do to make things better? And to you, Secretary, can you confirm that all the thousands of flights, as you stated today and yesterday on Fox News, are in compliance with NATO treaties?
Well, let me just say, he's been a friend of mine. He's a great guy, great leader, great Secretary General. Everybody respects him. And I appreciate your nice words, but you really have done a good job. And I think if anybody else were in that position, we wouldn't even be meeting today, to be honest with you, because we were let down. We didn't need help on this at all. We've demolished them in literally the first week. But it would have been nice if they would have said, we'd like to help. We didn't even need it, but it would have been nice if they said that. They didn't say it. But as Secretary General, and he's the boss of the whole operation, he was, I believe if I would have called him, and I didn't bother doing that because I was doing individual countries just to take the temperature and see how they were doing. But I think if I would have called him, he probably would have found a way to help if we needed it. I feel, would have been a little bit different. But I was disappointed. I was disappointed with Italy. I was disappointed with the UK. He's now gone. And, he had a lot of problems, but we were disappointed with the UK. We were disappointed with Germany and France. We're disappointed with most of them. Spain is a horror show. Spain is terrible, even from your standpoint. I mean, they don't want to pay anything. They think they're in for a free ride. Spain is not a good group, not a good group at all. But I have great respect for this man. And so we're going to be discussing what took place, and we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Can I answer to your second question? Because I don't have many disagreements with the President of the United States. Here I have slightly, because I do agree there is reason for disappointment, absolutely. But my argument is this. These are isolated cases. When you look at the overall, take for example Germany. From day one, they delivered on their these are bilateral commitments, a bit of the techniques of this, but the technology, but these are bilateral commitments these countries are having with the United States. So this is not, strictly speaking, NATO. Bilateral commitments, they all did what they promised to do. And this led to between 4,000 and 5,000 US planes taking off from Europe. I would argue it would have been very difficult to do Iran without having Europe as a power projection platform for the United States. But again, he's right. There is also reason for disappointment. It is a mixed bag.
Well, the big question is, are they paying the 5%? They agreed 6 months ago when we were together to pay 5%. And for the most part, they're not paying.
Well, when you look at the numbers, take, for example, Germany. So we agreed they get a couple of years to get there because you cannot spend it in 1 year because you have an absorption problem. But Germany, for example, Germany is doubling its defense spending between 2021 and 2029. They will spend over 150 billion by 2029, which is staggering, more than the French and the Brits combined even. Take the Dutch, and Poland and the Baltics already there. Countries like Denmark really stepping up. So and the Nordics. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, but most of them are doing it, and the alliance is so much stronger because of this man.
Please, yellow dress.
Thank you, Beth Turner from GB News. You mentioned that our Prime Minister has got one foot out the door. The new guy's coming in, Andy Burnham. What do you know about him, Mr. President? And what does he need to do to improve the relationship between our two countries? The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal, extremely. So that means he probably won't open up the North Sea. I gave Keir Starmer some pretty good advice. I said, open up the North Sea. Go to Aberdeen, which was the hottest city in the whole continent. It was the oil city. It was the oil of Europe, and they closed everything. It was terrible. I saw it before my eyes, and I couldn't believe it. The North Sea is loaded, I have had every oil company come to see me. Sir, could you give us access to the UK? We would do anything to drill in the North Sea. And they haven't even found what's there. The amazing thing is they buy their oil from Norway, which gets the oil from the North Sea. Think of it. And they pay a big premium. Norway's got now $2 trillion in the bank, and UK is dying. So they should open up the North Sea. It's an easy one. And a lot of good things are going to happen. It's, it's among the greatest fields in the world. Peter?
President Trump, great night for Democratic Socialist candidates last night. In the New York primaries, they swept and knocked out 2 incumbents. You're from New York. Why do you think it is that now the endorsement of Zohran Mamdani means more than the endorsement of Hakeem Jeffries?
Well, they're going radical left. They're going really, you talk about the Democrat socialists, it's really communist. That's these people. I watched that woman last night. That's not a socialist. I know socialists. That woman is a communist. And what they don't say is that I was 16-0 last night. But mine were a little more boring, a little more mainstream. They were Republican conservatives, but we were 16-0. And if you look over the last 2.5 years, we're about 347 and just about 0. That's pretty good. But nobody writes that. But he picked 3. They won. They beat a guy named Dan Goldman, who's, a loser. He was one of my prosecutors, one of my many prosecutors that they used on me. Dan Goldman, not a good prosecutor, fortunately, but he's now looking for a job. I was very surprised to see, because he's a pretty liberal guy. When they go more liberal than Dan Goldman, they're really into Never, Never Land.
Does this tell you that the Democratic Party's 2028 nominee will likely be, or could likely be, a Democratic socialist?
Well, it should make it easier for Republicans because most of the nation is composed of sane people. They don't want to, if you look throughout history, go back thousands of years, you've always had socialism and communism by different names. It's never ever worked. It's not going to work this time either. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. As a Turk myself, as a Turk myself, I can tell you with great confidence that your presence in Ankara is eagerly anticipated. What's your message to your great friend Erdogan and the Turkish people? Because you're going to be there in less than 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm a Turk myself.
Well,
And
I like him. He's a friend of mine. And he stayed out of the war. He was a prime candidate to go into the war with Iran, maybe on the Iran side, because he's not a big fan of Israel, as you know. And I asked him to stay out. He stayed out. And who else was great? Was President Xi of China. He could have come in. He gets half of his oil from that area. I could see him wanting to, and I asked him to please stay out, and he did. We did a good job, but he stayed out. Erdogan's a great leader, very strong person, great military, and I asked him to stay out, and he did, and so did President Xi, and frankly, so did Putin, if you really look. But you could say that Vladimir has some other things to focus on. But they all stayed out. I mean, it was pretty amazing. People were surprised. And I think that Erdogan he loves Turkey, right? He's doing a great job. He loves Turkey. I love the U.S., but he loves Turkey, and he's doing a great job. He's a respected man, a respected leader, and he's been a friend of mine. Now, I shouldn't say that because guys like Peter would say, oh, he likes Erdogan. He likes Erdogan. No, Peter won't. Peter is some of the others, let's say, but Erdogan is a strong man, but he's been everything I've ever asked him for. He's done.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General clearly pointed out that allies want to do defense business with you, and Turkey is definitely one of them. They want the F-110 jet engines, and they want the F-35 fighter jets. Are you going to Turkey with a big gift bag for Erdogan?
Yeah, I think so. Look, he's a member of NATO. Some people don't consider himself, but he really is. He's a strong member of NATO. Yeah, I'm going to probably do something that's going to make him very happy.
And Turkey has
Tell
a
him hello,
huge,
right? Tell him hello. He's a good man.
And Turkey has a huge defense industrial base, 3,000 companies working all over the alliance, also here in the United States. So strong.
People don't know how big Turkey is in terms of the military. It's a very strong, they have a lot of our equipment, a very strong military because of him. Yeah, please.
Your expectations, sir, about this meeting in Ankara? What do you think?
Well,
what are your
except for the fact that it was being held in Turkey by President Erdogan, I don't think I would have gone to it.
You would have come for me.
But I might go. You're right. I mean, I wouldn't have gone for, what we went through over the last 2 months with, the various countries. But you're probably right. I would have gone for you. But I would have not gone for most people. But he called me up. He said, please, I have it in Turkey. You got to be there. The United States has to be there. And so I'm going out of respect to President Erdogan.
Mr. President, what do you want the allies to do more than what they are doing right now? Do you
Just
have
be
a
loyal.
mass?
I just want their loyalty. We don't need their money. We don't need anything. We have the most powerful military in the world by far. But I just want loyalty. We're so loyal to them. We're always fighting for them. We have thousands of troops all over Europe. In Germany, we have 50,000 troops. And then you want give us a little nudge, give us a little kiss. We don't want much. And they say, no, we can't do it. We're paying hundreds of millions of dollars for the troops that we have in Germany, the troops that we have in UK, the troops that we have all over Europe. I will say Poland was very good. I endorsed him and he won. By the way, many people that I endorsed outside of the United States won. You know that, right? Do you know we had a big win yesterday with Colombia, a favorite place of Marco. Marco loves Colombia, but no, I endorsed a man who was, the end, and he won. But the same thing in Poland. He was number 10. I endorsed him. I didn't like the man that was the president at all, and I endorsed him. He was a fighter, a big fighter, a good fighter, and I endorsed him. He came from 10th place and he won. And they say it was the biggest upset in Europe in 50 years for a major election. And you know what? He's going to be a great president of Poland.
Mr. President,
but we have many people, South America, but we just the other day, we endorsed somebody that El Tigre. They call him El Tigre because he's tough. He's another fighter. I like fighters again.
Mr. President,
but he won.
Mr. President, you like winners. Do you think President Zelensky is winning right now?
Well, he's doing pretty well. Look, no matter how you look at it, he's doing pretty well. He's holding his own, at least. A lot of people dying on both sides, but I think he's doing pretty well. You got to hand it to him.
Can I ask you?
Look, you have to say he's courageous. He's got great equipment, but he's got great men. He's got fighters.
And can I ask you one other question?
Yeah.
Have you seen the report into the Minab school attacks? Can you tell us?
I have not seen it, no.
Why not?
At some point, well, I have to wait for it to be complete. I don't know that they're ever going to solve that problem. I mean, you could ask Pete, but I don't know that they're going to say it was one of our missiles. Pete, I don't know that they're ever going to solve that problem in terms of whose fault was it? Because there were missiles flying all over the place. And it's horrible what happened, but there were missiles flying all over the place. And somebody said it was our missile. Well, maybe it wasn't our missile, but I've seen nothing to lead me to believe it was. There were plenty of missiles being flown by other people. What do you think, Ben?
Well, Mr. President, we've taken the investigation very seriously, and when the appropriate time is right, whatever that outcome is, that'll be the time to divulge.
And do you know what the
I mean, if
results of
you
the
come up with the right
investigation
answer, I don't think it's going to be us. I don't think it was us. There were a lot of missiles being fired at that time. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you just had a colorful lunch on the Senate, in the Senate. Would you be open to a compromise measure that had provisions of the SAVE Act into a reconciliation bill?
Not really. No, the SAVE Act should be, there's no compromise. It's voter ID, it's proof of citizenship, and it's also the mail-in ballots. We want mail-in ballots for the military if they're away. We want them for people that are ill or people that are in some form handicapped or have a hard time, or people even that are on vacation. I'm open to that. But mail-in ballots, you have to vote because we have a lot of rigged elections.
And would you be open to the housing bill?
And then we added in men in women's sports is a no-no. No men in women's sports and no transgender mutilization of our children. These are 99% issues and we have to do it. We have to protect. Look at what's gone on in Los Angeles and California. The vote still hasn't been counted. What's it, 2 weeks now? It still hasn't been counted. And I don't know Spencer Pratt, but I watched him and he was doing really nicely. All of a sudden he's out. And I said he was going to be out because he was doing well. And then a week later, they started saying, oh, he's starting to lose favor. He's starting to lose. I said, they just rigged the election. And they were going to do that with Steve Hilton. He's a good man. And I asked the U.S. attorney to go look at their votes. And as soon as I did that, they announced that Steve Hilton would be a finalist. So, we have rigged elections. Now, in my case, I made it too big to rig. Remember the expression, too big to rig? But we have rigged, and we have to have voter ID. If we don't have voter ID and proof of citizenship, but basically it's the Save America Act. Everybody wants it. Everybody is it, including Democrats. 87% of Democrats want it. Not the leaders, because they want to cheat. Their policy is so bad, they're unelectable.
Would you veto the housing bill if it came to your desk, sir? Would you veto it?
About what?
If the housing bill that you didn't sign today, if it came
No,
to
I
your desk.
said I'm not signing the housing bill. I want to see what happens with it. Look, the housing bill is housing. I made billions of dollars with housing. I know housing better than anybody, maybe anywhere. It's all about the interest rate. Lower the interest rates, you can have all the housing you want. But you have to understand, I don't want to hurt people that own houses too. These people, for the first time in their lives, they have valuable houses. They become rich. I don't want to hurt them either.
Sir,
what you want to do is what good for everyone, get the interest rates down. We have this numbskull that was the head of the Fed before, and he's a stupid person. And we call him too late because he was too late with the interest rates all the time. We need low interest rates. Low interest rates will solve everything. We'll solve that. Now, despite that, we're doing well with housing. But where we're really doing well is oil is plummeting and costs are coming down. Affordability, we're doing great. The Democrats gave us a tremendous affordability problem, and we're reducing prices a lot.
Our new Prime Minister will be installed in a matter of weeks, could be 3 or 4 weeks. Would you want to be the first person on his list to visit globally?
No, but I think we're probably of a different persuasion. He's very liberal. But, I got along well with Starmer. I disagreed with Starmer. I said, you have two problems, immigration and energy, and crime too, by the way. Crime. You have a terrible mayor of London, by the way. I don't want to cause any problems, but your mayor of London is grossly incompetent, a bad person, and a horrible representative for your country. You know that. That's why you're smiling and laughing, and it's true. But you know that. The mayor of London is a horror show. But you have a crime problem. You have an immigration problem. The immigration helps cause the crime, by the way. And you have a tremendous energy problem. You're building stupid windmills all over the country, and they don't do the job. You have the greatest oil field in the world, one of them. It's called the North Sea oil.
Amen.
It was bidded out to Exxon, Chevron, Shell, British Petroleum. They are begging to go there and pay billions of dollars. And because the left is so crazy, they don't want the money. And the country is losing. I mean, your country is going to go bankrupt. Think of it. You have one of these. Now, most countries don't have that. You have the North Sea oil, and you have the best part of it. Think of it. You go to Norway, who doesn't have the best part of it, and you give them, and they have $2 trillion in the bank. They have $2 trillion, maybe more, because the UK pays them all this money and others. But you have one of the greatest fields. And I told this guy 15 times, and he wouldn't do it. I said, you're going to lose your prime ministership. And he did. In fact, I called it about 3 days early, right? Remember I said he was leaving? I wonder if that nudged him out.
Mr. President, on Iran, sir, would you block a final Iran deal if it included any kind of fees on shipping or maritime activities?
It would be unacceptable to me because we have numerous straits. And if you did that for them, you'd have to do it for other people. You have other straits. I wouldn't allow it there either. Yeah, it would be a game changer.
And have you made progress on munitions building in Europe? That's obviously something.
Yeah, we always make progress. Some of the countries that he represents are as good as him. He's great. They're lucky they have him. They're lucky they have that guy.
And the production.
Okay, behind you.
How do you think that Congress voting to end the war with Iran, even in a non-binding way, impacts your negotiations with Iran?
So we're doing great in our negotiations with Iran. Right in the middle of one of the key things, which we're going to get anyway, we have breaking news. The Senate has voted that they'd like Trump to stop the war. So Iran sees that and they go, what's that all about? Now, you know it's meaningless, right? But I had lunch with them. We had 4 Republican senators and all Democrats. You know, Democrats, they want to lose the war because they're stupid. That's why we call them Democrats, you know. I no longer use the E. I've changed the E into a U. We call them Democrats. They're dumb. Their policy is so bad. That's why they are opposed to the Save America Act because they don't want voter ID. They don't want proof of citizenship. You know why? Because they have to cheat. Their policy is so bad that if they don't cheat, they wouldn't win an election. They're phenomenal cheaters, and they stick together. But you know, the people, the Democrat people, are 87% in favor of the Save America Act.
Yeah, please. Thank you, Mr. President. Last night, of course, you know, as Peter pointed out, we saw the Mamdani back candidates win in Jeffries and Schumer's backyard. You told me in October that Schumer was gonzo and that Mamdani was the leader of the party. Does the last night's results affirm that assessment? And
well, Schumer's lost his way. He's become essentially a Palestinian. I think it's the greatest transformation of a political position I've ever seen. Chuck Schumer, who was a strong supporter of Israel, and he's become 100% Palestinian. In fact, I've asked for a beautiful, beautiful silk outfit to be sent in the Palestinian tradition. I'm going to send it to him as a birthday present. Now, it's the greatest transformation of a political ideology I've ever seen. Chuck Schumer is Jewish, and he was a strong supporter of Israel. Not that strong, because he let the Obama, even though he was opposed to it, he let the JCPOA get through. He could have fought that harder with Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? So, but Chuck Schumer's a Palestinian now. Sad.
Do Democrats have a problem on their hands now that, you know, Obama and Mamdani, they're two true leaders. Neither of them can run for president in 28.
Well, you know, Mamdani was here, as you know, twice. And he's a very nice guy. He's a charming guy, good-looking guy. We talk, but you can't raise taxes on people where you force them to leave your state or your city, and they're leaving and they're going to Florida. Most of them are going down to Palm Beach and Miami. They're just leaving, and they pay 90% of your taxes. And I keep wondering, how are you going to do this? Every day you read about somebody that's leaving for Florida, mostly Florida, and other places, but they're leaving. You can't put estate taxes on that are so high that when a loving father or mother dies and they leave it to their beautiful child, the child is supposed to pay 50% tax. That's on top of federal tax, right? So basically you're leaving them nothing. What you're doing is you just you can be liberal, you can be anything. It's common sense. You're forcing people to leave. And these are the people that pay the taxes. They pay 90% of the taxes, and they're leaving New York, and they're leaving California too. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. You said yes to the jet engines, but you're a very direct, very straightforward, no-nonsense man, as you're known in Turkey as well. What needs to happen for the F-35 deal to be finalized? What do you need to see?
Why don't you answer that question, JD? I want to give you an easy.
Okay, thank you, sir.
He's done a great job over there, by the way.
Well, I know that Pete and the entire team are reviewing this right now because there are certain things that we have to certify that have happened in order to comply with American law. The president has asked us to do that. We're running the traps and confirming that's happened. This is really a congressional thing and ensuring that Turkey has complied with American law so they can get the F-35s. And of course, we'll announce that when we have
We're gonna
that,
work on
that
it.
review complete.
Yeah, we're gonna work. Look, hey, he's a man he's a little controversial, but I am too. But I know him. I think he's a very good person. He's helped us a lot. Anytime I've helped, like as an example, I said, I'd love you to stay out of the war with Iran. That's a natural for him, right? He stayed out. I like him. A lot of times when they have a problem with Erdogan, they call me and they say, would you talk to him? They'll call me. They'll say, could you do me a favor and talk to him? You have a question in the back? No, yeah, in the back. I love your questions, but you asked it out.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, you instructed your Department of Justice to do an investigation for oil companies that you said gas prices were not coming down quick enough, and you are concerned that there is price gouging going on, taking advantage of the crisis. Sir, can you elaborate on that?
So it's ExxonMobil, it's Chevron, it's Shell, it's BP, it's a lot of them. The gasoline or the oil prices have come down so much, and we are not seeing anything at the pump by comparison to what it should be. We should be, in my opinion, at $2.25 right now at the pump. And we're higher than that. And we are doing a big investigation on it, yeah. They're not reducing the prices commensurate with what's happening. Look, we are sending out, think of it, 19 million barrels came out yesterday. That is a flood. That's like a gusher. That's an oil gusher. And they should be much lower, the gasoline prices, which really is what people see more than anything else, but for their car. But the gasoline prices should be much lower at the pump. And the oil companies are possibly gouging. I hope they're not, otherwise they're going to be in big trouble. They're going to be in big trouble. We're not going to play games.
Mr. President, have you spoken to them, sir? Have you spoken to the oil executive today about this?
I told them, don't gouge our people.
Mr. President, there's a report that you're going to present the World Cup at the final.
I am. Well, I've been asked to by soccer, by football, by Johnny. Johnny's done a great job. By the way, how hot is this?
And the Dutch are doing very well.
How hot is it? You're doing well. We're
doing very well.
Maybe we'll play you in the finals. No, but how hot?
And I'll have to beat it.
How hot has it been? It's been great. They came to the United States, which isn't a big, as they would say, football, but we can't because it's too confusing. We say soccer, but it's not very big at that. And this is the biggest they've ever had. They've never had anything like it. The numbers are bigger than any number, and there's great spirit. There's tremendous.
The Dutch
spirit.
king and queen.
I think Johnny has done a fantastic job, and yes, he has asked me to hand out the cup.
And will the fencing around the reflecting pool be down by July 4th, or is that going to be?
The pool?
Yeah.
It's in great shape. No, ready? Thugs. They just told me a little while ago, 6 have been arrested, and like 6 or 7 are under investigation. They have pictures and everything else. They went to the bottom, and it's not a paint job. It's very expensive. It's not rubber, but it's like rubber. And they went down with probably a box cutter or a very sharp razor of some kind or a knife, and they cut, and then they started ripping it up. You know why? Because they're sick people. And then the side of the pool, right at water level, they took razors and they started cutting this, very expensive stuff. It's incredible stuff. It's beautiful. And it's still beautiful. But we have one area where they cut it. It's still holding. It's not leaking. But they heard it. So in about probably maybe after July 4th or maybe before, I don't know, we'll let a little water out because it's at the edge. They'll cut it, they'll replace it, and it'll be as good as new. But these people should go to jail for a long time. There's a statute that I signed when I had my first term, that if you do anything to hurt statues or monuments, fountains in Washington, D.C., or federal fountain, it's actually federal all over the country, but you go to jail for 10 years and there's no shortcuts. In other words, it's not 5 years for good behavior. It's a very tough statute, and so tough that it really hasn't been used very much over the years. But I used it when they had a problem in Washington where they were trying to hurt, the sickos were trying to hurt things. And I announced it. As soon as I announced it, read it, announced it, and I said 10 years for anybody, everybody dropped what they had, including ropes. They had ropes. They were tying ropes around Thomas Jefferson's head, Andrew Jackson right up there. They had a rope around his head on that incredible statue outside. As soon as I invoked it, everybody left. That's still in play. They could go to jail for 10 years. They better be careful. They have a gash on that beautiful pool. It's a reflecting one. This is a very expensive material. Then on top of it, we did a much bigger job than we said we were going to do because we did all the outer areas and everything. We did a beautiful job. It's like a piece of glass. And for some reason, this disturbed the radical left lunatics. One of the guys, he's a member or a big payer to Act Blue. He's a big Hillary supporter. He's a big supporter of Sleepy Joe Biden. This is a very political thing. But as I understand it, 6 are under arrest. This was pure vandalism. It's an amazing thing that we did. Don't forget, it hasn't worked properly since it was built because it always leaked in 1922. So it was built in 1922. So that's 100 years more ago. It's never worked properly. I always say it had great potential. It was a disaster. Obama, because of the environment, took the water from the Potomac, and it was horrible. It was bad. I don't want to have to tell you what happened, but it was really bad. You can read about it. Biden, he didn't have any idea what the hell they were doing because he didn't know what anything was happening. But they spent over $100 million. We spent 14 or 15 and a lot less than that because a lot of these people work for the Parks Department anyway, so they're going to work. So I would say a lot less. And we put a great surface on. This is a world-class surface, and it looked beautiful. But they came in and they cut it, and then they grabbed it and they pulled it up. That's why it's all ripped. And who would even think of that? They're sick people. So I think they're in big trouble. But here's the bottom line. We temporarily patched it, even though we stopped the leak. It's so good that it with all that damage they did, it's not leaking. And it looks really beautiful. I just had pictures taken. It's reflective. It's beautiful, like it did a week ago. And then we're going to let a little water out because you have to let the water out to fix it. We're going to fix it, and then the water goes back in. It won't take long. We may do it before July 4th, or we may do it just after July 4th. Now, we have it a little bit fenced off because we have a big fireworks display. And tonight, I'm making a speech. And people like my speeches. But I guess we're going to have a lot of people over there. But tonight, we're going to have a lot of good entertainment. One of the greatest opera singers in the world. We think he's great. Lee Greenwood's going to be singing our favorite song. And we have a lot of great things. But I think I speak at about 7 o'clock tonight. So that's over at the mall. No, but the water looks great. But we will do the final fix-up. But just remember this. They took razor blades 350 feet. Coming from where he comes, they don't do that. They took, maybe a little bit. They took razor blades and knives, and they cut patches like that, 350 feet long. A lot of them are like a foot, a foot, a foot. They cut the lining. And there's pictures of the guy bending over. I don't know if anybody saw that, but there are pictures of the guy. And you say, who would do that? Maybe it's Trump derangement syndrome. You know, we fixed over 50 fountains and monuments in the city. The city is the safest it's ever been, ever. We have virtually no crime. We're crime-free. When we came here at the beginning, it was a horrible, crime-ridden city. And we have no crime, virtually no crime now. Everything's fixed. We have new grass. We took miles. We took so much. Nobody's ever seen anything like. Everything had graffiti on it. It's all gone. The tents all over the lawns, which were terrible, are all gone. The fences are all gone because nobody goes on the lawns anymore. But we fixed those. You know, grass has a life, just like people have a life. And we fixed the lawn, and it will be fixed. Now, one of the other things they did a job, around the reflecting pool, We have a huge field of grass. They poured acid on the grass. The same people, I guess, they poured acid. So that's in the process. It killed, acid kills grass quickly. So that's being fixed. But the reflecting pool is great, and it's going to look beautiful. It's so sad to see what they did. And then the fake news tries to say, oh, well, it didn't work. Of course it worked. Everything I do works. What I do works. What I do best is build. And we fixed, I think it's 52 all over the city they're talking about it. But the biggest thing is we have one of the safest cities. If you would have come here 2 years ago, you had a good chance of being mugged, although you're a very big guy. They would have mugged him up. They would have beat the hell out of him. He would have said, I'm never going back. Now you can walk with your beautiful wife. You can walk with your friends down to a restaurant. We were losing all our restaurants. Nobody wanted to go out. Even if you got into the restaurant, they'd rob you when you were in. Now you can't get into a restaurant, but the restaurateurs are opening restaurants all over the city. I'm so proud of it. Also, Memphis, take a look at Memphis. Take a look at in Louisiana. Take a look at what's happened. What we've done in Louisiana with New Orleans is incredible. The Governor Landry, called me. They just had Mardi Gras. He said, it's the safest Mardi Gras we've had in 75 years. It's great. We've done a good job. And you know what? In Chicago, they had many murders over the last week. Many. I could make Chicago with this group of strong people. That's okay. One thing we got from the Supreme Court, we have merit. So if you have great students, great marks, great scores, great boards, you get into a good college. If you're bad, you don't get into a good college. In other words, it's based on a tough decision for them. But that also applies to the military. We have tough people in the military. And the National Guard has done an incredible job in Washington. And my people have done an incredible job. So if you look at Memphis, crime is down 78%. I have a friend from Memphis who's going to leave. And he called me, he said, I've never seen anything like this. It's like a different city. And also in New Orleans, it's like people can't believe it. I could do that for Chicago. I'd love to do Chicago because Chicago's potentially a great city, but you're going to lose it. It's got to be done. We do something much more than they can do because we take people out and bring them back to the country from where they came out of jails, where they're drug lords and drug dealers and people from mental institutions. And I'd love to do it in Los Angeles. And I'd love to do it in New York City. I love New York. I'd like to see, they had a lot of problems in New York over the last couple of weeks. If we were there, they wouldn't have any of those problems. And we removed the bad people from those cities so they never come back. Now, some liberal people probably don't like the sound of that, but 92% of crime is caused in these cities is caused by 2% of the people. I love that number because it's easily solved. Think of that. 92% of the crime in Washington was caused by 2% of the people. We moved out almost 5,000 career criminals and people from other countries. And Washington now is one of the safest cities, I could say on the planet, but let's just say in the US. And it's beautiful now. The reflecting pool, but we have 52. I think it's much more than that. It's going to soon be more than that. You see them opening up. And my team has done an unbelievable job. Doug Burgum has been great. Department of the Interior and his people. Greg and all, these people, they're phenomenal. But think of that. You work so hard. You get it open way ahead of July 4th. July 4th was the key. And then somebody's in there with a knife cutting it and ripping the floor out. It's terrible. But the 350-foot gash in the side, it's a terrible thing. Ready? Here, I'm going to end on this. I'm so proud of Washington, D.C. It's become one of the hottest cities in the world. But what is the hottest in the world is the United States of America. We have the hottest city, and you know that. You were talking about that. 2 years ago, we were laughed at. We were a joke. We were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, everybody.
So, I think what a lot of people got out of this reading the comments, y'all took all of that, and what you got was the reflecting pool. I mean, wow. He said a whole lot of stuff there. I agreed with a lot of what he was saying at the end. What he did with Washington, D.C. is what everybody should want to be done with their city. Because what we pay our politicians to do is to fix our cities, our roads, clean up the crime, clean up the areas. He's right in that matter. DC was trash. But what he failed to mention is, yeah, crime's down, but where are all the kids at? Kids go missing by the daily, like 6 kids vanish a day from Washington, D.C. You never mention that one time. And you want to say the crime's gone down, but yet kids just don't vanish on their own. So until you start to really address some issues, I can't take that 100%. But hey, man, cleaning up the country, there's nothing wrong with it. Let's go with it. But yeah, what he did with DC, he should be doing with all the countries at this point. I appreciate that part of it all for sure. Everybody should want a clean country, and what they did to that reflecting pool just to address the staff is, or the chat, is that there's actual video of everything he said. So if you want to say what the lie is in the chat, I'm open. But there's video of it. I watched it. So like, I don't know what to say. I don't know how it's a lie. I get it. You guys think everything Trump says is a lie. Understandable. I get it. I've got some really crazy stories about these school teachers. But I do want to continue going down this Trump rabbit hole, and then I'll end it with my news, because once I get going with my news, I won't be able to stop and turn off again. It's either I go, yeah, I agree with the last 2 issues too. I agree with the last 2 issues. I can't go from Trump to like issues, then back to Trump. I was going to do that, but that's an emotional roller coaster. So let's get this little bit out the way. This next one, man, I was watching it, and this is what inspired me to go live, to be honest. We were talking about the data centers and all that stuff, and like somebody on my Discord was mentioning, we were talking about CERN and the Hadron Collider, how they just fired it up recently. And I actually have an article. I'll pull it up real fast just to show you guys. And then just the ironic part of it all is like, I'm talking within minutes of the conversation, I got off Discord and started watching Trump talk. And it just so happened he was talking about quantum computers being installed in what I believe to be all of the data centers. Now, I didn't finish watching the press conference because I wanted to watch it with you guys. So here it's this is CERN. This is CERN. And these are some students. They fired up the Hadron Collider again, and apparently they found the God particle that they've been searching for. So the Hadron Collider was fired up on June 7th through the 13th, which is a quantum computer, which is going to lead into, I'm not going to go deep into CERN. That's not what this is. I just wanted to show why I'm showing this next video and where it correlates with Donald Trump and our government and what's going on with us in particular. So that being said, hold on, let me get you over to the video where they talk about using quantum computers, I believe, for our data center too. Oh, I didn't pull it up. Damn it. Here it is, you guys. I'm sorry. I didn't pull it up. I'm going to show it before I switch it out. Here's the students. And here's the actual headline. Students take microbots project to CERN, walk where the God particle was found. So, back in 2012, they tried to find it. They got close, But then apparently they fired her back up on June 7th. I'm gonna have to go deeper into it. It's a whole nother topic for another day, but I just wanted to go ahead and correlate it with you guys. And here I go to the next part, which is Trump having a gang of white dudes and the damn tech people talking about exactly what I just said. So let's check it out. He signed 2 executive orders. I'm telling you, this is the AI takeover, you guys. This is what the guy said to me was like, this was the third and final leg of it. I mean, that's what I got out of it. Now, I was only 10 minutes in, so sue me if I'm wrong.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. And today I'm signing 2 very important executive orders on quantum technologies that will strengthen America's place as the world leader in this very important emerging field. I want to thank Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who's with us, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios. Thank you, Michael. Director of OMB Russ Vogt, who's cutting the budget by probably 40 to 50% this year. We're going to end up with a balanced budget. And National Cyber Director Sean Cairncross. And I appreciate all of you being here. Thanks as well to Chief Technology Officer of the United States, Dr. Ethan Klein. Ethan, thank you very much. Director of the National Quantum Coordination Office, Dr. Brad Blakestad, and Chief Information Officer of the Federal Government, Greg Barbacia, for joining us today. Thank you very much, fellas. It's great. We're also honored to be joined by Google President Ruth Porat. That's a big position. Okay. Google president. That's as big as being president of the country. There aren't too many. IBM CEO Arvind Krishna, who's a great man, who's a really great job. What a job you've done. I used to have that stock when it was much, much lower. I brilliantly sold it when I became president. That was not a good move. And Inflection CEO Matthew Kinsella, as well as Nobel Prize winning quantum physicist John Martinez. Right on. Should you tell them how many years ago it was?
Well, about 40 years ago.
Oh, yeah. By the way, another thing I thought that was very interesting, they mentioned John Trump, his uncle, and we know his connection with Tesla and the conspiracy of the time travel and all. Yeah, they made a point to mention his uncle John Trump in this.
Look good. Great job. I've been waiting for one of them too. They don't think 8 wars is enough, you know. I have to do 12 or 13, I think, even though nobody's ever done one. Quantum technologies represents the next generation of innovation across computing, sensing, and networking with enormous significance for our country's economic growth, scientific research, and cyber security. It's really a big deal that we're doing today, and the country is doing really well, as you know. In 2018, I signed the National Quantum Initiative Act into law, which led to doubling the federal government investment in quantum research and development. I think you all know about that. That helped unleash billions of dollars of private investment in America's quantum industrial base, promoting significant scientific and technological progress like we've never seen before, actually. We want to keep that positive momentum going in America with the orders that I'm signing today, and these will really have I think, place it a big step forward. We're already the leader by a lot, and we're going to be now the leader by a lot more. The first executive order launches a national effort to produce a quantum computer capable of performing important scientific calculations and to develop quantum-enabled sensors and networks in the next 5 years. And we're going to be investing in American quantum leadership like never before to stay ahead of the pack. We're way ahead right now, and we'll keep it that way. The second order I'm signing directs federal agency to transition to what is called quantum cryptography. Does anybody know what that is? You're going to hear very soon, so you're going to find it interesting, cryptography for their computer systems by 2031 and to lead the way for wider adoption of these extremely strong security standards. America is celebrating 250 years of ingenuity, innovation, and invention this year, and today's commitments to quantum leadership will help secure that legacy for decades to come. I just want to say before we introduce a couple of the people, we're doing very well with respect to the Hormuz Strait. We took in more oil yesterday than has ever gone through the strait. You probably see that we have an oil gusher. The strait is totally open. You know that, and we're negotiating. We'll see how that all goes. But we have two things: we have an open strait, and we have a country that will never have a nuclear weapon. Will never, ever have a nuclear weapon. So now I'd like to invite Michael Kratsios, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, to say a few words, followed by National Cyber Director Sean Cairncross and Secretary Wright, who's doing a fantastic job over in Venezuela and every place else he touches. Venezuela, by the way, has been amazing. We are really having a great relationship with that country, taking out tremendous amounts of oil. Far, far more than that particular war cost, many, many times, sending it to Houston, sending it to Louisiana, sending it to lots of places. And Venezuela is also doing well. Venezuela is doing better than it's done in maybe ever. So it's been an amazing situation. Where did you ever hear of getting money back from the war by 42 times over, right, Pete? Nobody does that. And I think Iran, I can say on a sort of a different scale, is in its own way working out very well. Maybe it's hard to say just as well, but maybe almost just as well. And we're doing very well in terms of negotiating a fair and reasonable deal. One of the things that we are doing also, and it came up last night, is money that's being unfrozen is going to be used to buy food, and the food's going to be bought exclusively through the United States from our farmers. And corn, soybeans, all of the things they need are going to be bought from our farmers. So our farmers are very happy. I've had a lot of calls. They were very happy about that. So now I'd like to ask Michael to say a few words, and we'll follow up by the other two gentlemen, the three gentlemen, and then if anybody has anything to say, and we'll take some questions at the end. So Michael, go ahead.
So, Mr. President, as you mentioned in your remarks, you were the first president in history to prioritize quantum as a scientific priority of the United States government in your first administration. And since then, there's been a big leap in the investment the private sector has made in this particular domain. And we're now at the moment where a lot of that research is starting to pay off into commercial applications. And what this executive order will do is turbocharge that. First and foremost, it's going to task the Department of Energy to create a scientifically relevant quantum computer, which is going to help pave the way for even larger computers for the private sector. Secondly, we're going to be focusing on sensors and networking. So agencies like the Department of War, along with the Department of Energy, are going to be doing a wide variety of sensing and networking work. So this is a big step forward, and as one of our two top science technology priorities, we're excited to kick things off today.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job, Michael. Sean, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. You continue to be the most forward-leaning president in innovation in American history.
Is that all?
That's necessary. But no, and while you recognize the tremendous potential quantum has to advance medical research and cryptography and improve the lives of American people, you also recognize the security implications. As quantum rolls forward, it will challenge public key cryptography, which is what secures everything. It secures our financial transactions, our civilian critical infrastructure, and it secures the digital systems that Americans rely on for their daily life. And these two executive orders, which pair innovation and security, will.
Okay, what he's talking about, I swear to you, is our data centers. I'm telling you, what this guy is going around about talking about our data centers, clearly. So my opinion, miss, anybody in the chat, call me crazy. Are they not setting up a bunch of little like CERNs around our country now?
Address those issues. As we move forward, innovation and security have to be balanced. You recognize that the actions that you take today will make sure that American systems are trusted and secure and safe moving forward. And I just want to thank our tremendous American companies with whom we've been working so closely. I think it's fair to say we have an unprecedented relationship in this. I want to thank our colleagues in the interagency who have been tremendous. It's such a mission-focused group of people. And obviously none of this happens, sir, without your leadership. So you're securing our systems for generations to come. Thank you.
And you've done a great job. Both of you have, actually. Chris Wright, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So 141 years ago, Albert Einstein, 121 years ago, Albert Einstein published a paper.
Nobody cares.
Good point, good point.
I never come back. And usually they won't catch you.
Published a paper on the photoelectric effect, recognizing the quantum behavior of light, that it came in quanta. 40 years after that, President Trump's uncle, John Trump, was a pioneer in applying light radiation and the reflections of it to develop radar at the MIT Radiation Lab, critical in D-Day, critical in the end in winning World War II. That's
He also stole Tesla's all of his stuff and watched him unalive and used that technology against us. Here you go. They're telling us right.
Yeah, I don't know if he technically stole it, but yeah. All right.
Told you. Yeah, he stole it. They took it as soon as he. It was as soon as.
Oh yeah, they definitely took it. Oh, the government did. Yeah.
Yeah. John J. Trump was one of the first ones to do it. All right.
The parallel of quantum innovation. 40 years after that, John Martinez down there pioneered taking quantum effects and building them into a device to capture that behavior. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics just last year for that discovery, that breakthrough. But 40 years, quantum phenomena are tough to harvest and tough to work with. But here we are, thanks to President Trump's leadership in the first term with Director Crackdown, to launch a major national effort on quantum. This is taking it to the next level. The future of computing is going to be a three-legged stool. High performance computing, basically Moore's law in semiconductor manufacturing. It's artificial intelligence that everyone's seeing and hearing about that's supercharging it. The third leg of that computing stool is going to be scientifically relevant quantum computing. This is tricky. We're not there yet. We're close. But with this executive order and this coordinated effort, we will have scientifically relevant, meaning error-corrected quantum computing during this administration. The impacts of it will be tremendous.
Just if I might, so with respect to the Strait, Hormuz Strait, a lot of oil pouring out, right?
A lot of oil pouring out. Despite Iran's efforts or pushback, we are flowing oil through the Strait of Hormuz and natural gas at pre-crisis levels. We could get to above that. We will get to above that, but things today are going very well. Thanks to the U.S. military and
I just want to point out how they gave us that very critical information and then quickly went to the Strait of Hormuz. Quickly went over to another topic. Just switched right over it. Boom. Don't even pay attention to what we just told you. Don't even pay attention. Nothing to hear here. Wow.
Hegseth down the line here.
And 2 days ago, we set a record, most ever taken out of the Strait. It's pent up, but it's a record. Did you know of my uncle at all?
No.
You did?
No.
Sorry. Oh. Mr. Goodman,
I'm
would you like
Berkeley and MIT.
No, but MIT's fine. Howard, do you want to say something? Yeah.
So you're accelerating quantum with this, continuing to push America forward.
I'll answer that question real fast, chat. Let me answer this question real fast. Somebody says if the machines are doing the work, how are we going to earn a living? Well, it's going to be universal basic income, kind of like during the pandemic when everybody got paid to stay home. It's going to be the same type of thing. Like China, you literally will have a social credit score. That's what all this is about. They'll send you money, you'll get your money, But hey, you don't take out the trash that week, you get deducted money. You make a bad post, that's how full control over you. Full control. That's what it is. Full control.
Now, I have the honor that John Martinez was a member of the Commerce Department and NIST, and he's a Nobel Prize winning alum, which is, if you don't think that people in the Commerce Department and in NIST are the best, I mean, here's an example. Nobel Prize winner who was part of our team. You all know that the government invested $2 billion just a couple of weeks ago in quantum to drive it forward. And besides investing in the companies, we've also invested in fabs to build quantum for others so we can manufacture these quantum in America. They have Ruth Porat from Alphabet. They are doing amazing investing in building quantum. And you have Arvind right next from IBM. We invested in his fab. He's got a leading fab, so he's going to be building those chips, right? So that's that idea. And then lastly, post-quantum cryptography, right? Once you have quantum chips, we've got to protect everyone in this government, post-quantum cryptography. So NIST and the Department of Commerce is going to lead the charge to make sure all of us are protected and defended. So we know how to deal with quantum when it comes. We're going to lead in quantum, and we're going to make sure we stay safe. And these are both the things you're signing today. And that's why you have such an amazing team behind you, because you are leading the charge in quantum for America.
And Ruth, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you. First, thank you so much for convening us for this important meeting and these two executive orders. We completely agree. Quantum is a breakthrough critical technology. The U.S. is in the lead. We will stay in the lead. At Google, we're really proud of our innovations. And thank you, Secretary Letnick. We've been investing for more than a decade in quantum. And back in 2019, we were the first company actually to achieve quantum supremacy. Didn't stop there. About a year and a half ago, we unveiled a new chip, the Willow chip, which is a great example of American innovation manufactured here in the United States. And what the Willow chip does, it enabled us to do a computation in less than 5 minutes that previously on the best supercomputer would have taken 10 septillion years, which is 1 in 25 zeros. So
That's pretty good.
It's a lot. And what's exciting about this is what it means for our children and grandchildren. It's about medical breakthroughs, nuclear fusion, material science. So we're really excited about the opportunity. And then also around post-quantum cryptography and the work that we're doing there. Absolutely critical that we also keep America safe, everyone safe. So we have been deploying that across our products and services. And it's a critical opportunity. I think with these two EOs, it lays the foundation for one, protecting America, as well as continuing to benefit on the upside. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Say hello to everybody.
Absolutely.
Arvind, please, IBM.
So first, I'd like to thank the President for both of these EOs. The role of the government is often underestimated. The role of the government in pushing innovation and technology forward is what both of these will achieve. Asking for the investment in quantum computing, asking that the departments all work together, will actually accelerate what industry does, because that gives us the confidence to invest even more. And that is what we commit to do, to get these systems out and to get what both the secretaries asked for, to get the systems out during your current term. So we will go and invest in doing that. And I'd also like to thank Commerce for the investment they made in accelerating the ability to build fabs so that we can actually make these in America.
Good, thank you very much. Would you like to say something, Russell, about how well we're doing on the budget and things?
Well, we're making tons of progress. I think last year you had the most fiscally consequential year in history, a story that's largely been unwritten. But today, this is
They don't want to write it. They don't want to. It's true. Go ahead.
More savings.
You might as well say it because they will.
More savings than ever before in history. Today's about the investments that we're going to prioritize. So we'll save in places, but we're going to do what's necessary to invest in the future, in industries of the future. That's what today is about. Quantum is one of those areas in the first term and now in the second term.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Any questions, please?
Treasury lifted sanctions on Iranian oil today.
Well, I'm going to have to find out exactly the status. But if the sanctions go out, money's going to be put into this country. All that money's coming back in the form of purchases of food, which they desperately need. They have 91 million people. They can't feed them. So the money that we lift is going to go to our farmers, largely to our farmers.
Can you ensure that the Iranians won't use profits from oil sales to rebuild their military? Just
Well, they're not
prepare for the
supposed to
next
be
conflict?
doing that, sir. We'll see, but they're supposed to use money to buy food for their people, because right now their people are very hungry, and they're buying it exclusively from us. Corn, soybeans, it should be a lot of money. I hope it's a lot of money.
If the war with Iran could cause a worldwide depression, as you noted, Mr. President, are you willing to risk economic catastrophe and strike Iran
Well,
again?
not the way I'm doing it.
Not
It's
the way
not
you're-
going to cause depression.
Yes, but if they don't abide by the
Well,
memorandum of
nuclear
understanding.
weapon supersedes depression. Depression's real bad. Nuclear weapon will cause depression much more quickly. The way we're doing it, we have the opposite of a depression. We're doing really well. The numbers are incredible. The oil is at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Oil prices are way down. I think they're very comparable to what they were. Chris, I don't know, pretty comparable to what they were before we started.
They've returned most of the way back down.
Yeah.
So if Iran does not abide by the MOU, are you still
Well, I
willing
didn't
for strikes?
say
And
it
does it
would
give them
cause
leverage?
a depression. I said it could cause a depression, right? And they said that I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. That's a president I don't want to be, because he was in charge during the Great Depression. And certainly a lot of bad things could happen. That would be one of the things. I don't think it would, but if it did. But no, if Iran doesn't live up to their agreement, or if they're not behaving, I will do what I have to do.
Does that give them leverage over you, Mr. President?
Say it.
Does that give them leverage, the Iranians leverage over you?
Oh, you're so leverage. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their leaders are all dead. Their whole country is a mess. Their economy is shot. The Times, the fake New York Times said, oh, it's about the same as it was 4 months ago. No, 4 months ago they had a Navy, 159 ships to be exact. It's gone. The whole Navy's gone. Their 250 airplanes, all gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. Their radar is gone. These guys love radar. Their radar is gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. Their whole country is gone. And the Times said, oh, they're about the same as they were 4 months ago. The reason the news is doing so badly, or let's put it another way, the reason that I won in a landslide, even though I got 92% negative press, all fake press, is because nobody believes the press anymore. And they have to start believing. When the Times and a couple of others, they're grasping for straws. When they say that Iran is about the same as it was 4 months. 4 months ago, they had a powerful Navy, they had a powerful Air Force. Most of their missiles are gone. Most of their launching pads are gone. Most of their manufacturing capacity for drones and missiles is gone. About 87% gone. And then I hear, oh, they're in such shape. No, they're gone. And their first level of leaders, gone. Their second level of leaders, gone. Their third level of leaders, you have to hear the conversations. Who wants to be president? Well, I don't want it. Nobody wants to be president. And then we have to read that they're doing well. They're doing so badly. In the meantime, we're setting records. We have the strongest economy we've ever had. We have $18 to $19 trillion being poured into our country. We're building factories all over the place. We have more people working today than at any time in the history of our country at higher salaries. So when you ask a question like that, it's so stupid. Here's another beauty. Watch this one.
Well, earlier today, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his forces are not leaving Lebanon. That is a sticking point in these conversations. He said it publicly in Israel.
Well, we're going to take a look at it.
Well, what would you do to make sure that he doesn't
Well, I'm not going
sabotage
to
the
tell you
deal?
what I'm going to do, but it gets solved. I'm a problem solver. I get problem solved real fast, including with Bibi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. What's the latest you've heard from the Vice President? Are you happy with his negotiations?
Yeah.
And can you share a little bit about what Secretary Rubio will be doing in the Middle East this week?
I think that they're doing a fantastic job. Our secretary is fantastic. I think he's maybe going to go down as the best ever. And I thought J.D. Vance this morning was fantastic. I watched his news conference, and from Switzerland, he's a very smart guy. He did a great job. You know, when I look at the Democrats, I call them the Democrats. They're dumb. The Democrats, when I watched that, where one of them thought it was World War XI. She said, World War XI. She meant World War II. You know about that, right? This is one of their potential leaders, Ilhan Omar, who married her brother to get into the country, by the way, illegally. But when I watch AOC, have no idea what a simple question, what happened when she was over in Switzerland, which she probably never went there before, but she was. And then I watch somebody like JD or Marco. I said, what a difference. What a difference. What a difference.
You do know what's in Switzerland, right? CERN? CERN's in Switzerland, just to make that clear.
It's a brain mix.
Mr. President, the candidate Sir, you've been quite critical of Prime Minister Starmer, and he's now resigned. Your thoughts, and who would you like to see as the next Prime Minister of the UK?
I was critical only from this, because I think he's a lovely man, but I said, you're really messing up energy. You have windmills all over the place. In the meantime, you have the North Sea oil, and they won't let anybody drill. It's one of the great fields in the world, and they haven't even found most. You know that the UK buys much of its energy. You know where? Norway. You know where they get their oil? The North Sea. The UK has a much better portion of the North Sea. They don't want to do it for environmental purposes, okay? And I told him, he's a very nice man. I mean, sort of a friend of mine. I mean, he was not good to us with NATO, Pete, right? He said, we can't use the island to land. That was the first. For a couple of weeks, he said, well, but ultimately, I gave it to you. Now, that was a bad move. That hurt him badly. But I mean, I wish him well, but he's got two problems: energy and immigration and crime. But energy and immigration.
And your preference on the next one?
And he's really hurt himself very, very badly. Please go.
Can you tell us about your meeting with the defense contractors on Wednesday and what you plan to tell them?
The meeting coming up, because I've met with them before. We're building plants all over the country. They are not allowed to take any more stock buybacks. Do you do stock buybacks by any chance? Not too much, right? No, because you want to invest in product. It's just an artificial way of raising a price if you're running a bad company. So they spent $51 billion on stock buybacks instead of spending them on plants. Now they can't do that anymore. Now they are spending a lot of money. We're building many plants throughout the country. They're dealing with General Motors. They're dealing with Ford. But I know General Motors is all excited about building weapons now. They have some plants which are going to switch over, and we're going to build weapons, including the Patriot, including the Tomahawk, and lots of other things. And we're really in a big, strong economic push to do the weapons. And some of the car companies, if they have any excess capacity, they're making a deal to build missiles and the Patriot in particular. We have quite a few of them, but we want to make sure we have always a lot of them.
Mr. President, the candidate that you endorse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations on the quantum physics EO to all of you. Vice President Vance said that there are mechanisms in place to make sure that there's not escalations with the Strait of Hormuz and with Israel and Lebanon. Can you talk about what those mechanisms are, and are you in direct talks with the Supreme Leader?
Yeah, look, here's the thing. As long as they respect us, I don't want to use the word fear because that's an inappropriate word, but as long as they respect us, we're not going to have any trouble. We have total control of the strait.
So the mechanism is
we have a Navy that had a blockade. I think the blockade was more impactful than dropping bombs, if you want to know the truth. It was like I said, they call it the steel wall. Nobody got through. Not one ship got through, able to go to Iran. They got through if we wanted them to go through. And we could set that up again in about 15 minutes. I would say, Pete, one phone call. How long would it take? Maybe half hour?
They're ready to go right now if you need to.
It'll be before we finish the meeting. No, we have, as long as they respect us, we're going to be fine. If they don't respect us, things wouldn't be good, but they have a lot of respect. Don't forget, we had presidents that should have done this for 47 years. Nobody did it. Obama gave them a road to a nuclear weapon. I gave them a wall against a nuclear. They can never, under this agreement, they'll never even think about building a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, on Colombia, the candidate.
Oh, El Tigre.
Yeah, Abelardo de Espriella. We know that you had a phone.
I endorsed him. He was in 10th place. I endorsed him and he won the election.
Yeah, we know that you had a
no
phone.
different than this country.
You had a phone conversation with Abelardo de Espriella in the last hours. What can you tell us about that phone conversation? And what do you see? What do you anticipate?
You're from Colombia?
Yes, sir. I'm from Colombia.
So he called.
Great city.
He called me last night and he thanked me for the endorsement. He won. He won the election. He wasn't anticipated to win, but he won and he won handily. It's just an honor. He was just a good man. I'd watch him a little bit speak. And he always speak, when people like me, I like them. It's very simple. It's a very simple formula, and I like him. He said really nice things about me and the job we've done in the United States, and very, very powerful. And he won an election in Colombia that, I don't know, some people were surprised because he was a little bit further down the pack, but he won easily last night. He won called me at 8:30 in the evening just to thank me very much. And I said, you ran a great campaign. He's El Tigre, right?
Yeah. And what do you anticipate for the relation with Colombia? Colombia is such an
much better. It'll be better. He's going to be a great president.
Are the contractors who did the initial work with the reflecting pool, are they to blame for the current condition, or is it the vandals that you mentioned?
Vandals. We have I think 290, 300 foot slit right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind. But we had people lifting up the basic, it's not a lot of damage, but we'll probably have to let the water out and refix it. They went in there with a knife. I was just told by the people over at Parks, they have 5 people are arrested and 5 people are under investigation right now. And it's a sad thing. In addition to that, we put brand new, beautiful grass all around. They put these massive letters on the grass. You probably know about that, right? And they said 8647. They probably got that from the dirty cop. Told me, he's a dirty cop, don't you? Dirty cop. He's a crooked guy. They destroyed the grass. So that's a big thing. But we're going to get it back very soon.
National Guard and police have been all over the mall. How would these vandals have gotten so close to do something like that?
You have any proof of
I mean, we didn't have a lot of them then. Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
But do you have proof of that? That they used the knife? Do you have photos or videos?
Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350 foot slit from one end to the other, you think that's proof? You think that's proof?
Reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and there's no evidence of it.
All you'd have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you. See the secretary. But I saw it. They cut it. They cut it very violently. The same thing with the floor. They cut it. And then they lifted it. They pulled it. And that's what it is. And, we've done over 50 monuments. Number one, we start with, this is now a safe city. It's as safe a city as you're going to get in the country. And when I came here, it was a very dangerous city. And number two, what we did is the beautification with the parks and the grass and everything, removal of all the tents. And this is like a different place. One of the things we did is over 50 fountains and statues, most of which were in horrible shape. All of them were bad, but some were just absolutely horrible. Graffiti, you couldn't even see the stone. They've all been fixed. We also fixed the reflecting pool. In fact, if you go over there right now, it looks very good. It's up. Somebody said fertilizer in the water. If you put fertilizer in the water, you get algae. But somebody said they might have put fertilizer. They did something to create the algae, but that doesn't matter because that's been purified. It's dead. Laying at the bottom, they're taking it out. They vacuum it out. They vacuum it very carefully out. And it'll be back to health pretty soon. We're going to have to let the water out to fix there's 2 little areas, very little areas where they were cut. And we'll fix that, but it's not leaking or anything. It's got a base underneath.
Part of what's curious about this situation is we stood here with you in April when you first revealed the plans.
I said what?
In April, you showed us pictures of what you were going to do at the pool, and you said you had a guy was going to do it in a week for about $1 million.
Well,
It's been 2 months and $16.5 million.
Yeah, okay, ready? Barack Hussein Obama, have you ever heard of him?
Yeah.
He spent 2 years and over $100 million on trying to fix it. You know what happened to it? Never even opened.
Right.
He took the water for the river. You know about that, right? It turned out to be putrid, and it destroyed the whole thing. Spent over $100 million. Him and Biden together spent $147 million. You know what happened? Never opened. You don't mention that, right?
But the
we spent about 10. Much of the money we spent are park workers. They're there whether they do this or not, as you know. They work in the park, and they're very good workers. They did a great job. So they were going to spend $300 to $400 million. You know that, and it was going to take 4 years. I spent about 6-7 weeks, and I spent probably in terms of outside, probably $10 million, around 10 million. They say 16, but a lot of that's workers that work for the same thing. So they were going to spend 400 million. I spent 10. They were going to spend 4 years. I spent 2 months, maybe less. And I have a better product. Now, I can't help it if somebody goes in with a knife and starts hacking it up. And we also have pictures of it. You know, we have.
Can you
pictures.
release the photos? We've been
No, at the
asking
right
for
time
that.
you'll see it. You'll see it in court. You'll see it in court. But all you have to do is call the Parks Department. Call the Department of Interior, and I don't know if their lawyers will allow you to speak to them because you know you write fake news. But call the Interior Department, and I understand they've arrested 5 people, and they have another 5 people that are under investigation. Here's the bottom line: we made so much progress in this city. People don't even recognize it. By the way, Memphis, Tennessee, crime is down 78% in a matter of months. It was a hellhole. New Orleans, crime is down 79%. And they had Mardi Gras. It was the safest Mardi Gras they've had in 50 years. The governor called me. Governor Landry called me. Safest Mardi Gras they've had in, and by the way, Chicago, which is a shooting field right now, if the governor would call me, Governor Pritzker would call me, I would solve the Chicago problem. In 3-4 months, you'd have virtually a crime-free city. We'll remove all of the bad ones. You have criminals. You have career criminals that came in through the border because of Sleepy Joe Biden. You ever hear of Sleepy Joe Biden? Do you ever hear of him? He let people come into this country, and we can never forget that that happened. Guys like you should never forget that that happened. They were murderers, drug dealers, mental patients. They took them out of prisons. They took them out of mental institutions. You should never forget that that happened.
Mr. President, you're
Let's
meeting.
leave on a nicer note.
You were meeting with NATO's Mark Rutte on Wednesday.
Good.
You've had Secretary Hegseth review U.S. presence
I
in
did.
NATO countries. Talk to us about that conversation. Are you planning
Well,
on
look,
drawing down U.S.
NATO.
troops?
It's NATO, basically, the question. So we have been a great member of NATO, in many ways, certainly the predominant member. We paid trillions of dollars over the years, not billions, trillions over the years to protect Europe. When we wanted to know, we didn't need any help at all. I said to Pete, let's see if they'd actually come. So we asked them to come, and they weren't there for us. So we spent, it's stupid that they weren't. By the way, Starmer wasn't there. And you know what? The people of the UK did not like it that he wasn't there. Starmer said no. Starmer said worse than no. He said, we'll be there as soon as you win. I said, we don't need you as soon as we win. Before I went in, we called him. He said, oh, wow, we'll be there. This was not Winston Churchill we're dealing with, that I can tell you. But Starmer said, we'll be there, right, Pete? As soon as we win. As soon as we win, they're going to come and help us, okay? Thanks. But you know what? Italy was very bad. Italy was very bad, and other countries, Germany was very bad. So we spent all of this money, probably 600, I think we spent 600 million a year, right? Well, I would say that. I think the real number, think of that. The numbers that we spend are so crazy for NATO, and they weren't there for us. So I say to Pete, and I say to everybody else, if we're spending all of this money, just hundreds of millions of dollars to protect them from Russia, mostly, Okay, so we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year. You know, the case could be made that we spent all of the money over the years before me. I cut it back. But listen, we spend all of this money, and then when we want to maybe have help on small stuff, this is small time. This is not the big one. This is small potatoes. They say no, would rather not help. Stupid thing to say, because we can say that to them if we want, and we might.
It's the 1-year anniversary of Operation Midnight Hammer. If you could go back in time, is there anything you would do differently?
No.
Nothing at
It was
all?
the most successful attack that anyone's ever seen with a bomber that totally wiped out their nuclear potential. If we didn't do that, you'd have no Israel right now. Israel would not exist, and most of the Middle East would not exist. They were 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. If we wouldn't have done that, Pete, they would have had a nuclear weapon. You want to say something about that?
Yes, sir. I wasn't aware it was 1 year, but you don't have the situation we have now, a position of strength where Iran's going to give up their nuclear program without Midnight Hammer, which no other country on planet Earth could remotely conceivably pull off that from start to finish, 37 hours back and forth. Iran never saw it, and every munition, precision munition that only we make, hit exactly where we wanted it to, because
they knew we were coming, and they could do nothing.
They could do nothing about it with their air defenses, which are even further now degraded. And that's what everyone misses in the press, and the president's right to call it fake news, because the overwhelming military victory that has been had over Iran is what has set the conditions for them to be at the table with our negotiators. And we will ensure, whether it's through a deal or through the War Department, that they never get a nuclear weapon because of this president right here.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Russ.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look at it where I stopped it. Do you think that was perfect timing or what? Wow. Not on purpose, ladies and gentlemen. Not on purpose. To the guys, check it out. Hurry up, hurry up. All right. I did not do that on purpose. So I am not going to let the reflection pool negate what we just watched at the beginning about the quantum computers being installed across our country. I'm assuming in all these data centers, and how they're using it to control against or using it to gain control against us. And we're talking about a reflection pool. I just don't understand it. That you really want to talk about a distraction. There's a real distraction for everybody right there. I mean, I don't know what to say. I just don't even know what to say, you know? Pete Hare Hegseth. Tiff, you're not that funny. Come on, get funnier. Get funnier. You're being like kind of a corny liberal. I'm just being honest. Come on. Corny liberal. Liberal talk. I'm sure you got pretty pink hair, but you know, you sound stupid. Sorry. But Pete Hair Gel Hegseth, let's go. Anyways, I really got these stories about 3 teachers and why it's really bad to send your children to a public school. Then I'm going to get into this little trafficking thing, but I got one more Trump thing I want to get out the way for now until we get into the stories. Because once I get into the stories, I'm going to probably rant, I'm going to get pissed off, and then I'm going to be getting off of here. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on. This is from today. This is America's Workers First. I thought this was pretty dope. He's talking to a bunch of Americans, and everybody seemed pretty fired up. I have no clue. I watched like 4 minutes of it, and I'm America first of anything, so I'm all for the workers. So American workers first, let's go. I'm with it. So let me go ahead and switch this over real fast and get this bad boy going. Man, and being this far behind, you never thought we'd get this many behind. Dude, there's so much. I can't even get to the G7. Like, I want to watch the G7, but I'll probably do that tomorrow.
Yeah. I feel you.
Hello, Pennsylvania. I won this place so much. We won. Well, I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible Commonwealth with the proud, hard-working patriots of Lehigh Valley. And I'm also proud to say I won this state in a landslide. We won it by so much. And remember, I had the couple of little statements, too big to rig, make it too big to rig, because these people cheat like hell. They cheat like hell, but we won it by a lot. And maybe we should run again. Should we run one more time? I'd like to do that. But I got more votes than any candidate in the history of Pennsylvania. Can you believe that, Bo? You would have gotten more. And today I'm especially honored to be here in the place that builds some of the toughest vehicles on the road, Mack Trucks. Mack Trucks is doing a great job. We have all of the Mack people, the chairman. We have the whole group here, all the leaders, the big guys. They're trying to get a contract for 15,000 trucks. 15,000. I said, that's a lot. I said, how many are you looking for? 10, 15? No, 15,000, sir. That's a lot of trucks. For more than 100 years, this legendary company has been making trucks right here in eastern Pennsylvania, building the heavy-duty machinery that keeps our economy rolling, our factories moving, and our industries roaring all across the nation. And you are the men and women who put your pride and spirit into those beautiful words, stamped on every Mack truck that said, made in the USA. It's made in the USA. And I want to especially thank the president of Mack Trucks, Stephen Roy, who I just met, who's a great guy, a great patriot, very Republican too, which I like. He's a very strong Republican. Stephen, where are you, Stephen? Stephen. We got to get a certain very talented congressman reelected. You know that. We got to get him. Where are you? Where are you, Mr. Congressman? We got to get you back in. Thank you. And thank you, Stephen. But a very special thanks to every single worker at this fantastic factory. The job you're doing here is incredible. And I know you're applying for a big one, and we'll see how that goes. We'll have to call up some people and see if it's good. If your price is right. Is your price right, Stephen? I don't know. Maybe we'll get it down a little bit. We'll get it down. 15,000 trucks. That's a lot of trucks. But that's what this is all about. It's greatness. You built this country, and you're the ones who are making America great again. We're the hottest country in the world. For decades, the workers of this Commonwealth watched globalist politicians let other countries rip you off and close your factories, rob your jobs, take them away to foreign lands. And then I came along. We stopped it very quickly. Then we had a rigged election. But they were so stupid, they kept everything going a little bit for us. And what we've done in the last year and a half, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They put America first. They put China first. They put illegal aliens first and everybody else first but you. But we put you first by a lot. But at long last, you finally have a president who is putting workers first, putting Pennsylvania first, and putting America first. We're doing that, and we're doing it like nobody's ever seen before. And starting on my first day back in office, and this goes all the way back to 2016 too, but right from a year and a half ago, nobody's ever seen anything like this. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world by a lot. But I stood up to the trade cheaters. They're cheaters and abusers and violators of the world like no president has ever stood up before. And now I'm standing up again because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, if that's okay. And we're doing quite well. I placed 50% tariffs on foreign copper, aluminum, and steel so they couldn't come in and steal your jobs. And sometimes even more than 100% tariffs
they weren't going to come in from foreign lands and steal your jobs. If they wanted to come in, they pay 100%, they pay 200%, they pay, I don't care what it is. They're not going to steal your jobs, okay? And they stop. And right now we have more factories being built, and I mean car factories, AI factories, factories of every type than we've ever had in the history of our country by 3 times. That's because they didn't want to pay the tariff. How don't you pay a tariff? You build your factory here and you hire American workers. It's quite simple, actually. But as you know, I placed a 25% tariff on foreign automobiles, and very importantly, I posed a 25% tariff on medium and heavy-duty trucks so that Mack Truck could do very well with its factory in Pennsylvania. But all American roads will be filled with American trucks very shortly. Very few people are able to compete with us anymore. They used to rip us off. It was like we were a bunch of babies. American labor worked with us, too. I just met the head of your unions, and they've been terrific. They work with us, and they're fair. They treated us good. Maybe we can negotiate a little bit tougher. Where the hell are the union guys? Those guys are great. They're great. There they are. I want to just say hello. We gotta make sure you vote for our congressman here. I'm not doing this for my health. Right? Muser. We even have Muser here. That's right. Within a single year of taking office, I slashed trade deficit with China by the largest amount in the history of trade. And we, by the way, have the biggest trade deficit cut in the history of our country, 67%. Think of this. We had a trade deficit. We cut our trade deficit. If you're a president and you cut it by 1%, they say, oh, you're doing a great job. 2%, you're a genius. I cut it by 67%. That's why you have all of these factories being built. They'll soon be opening. They're already opening. But when those factories are opening, I don't know what you're going to do. You're going to negotiate very good salaries, that I can tell you, because they need you. In many ways, they need you more than you need them. American exports to the rest of the world are up by $150 billion. You hear that, Bo? It's not bad. You got to wrestle a long way to make that. Bo is going to have to win a lot of tournaments to have to make that money. Think of it, $150 billion up. We never had that. We always have losses. We take in much more than we send out. Now we're up $150 billion, and that's nothing, because when all these factories are opening up, Mr. Senator, another great one. What a great senator you have. Did you fight hard? David, did you fight hard? He was with me at, I think, every stop. I said, where the hell is David? He's right there, sir. And he's working hard, and he's a great guy, and he's working very hard for you. But a short time ago, we were a dead country. We were laughed at all over the world. We were a dead country. People were laughing. They were saying, what the hell happened to that country? The king of Saudi Arabia said it 2 years ago. I was over there. He said, you know, sir, 2 years ago, you were a dead country, and now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. And we're hotter now than we were then. He then proceeded to announce that he's investing $2 trillion in our country, along with Qatar, along with UAE. Bahrain is investing, Kuwait's investing, but countries from all over the world, they're all investing in the United States. 2 years ago, they wouldn't even think of it. They thought we were finished. When I went to China 2 weeks ago, I met with President Xi, and we greeted each other, and he looked at me and said, man, do you move fast. Because they thought they had us, but now it's really the opposite. We are doing numbers that nobody's ever seen before, so it's great. It's great. We had a great meeting. But as you know, we just achieved a historic peace agreement with Iran to end the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. And by the way, yesterday, 19 million barrels of oil flowed out of the Strait of Hormuz, a very beautiful place. That's the most oil in the history of the Strait. No, it's never been any, you've never seen anything like that. It's called an oil gush. And most importantly, we are ensuring one thing very importantly, because this is why I did it. I did it for this reason, 99% for this. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. But remember, this wasn't easy. We had 47 years worth of presidents and other people, other countries too. We're not the only one that never did anything. They were the bully of the Middle East. And now we're leaving Iran with no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft, no missile capability, no nuclear program. We're leaving them without any nuclear capacity, and they've agreed to that. And we're getting along quite well, although if you read the fake news, you never know. Think of it, the fake news, they have no army, they have no navy, they have no air force, they have no anti-aircraft. We can fly over Tehran just at will, nobody gonna do anything to us. And then I read the fake news that they're doing quite well. They're not doing quite well. These people right there, look at all of them. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a lot of press. That's almost as much press as Bo had at the White House last week when he knocked out his opponent in the first round. Right? I think you had more. Bo had more press. But the Iran economy has been crushed and their defense industrial base has been damaged so severely that it'll take them many years to rebuild, many, many years. And now we're trying to work out a deal that's fair. And we also want to work out a deal. You know, the stock market hit a new high today again. And oil, for the first time in months, hit, think of it, $70 a barrel. So we got a 70. That equates to a very low price. That oil is going to come charging down. And with oil comes everything else. Because I inherited from these Democrats. You know, they're Democrats. I changed the E for a U. It's very simple, Democrats. I don't know why I didn't think of that 9 years ago. I just thought of it about a month ago. They're Democrats because their policies are so dumb. Men and women's sports. You know, Bo is with one of the great champions, Tony. Tony, could you have taken most women in the heavyweight championship? He was the heavyweight champion of the world. You think you would have had trouble with a woman of approximately your size? Be hard to find a woman of your size, but if we did, I think you would have been okay. What do you think, Bo? Could you have handled it? I think so. What about you, Bo? Could you handle a woman of approximately your, 182 or something? Think there's a 182-pounder that could give you a little tussle? I don't think so. I don't think so. He's such a nice guy. Say, no, not really. I don't think so. When she looked at those ears of Bo, when she looked at those ears, she'll say, I'll take a pass. She'll say, I'm not going to fight that guy. The average price of gasoline nationwide is down 60 cents a gallon just from a short while ago. And remember this. We had to make this detour.
Whoever you were, kiss my ass, you dirty ass liberal.
Had to go to Iran. You can't let them blow up the Middle East and then us, if that's possible. We would have gotten them before, but they would have blown up Israel. They would have blown up the entire Middle East. You can't let that. You want to see a bad economy? That's a bad economy. So, but remember that our oil in the middle of this conflict was less than it was for Sleepy Joe Biden. And we're putting out a fire. Biden, Clinton, Bush, all of them. Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Have you heard of Barack Hussein Obama? None of them did anything. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in green cash. Remember, on a 747, they flew over piles of cash, $1.7 billion, gave them hundreds of billions of dollars, and thought they could bribe them into peace. No, the only thing they understand is what these guys in the front row understand is the hammer. Because if you look at what we did to their nuclear capacity with those beautiful B-2 bombers, that was truly a hammer. In fact, we named it a hammer, Operation Hammer. But our economy is ready to soar to levels the world has not seen before. I believe that, David. I think it's going to levels that nobody's ever seen before. All these factories are being built, and they're going to be occupied, and they're hiring people now. And it's going to be something very beautiful. I don't know who's going to follow me, but Remember that I was the one that did it, okay? Somebody's going to walk into office and they're going to have the most successful country in history, and they're going to be bragging what a great job they did. Now, we did it. In 4 long years of the crooked Joe Biden administration, they got less than $1 trillion of new investments. So think of it, Crooked Joe. What do you like better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Ready? Sleepy Joe. Crooked Joe. I'm surprised. I like Sleepy Joe better, but Crooked Joe. They're both good. I use them both. But in less than 1 year, so they did much less than $1 trillion of investment from outside the world. Much less than 1 trillion. We just have the final. We had 11 months at 18, but we just got the final. $19.1 trillion in 12 months. Can you believe it? Investment from all over the globe. And since the election, the stock market has set 73 all-time records. In other words, yeah, sit down. We've got plenty of time here. It's an honor that you're all standing. Oh, look who we have, the Wall. Stand up, Wall. Look at this guy. Oh, I'm going to get a suit just like that guy. I'll bet he's been to 200 rallies. Him and, where are my guys? Oh, look at my guys, front row Joes. I got these front row Joes. And where are the women from North Carolina? They're here. They travel all over the world. I don't know what the hell's with their husbands. These beautiful women from North Carolina. They travel all over. They went to 200 rallies. How many rallies have front row Joe's gone to? Hundreds. Everyone. And then it was very sad. My last rally, I said, I may never see you again, right? And then we won the election in a landslide. And who the hell do I see? I see my front row Joes. So I'm happy about that. Thank you. What a group. We had some group. We'd be all over the place. And when they didn't make the front row, it was very demeaning to them. They were not happy, right? But the front row, they became actually very famous, front row Joes. And the typical 401k, as you know, is up almost $30,000 in, it was 12 months, it was 13 months. It's up 44%. Think of that, up 44%. Because, you know, as goes the stock market, so goes a lot of your own wealth. And I tell about this police officer. I met a police officer first time, similar thing, but now the numbers are even more. I was in New York. I met a great police officer, New York finest. And he said, sir, I want to thank you. I said, for what? He said, my wife didn't think much of me very much. We were having marital difficulty, actually. She thought I was nothing. I'm a police officer. I'm a tough guy. I looked at him. The muscles were all over the place. He didn't suffer from that. But she thought maybe that muscle wasn't so good because he was always losing money in the stock market. And he said, sir, in the last year and a half, my 401k is up 74%, sir. And she thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm a super genius. I said, how are you getting along with her? He said, well, I'm not so sure I like her anymore, but I won't tell you that. I refuse to say that. He's getting along just fine. But a lot of people have come up to me, David, and they thanked us 401ks, you know, the stock market. Who has a 401k here? Yeah, look, a lot of people. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country, and we've created over 32, think of this, 32,000 new jobs just starting in Pennsylvania alone. David, you have to get credit for that. And in the last few months alone, we've added 2,600 Pennsylvania manufacturing jobs, and that number is going to go much, much higher as the factories start to open. Because right here in Lehigh Valley, Eli Lilly has just announced, great company, by the way, drug company, a $3.5 billion investment in a brand new state-of-the-art manufacturing facility right down the road. That's going to create over 1,000 jobs, just that one. Nokia is investing $30 million to expand its semiconductor testing and packaging operations, thousands of jobs. And B. Braun has announced a $20 million expansion of its medical device manufacturing operation in Allentown. I love Allentown. I love any place that votes for me. which is the entire state of Pennsylvania, the entire Commonwealth. Never make the mistake of using the word state. Although I'm not sure that people care, but the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania voted for us at levels that nobody's ever seen before, David, and you too. And we're proud of you because you had guts. This man had guts. He lost one time to a tough candidate. Then he did it again to a tougher candidate. And I tell him, if he didn't win, his wife, who's a beautiful woman, would have left him. I'm telling you. Dina, she would have left him. So he had great courage doing it a second time. He was a very successful guy. He ran. Stand up, David. She would have left. I was so worried because he's a friend of mine, and that was a tough race. You know, he was running against a guy 24 years, and his father was in for like 30 years. That's a long time, and he had to beat him, knowing the pressure. That's called pressure. Knowing his wife was gone if he didn't make it. She was gone 100%. But he's married actually to a terrific woman. She probably would have stayed. I'm not 100% sure. And last year, I saved a great American company, U.S. Steel, and we're keeping its headquarters in Pennsylvania where it belongs. And $17 billion has been invested by a great company in saving U.S. Steel. They were gone. I think they were closed up and they were ready to go. And now they're building factories like nobody's ever seen. They're expanding the operations and building a couple of brand new steel plants. They're up to over 17 billion, which is a lot more than they even told us, because they've fallen in love with this Commonwealth. They've fallen in love with your whole area, the people. I think they've fallen in love with the people more than anything else is what they told me, because they've done more than they said they would. And thanks to our great Republican majorities in Congress, last 4th of July, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history. We gave you the biggest tax cuts in American history. Not bad. Not bad. We delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great Pennsylvania seniors. No tax. And our tax cuts are projected to boost take-home pay for Pennsylvanians by an average of more than $10,000 a year per household. Think of that. Not bad. That alone should win us the midterms. We got to win the Muser. We got to win the mid. Muser's another great guy. Stand up, Muser. Been with me forever. He was thinking about running for governor. I think he would have won, but he was thinking about running for governor. And I said, I want you to stay in Congress. I want you to stay. And we appreciate it. You've done a great job. But always remember, every single Democrat in Congress voted against our tax cuts. So think of it. All of those tax cuts and many more, they want to raise your taxes, not lower them. They voted against tax cuts. You know, all my life, I sort of been political in that I found it very interesting. I was a very successful real estate person, but I love watching politics. And my whole life, I've watched politicians say, we will cut your taxes. We will cut. I never heard these people say, we will raise your taxes. This country has gotten very strange politically, especially with all the communists that are up for election. You know, you have communists. These aren't socialists. These are communists. And they're all up. How about the guy in Maine? He's got the Nazi stickers. He's got the whole deal. And they're trying to say so for 8 years, 10 years, they said Trump is a Nazi. Now they can't say that anymore because they have a guy with a tattoo on his chest. It's unbelievable. But they voted against no tax on Social Security. They voted against no tax on tips. They voted against no tax on overtime. And if they got into office, you will have all of those taxes and all of that money that you're saving, including the big savings on Social Security. It's going to all be terminated. You're going to have to start paying it. They want to pay it. I don't know what's wrong with these people. They voted in favor of the estate tax or the death tax on your farms and your businesses. You know, farmers and small business people, they love their children. If they love them, it's great. Most of the people love them. Some can't stand. I know people that can't stand their kids. They're not going to leave them 10 cents. But if you love your child, you want to leave your farm, especially from these farmers, it's born in them somehow. They want to have their children on the farm. The children don't want to leave, but sometimes they're They're land rich and cash poor. You know, I've known that expression too. I've oftentimes been land rich and cash poor. It's not a good period of time. And you die and you have a estate and they tax you at 40, 50, 60%. And they end up losing their farm, losing their small business. And in many cases, you don't read about this, they commit suicide. They actually go out and commit suicide because they're forced off their farm by a bank. They have to go out and borrow money from a bank. And they're forced to go out, borrow the money. They're unable to pay the loan. And the bank, even if it's a nice bank, they give them a chance, they give them another chance, and then they ultimately foreclose. They lose everything. And in many cases, they commit suicide. And I said, we're not going to have that crap go on. So you have no estate tax to pay on your small farm, small business, on your farms, your businesses. And you can, if you love your children, you can leave your farm or your small business to your child, and they're not going to lose it. If you don't love your children, then don't listen to what I'm saying because it doesn't matter. If you don't like them, don't leave them anything. The hell with them. They probably deserve it. But think of it, the Democrats voted against the border wall. The border wall gave us the safest border. We have the safest border now in the history of the country. They voted against voter ID. You know why they voted against voter ID? Because they want to cheat. There's only one reason, Mr. Wall, right? Correct. Where do I get that suit? One day, I don't know if it's very presidential. I'm going to walk up in a suit with the design of the wall on it. I don't know. What do you think? I already have a lot. You know, I have a very elegant wife, and she says, darling, please, please, don't dance. It's not presidential. I said, but the people love it when I dance at them. And she said, please, please, the men and women's sports, please don't do the weightlifting thing. And don't do the swimming thing. You know, the weightlifter where he goes up and the record stood for years and years, years. And this young lady, she's trying out for the Olympics and she's going to do it. And the record stood for 19 years. And they put an eighth of an ounce on one side, an eighth of an ounce on the other. They have to understand, Melania, who's now a movie star, she got the #1. Can you believe she hit big with a boom? That's not good. There can only be one star in a family. Please remember that. But they put a little eighth, like a feather on one side, a little bit, just to break the record. The parents are sitting right there where Big Bo is. He's a nasty guy, that punch he threw. Got to be very nice to Bo. I got to be very nice. Got to make sure he's never angry at me. But she said her parents are right there in the front, and they're so proud. The father's not so proud because he knows she's not going to do it. Because she's a woman. It's a lot of weight. The mother, though, is screaming, darling, I love you. Do it. And she gets over the weights. And she stands. And then she gets him. And she gets him. And the mother's screaming, darling, I love you, darling. And the father is looking, saying she has no chance. And she's like this, you see, drops him, transitioned. That's the term. I've gotten very good at that term. I used to take a lot of heat for my definition of the movement over. But he transitioned. He was a poor, very poor, bottom of the line, male weightlifter. But now he's a female weightlifter. And he looked at the amount. I think it was like 210 pounds or something like
Bro, if he's not the greatest president ever, he's definitely the funniest. He is killing this. Tell me I'm wrong, chat. Tell me he's not killing this. Come on, let's go. Hit the like, subscribe. Much love, y'all.
that. Well, that's a lot for a woman, but not that much for a man. You could do it with one hand. And he goes, looks down at the weight. I think he did a few things for emphasis. And he won the medal. And everyone said, oh, isn't that wonderful? Are we crazy? Men should not be able to participate in women's sports. Right? That's a 99% issue. You ever hear the fake news? They say, that's an 80-20 issue. No, it's not. It's 99-1. You know, I've been doing politics now for 10 years, not that long considering I've won 3 elections, you know, so it, but we did great in the second one. It was a rigged deal. But pretty short. But with all of that, and all of the time I spent speaking to people, they say, sir, could you cut taxes on this? Could you get me a tax deduction on a car loan? I did that. By the way, I did that. If you borrow money to buy a car, you got to do all these things. They asked me for hundreds of things. Not once did anyone ever come up to me and say, sir, please, this is so vital. You have to be able to have men play in women's sports. Please, sir, could you pull that off? I've never had anyone ask me for that. So I say it's a 99-1 issue, not 80-20. The fake news back there, they say, oh, that's a tight issue. But I don't like talking about it because I want them to continue on with that. I want them to continue on with the, you know, they're in favor of the mutilization of your child for transgender purposes, the mutilization of your child. And I would say politically, it's a very good thing to run against a person that's in favor of that kind of stuff. So we let them, we don't bring it up during off political seasons, but we have a political season coming up. And they'll be doing all of that nonsense, and they're going to lose a lot of elections. And now, if you look at New York, we have all communists running. They're all excited. They're going to win their primaries, but I can't imagine they can beat a normal Republican. So I think it's a good thing, Muser. What do you think? I think it's a good thing. Wouldn't you like to run against somebody like that? Well, Shapiro's not that much better, to be honest with you, but I won't say. They're all being forced. They're all being forced. A guy like Shapiro, he's going to be forced to the left. Otherwise, he's not going to get the nomination. But they voted against proof of citizenship. Think of it. We'd like to have proof of citizenship. You walk into the voting booth. Would it be okay, sir, if I looked at your citizenship? How dare you ask me for my citizenship? You know, in California, if you ask that question to a voter, you are criminally liable. In other words, they can put you in jail. If you say, sir, do you have proof of citizenship? They put you in jail if they ask that question. You're not allowed to ask that. Did you know that? It's the craziest thing I've ever seen going on. Hey, did they screw the kid, Pratt? Boy, he's leading, and all of a sudden he's lost. And it was sort of interesting. The election, you ever see an election where they're 2.5 weeks in? An election that takes weeks to count the votes? But after the evening, it looked like he was going to win or certainly be in the runoff. And then I started hearing rumors as the days went by, days and days went by, that Pratt is fading. He's fading. I said, they rigged the election. And then lo and behold, he didn't qualify, even though he was so far up in the third place person that it was almost impossible, and he didn't qualify. And then it started happening with the next candidate, Steve Hilton, who's running for governor. He was up in front, just about leading, no problem. And all of a sudden, about 4 or 5 days after, this is after the election's over, they said, Steve Hilton is starting to lose votes. I said, here we go again. And I called up the U.S. Attorney in California. They said, we're going to have a number in the next week. Next week. I called up the very powerful, very good U.S. Attorney in California, and I said, do me a favor. Take a look. They're trying to steal that election, too. I guess they called up. They said, this is the U.S. Attorney call. We have your great U.S. Attorney here today, by the way, and your assistant U.S. Attorney. They're doing great. David, thank you. But so over the next week, he was definitely going to lose, but the U.S. Attorney called. We want to check your votes. About an hour after the call, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hilton has won. So had I not made that call, Steve Hilton would right now be watching the election from home. So I don't know, you know, he would have a great chance, but the election's totally rigged. California's totally, well, it's got to pass Save America Act, okay? Got to pass. You got to pass Save America, you, McGee. Look at these guys. What love. A friend of mine is a very big real estate developer, but he's got a problem with speaking in front of crowds. He chokes, you know, he chokes like a dog. He said, how do you do it? I say, it's easy because there's so much love in the room. There's so much unbelievable love. It's easy to do, you know? No, he's got this tremendous fear of speaking. He said, the guy's a major player. Most of you have heard of him. And he's a killer. He destroys people for a living, financially, not physically, just financially. Physically, he can barely walk. He's a basket case. But he's up here, he's very smart. And he destroys people. He's very rich, but he can't get up in front of a crowd and talk. I said, what's wrong with you? He said, I don't know, I have a fear of crowds. Do you believe it? All sorts of people. You know, a lot of people want to do what I did. A lot of people, well, David did it. David was very successful, but he's a great speaker. But a lot of people, they say, well, Trump became president from being a very successful businessman. He became president. I want to do it too. And that's when they find out that they might have the flaw of speaking, or even worse, is a terrible past. You know, the past will come out to haunt you. It's not an easy thing to do, but I love it. You know, I say it's real easy to do when you have people that love you. I guarantee, who here voted for Trump? You know? Who didn't? What? This is dangerous. So don't raise your hand. Think you're going to be cute, because you might be in big problem. Then they'll blame me for causing problems. Who did not vote for Trump? Young man, he wants to be. He's a young man. He thinks he's being cute. As he gets pounded on. Now he just said no. I did. I was the first. He said I'm the first or last. But the Democrats voted in favor of Iran having a nuclear weapon, and they voted against military spending. But I overrode that. Let me tell you, if the Democrats get in, your 15,000 trucks that Mr. Roy is looking to get are dead. They're not going to have 15,000. They're not going to have 15 trucks. They'll be back to the number I originally guessed, right? How many are you making? 15? 15,000 trucks will be down to nothing, zero. And they'll make you put electric on it, you know, electric, so that when you're in the middle of a jungle someplace and you need a charge, where's my charging booth? As opposed to carrying a nice tank of diesel on your back, throwing it in and taking off, right? Where's my charging booth, they'll be saying. They created the strongest, we created the strongest military in history. And you see that with Venezuela, one-day operation, like, right? Good army. And now we're making a lot of money with Venezuela, and Venezuela is doing great also. It's a happy country now. But it took us exactly 48 minutes to win that war. We're the greatest military in the world, 48 minutes. And we've paid for the cost of the war. Where do you hear this? 28 times already. More, but 28 times. So the cost of the war, we've already, because we brought millions of barrels of oil out, and we're getting along great. The people running it, they're our people, they're great people. And the people are happy in the country. They have smiles. They were miserable. They were starving. But they have a lot of oil under that ground. You know how you find oil in Venezuela? Just look at the ground. You'll see oil bubbling up. They have so much oil. They don't know what to do with it, but they had a bad system. They're making more money now for the country than they've ever made before, and we're making a lot of money too. But also Iran, we knocked them out. 1 week, it was essentially militarily over. Much bigger country, 91 million people. And much different ideology. The ideology of the Muslims is slightly different than the ideology of the Catholics. We have the Catholics and the Muslims, slightly different. But Venezuela's been great and Iran's been great. I mean, you know, if Iran's reasonable, if they're smart, otherwise we'll have to finish the job, which will take about maybe less than a week. But they're going to be okay, I think. They're going to do what they have to do because we want to have it done. But they voted against lower energy prices, the Democrats did, and then they went on to create the highest energy prices that we've ever had in the history of our country. People don't realize that. Much higher than ours during a war. They had the highest inflation in history. The highest inflation in history, they say 48 years, but that's sort of history as far as I'm concerned. And they were absolutely terrible on affordability. Remember, I got here, my first day, the fake news is screaming at me, what about affordability? I'm only here 1 day. Remember, eggs were up about 5 times higher than they ever were. And we have prices are coming down right now at levels that you've never seen. And now with oil crashing, you're going to see something really amazing. And to top everything else, they let 25 million people into our country, many of them criminals and thugs and people from mental institutions and drug dealers. They even let 11,888 murderers into our country. Murderers, 11,888, more than 50% of which have killed more than one person. And I've gotten the worst of them out. We've gotten them out, Tom Homan and our whole group of people. But the Democrats want open borders and they want them all to come back in. You can imagine that. The people of this Commonwealth will never let that happen again. What they allowed to happen to our country, we can never allow it to happen again. As an example, the war with Russia and Ukraine would have never, ever started if I were president. We can never let elections get rigged again. But we're pleased to be joined today by one of those Pennsylvanians who's benefiting from the historic tax cut, Sergeant Sam Elias, with the Bethlehem Police Department. Is a great guy. Ooh, they know him. Sam works the night patrol so that he can help his wife take care of their 6 beautiful children during the day. And I'm told their youngest is named Melania. Can you believe that? They named Melania. Where did you come up with that one? After our great First Lady. So Sam is taking home thousands of dollars extra because of no tax on overtime. And Sam, do you want to come up and say a few words? Come on up. Come on up, Sam.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to express my appreciation to President Trump, Congressman Ryan McKenzie, and the entire White House administration. As a father of 6 children in a single-income household, I can tell you the working family's tax cuts is a policy that helps my family. Hard work should pay off, not get punished with higher taxes. No tax on overtime, no tax on tips means more money in the pockets of working Americans. For my family, these savings have translated to what was once a day trip to the park, is now an overnight stay at the Jersey Shore. Bigger tax returns have allowed Americans to create new family memories and save for future projects. As the president said, I also work night shift as a police sergeant in the fine city of Bethlehem. Thank you. A shortage in police recruitment has left our department depleted of officers. Our officers get called out for overtime to cover these shortages. Some pay periods, officers are working over 40 hours of overtime. That's why I'm grateful for no tax on overtime. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm also thankful for the support President Trump and Congressman McKenzie have shown for law enforcement. You understand that communities thrive when we invest in public safety. Congressman McKenzie has stood strong with public safety and working families. And that's why he's been endorsed by the brothers and sisters of Bethlehem FOP Star Lodge 20. Congressman McKenzie has been on the front lines in supporting public safety. He secured $700,000 for the Bethlehem Police Department for much needed technology and equipment upgrades at our police department, along with bringing home $1.6 million in funding for volunteer firehouses and infrastructure. Thank you, Congressman. I'm a very grateful American, a son to Lebanese immigrants who came to the United States 50 years ago in pursuit of the American dream. My 80-year-old father is here with me today. He would often tell me, work hard and it'll pay off. Well, 50 years later, thanks to President Trump and Congressman McKenzie, My father's dream has come true. I thank you for that. Thank you. Additionally, thank you to President Trump and your entire administration. After more than 50 years, the Lebanese people finally have an American ally who advocates for a sovereign and independent Lebanon governed by the Lebanese people. Thank you for that. Mr. President, you have the support of almost 20 million Lebanese people worldwide. Leadership is more than a title, it's action. I'm grateful for the actions coming from President Trump and Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Your actions have prioritized the American dream. Less taxes, safer communities, and America First policies. I thank you, President Trump. Happy belated birthday, and happy birthday to the United States of America. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. You know, I just looked at all these pages. I said, oh, we're in trouble. But you know what? That was good. That was a good job. I was a little worried when I saw the pages at the page. Very good. Great job. Sam, where's your father? Hello, Pop. How are you? Got a good boy. Got a good boy. Yeah, you're taking care of your people. So our administration is also delivering one historic win after another for another group that works a lot of overtime, and that's our great auto workers. We have a lot of auto workers in here today. But just as I promised, the UAW workers, and we did great with them, you know, Republicans, I don't know, for whatever reason, they don't do like I do. But in the campaign, I ended Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, that crazy mandate, which meant that in a short while, all cars had to be all electric, and many of them would be built in China and others in foreign countries all over the world. That's what was going to happen, and I stopped that. I ended it in my first week in office. I ran on it. And you know what? If you like electric cars, I think that's great. I wouldn't say Elon was thrilled with what I did, but he understood that. But if you like electric cars, I think it's great, but you have to have the right to buy a regular, I mean, we have more gasoline than any country anywhere in the world if you want to have gas. If you want to have a hybrid, you can have whatever the hell you want, including electric. But I terminated Biden's disastrous fuel emission standards that would have crushed Mack trucks. Mr. Roy, your company would be crushed if I didn't do that. You wouldn't be bidding on anything, neither would anybody else. It was the most insane environmental regulations ever conceived of by man. It was totally unreasonable and ridiculous. And you can sell trucks for much less money that are now much better trucks that work, that actually work. And we made interest on auto loans, fully tax deductible, but only if you buy a car that is made in the USA. Otherwise, we're not interested. Otherwise, we're not interested. And I saved the auto manufacturing business in America. We have more auto plants being built today than we've had in 60 years, and I think maybe ever. And bigger and better. They had a big one in a certain state that I love also. I love a lot of places. And they took out this old plant, but it was big. And I said, did you redo it yet? They said, we're not redoing it. We're ripping down and building a brand new one, a beauty. You know the one I'm talking about, Dave. But we're pleased to be joined today by Pat McHugh, a Marine Corps veteran, a great guy who spent 28 years with Mack Trucks. And he leads the cab assembly and serves as new product line launch leader. It's a big deal. And Pat's grandfather worked here, his dad worked here, and now his son is working here and doing well. And they know how important it is to keep manufacturing jobs in Pennsylvania. Pat, say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Wow.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. It is a profound honor and privilege to have you here with us today to help celebrate the upcoming 250th birthday of our America. And most recently, our 125th anniversary of building Mack trucks. My name is Patrick McHugh Jr., and I am a proud Marine Corps veteran. In addition to that, though, I am an even prouder Mack truck employee. Standing here with me today is my father and my son, both Mack truck workers. Together, they have combined their working experience building the greatest trucks on earth. You can say Mack Trucks runs in our blood. At Mack Trucks, we work hard to build the trucks that help build America. And we are proud that those trucks are built in the United States of America. Along with our UAW for business, and we're producing the best quality trucks we ever have. On behalf of our entire team, we warmly welcome you to our plant, Mr. President, home of the finest trucks in America, built by the most skilled and dedicated workforce in the trucking industry. So, Mr. President, I want to say thank you for choosing to highlight Mack Trucks on your visit today, and thank you for supporting our American workforce.
Well, thank you, Pat. That's a good family. That's a great family. Great people. They're proud of your company. I want to also thank two people, very special people, because I know them and I know what they do, and it's not easy, but they've done a great job. David Durgan and Timothy Herzog of the UAW committee. Where are you guys? Thank you. They do a good job representing you. Ease up just a little bit so they can get the contract, okay? Just a little bit. Thank you, fellas. Get this congressman elected. That's what you got to do. But we're pleased to be joined also by Labor Secretary Keith Sonderling. Keith, where are you, Keith? Where's Keith? Hi, Keith. Good job. Is he treating you guys good? Is he all right? He better treat you good. A very special guy, somebody that everybody wanted. I have to tell you, everybody wanted him. He's some person, he was actually an astronaut. He went out, he made a lot of money because he's smart, and he's now the NASA administrator. You saw that rocket 2 months ago up and go around the moon in record levels, the furthest any ship has ever flown, and come back, and he's working very heavily on the moon, but what he's done with NASA is amazing. And he's a very special person and a brilliant one, Jared Isaacman. Jared, thank you. Great job. As well as, I introduced him a little bit only by the name David, because he knows me and I know him by David. But David McCormick is your senator, and he's a brilliant person, brilliant businessman. And he loves the Commonwealth. He loves He loves Pennsylvania, and this is where he wanted to be. And he had a rough, I told you, he had a rough fight. This is a rough beating, like 24 years, and a father for 24 years. I don't know. I said, I don't know. You sure you know what you're doing, David? But you won, and you won easily. And I'll tell you what, you have a great senator, one of the best in the country. So I just want to thank you very much, David. Thank you. And 4 warriors for Pennsylvania in Congress. These are warriors. Lloyd Smucker is here. Lloyd, thank you. Thank you. John Joyce is here. John, thank you. Dan Muser is here. Thank you. And these guys are all in good shape. But we got to get Ryan McKenzie elected. We got to get Ryan. I'm not here for them. I'm here for him. We got to get Ryan elected. Run up here, Ryan, fast. Nobody wants to hear you. Come on, just run. Nobody wants to hear you, Ryan. Do what David did. He'd go up for 1 minute. Thank you very much, everybody. It's nice to be here. And everybody thought he was the greatest speaker. Okay.
Well, Mr. President, I can't thank you enough for coming here to the Lehigh Valley, highlighting the great men and women of Mack Trucks, doing all the work that you do in Washington, D.C. for our veterans, our first responders, and everybody across this country to continue to maintain America as the greatest country in the world. You are the president that is fighting for all Americans. Thank you for being here, sir. Thank you, sir. Great job. Thank you.
That's great. Wow, that's great. He learned something from you, David, huh? That's great. We also have one of the greatest writers anywhere in the country who knows more about the Commonwealth, Pennsylvania, I think, than anybody. She's a terrific person. Right from the beginning, she said Trump is going to win, therefore I like her. She said Trump is going to win in 2015. In fact, she wrote an article in 2014. She said this guy Trump should run. I hadn't thought too much about it. I was having a lot of fun putting up buildings, but she was very early on, and I really mean I don't think there's anybody that knows more about. They used to call it the Rust Belt. I call it the Money Belt now. It's gone from the Rust Belt to the Money Belt. Either one is okay, but there's nobody that knows more about it than Selena Zito. She's fantastic. Where are you, Selena? Where are you, Selena, with your beautiful daughter? Thank you, Selena. Selena's an incredible woman, and her daughter is following in her footsteps. She's just been so good. Very powerful writer, actually. Some of the biggest papers in the world. It's nice to have good stories on occasion, truthful stories. Thanks as well to the president of the NRA who's here with me, Bill Bockenberg. Bill, stand up. And they always give me their endorsement because I saved the Second Amendment, and you think it's easy. On occasion, it was not easy, right, Bill? But we did it. We did it with your help. And we're doing a couple of other things, working with you and your people. But I think you've done a fantastic job. The NRA, everybody, they really have been. They've been with me right from the beginning. And Bill asked me, would I support the national right to carry legislation? How do you feel about national right to carry? That's my free poll. You know what that is? That's a free poll. I don't have to pay $300,000 to somebody that doesn't even do polling, you know, to give you phony numbers. See, those are real numbers. National right to carry. Yeah, we're working on it. And we have a very special guest who you just saw on the highest rated fight show ever in the history of television, the UFC Freedom 250. So this guy, well, I just have to set it up a little bit if I don't mind. Because I'm thinking, you know, I'm a similar size. I weigh more than he does, actually. So therefore, I have a tremendous physical advantage over him. His muscles are slightly harder and slightly younger. He's a lot younger. But I think I can do it because I'm a great athlete. He knows I'm a very good golfer. And I'm much better off on the golf course against him than I'm on the wrestling mat. But he went virtually undefeated. I mean, he won 4 years. He was the top wrestler. His friend, Tony, who's another champion, I'll introduce you to, Tony. But these two guys were on the Penn State team. And Bo Nickel went, I mean, you couldn't defeat the guy. And then he had every battle. I guess he was a 3 or 4-time All-American. But then he turned pro and he went to the UFC. Did you find them tougher? Yes, a little different. You know, a little different. But he's won just about everything. But he had a big fight last week with a lot of pressure, with the White House in the background. And he's a guy that I like. I met him a while ago. I looked at the years. I said, man, this guy's a fighter. You can tell a lot by the years. And he told me, no, he doesn't mind the years. He likes them. It's almost a symbol. For great fighters, it's a symbol. That's why I'm worried about you, Tony. You have pretty normal ears. But I got to know Bo a little bit, and I got to root for him. And I almost felt like his father up there. His father's great, but I felt like his father, so I was nervous for the fight. And he was fighting somebody that Dana White, the great Dana White, he's a phenomenal guy. He said, no, Bo's got a tough one tonight. I said, why? Why do you do that to him? Because if you lose at this night, it was the biggest audience they've ever had, by far. The whole world watched it. The people at the White House, we had 5,000 seats around the cage we built, and we had 100,000, more than 100,000 people in the park right next door. We had the largest television audience they've ever had, by far. They said, why do you have to give him such a tough opponent? He was pretty tough, but then it happened. So Bo is known as a great wrestler because he was the best wrestler by far in college. Nobody could beat him. And I figured Bo would be wrestling, but no, he wasn't wrestling. He was punching. I said, Bo, grab his legs and start wrestling. That's what you do. But he didn't do that. He didn't listen to me. And he got a shot off that was brutal. And in the first round, right, knocked him out. He was really knocked out. Great fighter. The guy was a great fighter, is a great fighter. So I just want to thank, he's from Penn State. He loves Penn State. He is the NCAA wrestling champion. And just fantastic. And his friend, and you probably know, is also, I think you were roommates, right? That's a tough room. I wouldn't want to fight these two guys. Let's go pick on those two guys. I don't think so. But he was the heavyweight, and he lost a lot of weight. He weighed 35, 40 pounds. I asked him, how much did you wrestle? About 40 pounds heavier. In other words, you want to live, right? You decide to lose it. But he was also the champion, NCAA champion, and his name is Anthony Cassar. So come up here, fellas, because I want to just ask the audience a question. Come here, Bo. So here's my question. If I work out for the next couple of months, really work hard, lifting those weights, and really, really work, could I beat Bo or Anthony in wrestling? You're very disloyal. You're very disloyal. Say a couple of words about your fight. Appreciate it.
Wow, what an honor to be here. I think walking up here, I was almost as nervous as the fight, but it feels like a fight. Yeah, it feels like it, but this is exciting. I'm grateful to be here with everybody. So grateful to President Trump for making an event that, in my mind, never seemed possible happen. UFC Freedom 250 on the White House lawn. Unbelievable. I don't think there are too many presidents that have the courage to do something like that. And, just so unbelievable. For me, both my parents were high school teachers. My dad was a wrestling coach. My grandpa was a wrestling coach. And I grew up around sports and just competing from 5 years old. And so to be able to do something like that is a dream come true. And it's just through hard work, effort, discipline, and a lot of time in the wrestling room, a lot of time in the cage that I was able to do that. And that's really because America is the land of opportunity. And if you set your mind to something and you feel passionate about what you do, you can accomplish anything. And thank you. I don't want to take too much time, but I want to tell a quick story about the first time I met President Trump. It was in 2019 at the White House, and our team and I won the Nationals, the NCAAs, and at Penn State we are. Let's go. And we were given the opportunity to meet President Trump, and it was really special because he took a lot of extra time to talk with us as wrestlers. I think he respected the wrestlers a lot, and I told him that when I'm done wrestling, I was going to fight, and he asked me if I needed a manager. And I thought that he has better things to do than that. But really, since then, I feel like we've had a special connection that I'm extremely grateful for. And, you know, fast forward 7 years, I'm fighting on the White House lawn, and I turn and look at my corner, and President Trump is right next to him. And so it really felt to me like he was in my corner. I know that was something that was just so special. And I feel like just incredibly grateful. And overall, the whole week of the experience, everything, the word that kept coming to mind and the emotion that I kept feeling was gratitude. And I'm grateful for President Trump, grateful for all my friends and family and supporters. And I'm grateful to be an American. And it's the best country on earth, and God bless you all.
How's everybody doing? This is an awesome crowd. I'll keep this really short. It's just an honor to be here. Bo and I have been roommates since our freshman year at Penn State and never could have imagined this, but it's an honor to support Mr. President, this great nation, and the American workers that build the foundation of the United States of America. So as a small business owner, real estate investor, I just want to thank President Trump for the big, beautiful bill, all he's done for small business owners. And most importantly, I pray that God will continue to bless him and guide him to lead this great nation. And God bless all of us. Thank you.
Two great champions. That's great. It's good to have them here, too. We have a lot of champions in the audience. These are two very special people. When you do that, I was saying to myself, you know, going into that ring and you got all these people, we had the richest and the biggest politicians. We had the biggest of everything. You couldn't get a ticket. The tickets were selling for some crazy numbers, I heard. We gave them away to everybody, but somehow some got out. And I was saying that's a tremendous amount of pressure. And you're fighting the toughest people on earth. I mean, these are the strongest, toughest men on earth. No women in the crowd, but which is nice. But these are the toughest men on earth, and it's tremendous pressure. And you know, the muscles, you got the muscles, you guys, you got the big strong muscles, but you got this muscle too, because it takes much more than just the normal muscle to win those matches. I mean, the strategy and the genius that goes in it is a genius. A lot of people wouldn't understand that, but there's a genius. There's a genius in sports, but there's a great amount of courage and power that you have that a lot of other people don't have. So congratulations, really great job. Great job. Good to have you here. In everything we do, we're once again fighting for the people of Pennsylvania, and that includes our amazing Pennsylvania oil and gas workers. And I ended last administration's war on Pennsylvania energy, and I signed an order to drill, baby, drill. That's what we did. Right, David? And you helped. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and gas on earth, larger than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined by a lot. Think of that. Who would have thought that? We were in 4th place. Now we're larger than, and that doesn't include Venezuela. Include Venezuela once, because it's essentially should be included. I also ended the war on clean, beautiful Pennsylvania coal. In fact, in my administration, you're not, because you know coal was dead. China uses it. Other countries, very successful countries, use it. The unsuccessful countries use wind, those beautiful windmills that blow around and round and don't do anything except cost you money. Every time it goes around, you lose $10. It's supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. No, wind is every country that's using wind is a disaster. Every country that's using our beautiful substances from underground are doing very nicely, thank you. But in my administration, you're not allowed to say the word coal without preceding that word with the words clean, beautiful. So you say clean, beautiful coal. And I have Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, who's fantastic, and Chris Wright. And they made a speech about coal, and they mentioned coal like 50 times in the speech. It's all about coal. And they kept saying, clean, beautiful coal, clean, beautiful coal. I said, no, it's enough. It's enough. But we're not allowed to use the word coal without saying, because what they can do with coal today is amazing. It is clean. It is beautiful. They can clean it. And it's a very powerful form of energy. And if you look at China, they're building 57 coal plants throughout, big monster plants all over their country. And then we're not supposed to do that? No, we're doing that. Clean, beautiful coal. We've invested over $1 billion to save dozens of coal mines. We've saved them. They were ready to close, and some had closed. And more than 100 coal power plants, including the Keystone and the Conemaugh generating stations, right here in Pennsylvania, as you know, are really moving now and employing a lot of people. They were all getting ready to close up. They were essentially closed. We're working hard to lower the cost for all consumers, and we want powerful energy. Under my administration, the most favored nation agreements on drug prices that we just did are delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in history, with numbers like 400, 500, and even a 600% reduction from where it was. Think of that. That alone should win us the midterm. And the fake news back there refuses to talk about it because they know how good it is, because they can't produce it. They've been trying to do it for years. Favored nation. We paid the highest drug price in the world by far. As an example, for the fat drug, which Bo and Tony don't need to take, but a lot of people are taking. Who takes the fat drug? So in New York, think of it, it was costing a fortune. Many, many times it was costing $1,300. And in London, it was $87. And a friend of mine who's extremely fat, sloppy, but very brilliant. He's a brilliant businessman, but he's a slob. There's no question about it. Very neurotic person, which you need sometimes to be successful. But he called me up. He used to call me Donnie. Donnie! Now he calls me Mr. President. That's a sign of great respect. But he said, President, I just came over here and I bought, I won't say Ozempic or whatever the hell it was, but I bought the fat drug. I said, I didn't know you used it because it's not working. And I used him as, he's begging me not to use his name, so I won't, but he's a very successful guy. He's actually a pretty well-known guy, brilliant business guy, worth a lot of money. And he checked, he just, he said, well, how come in London I just sent out and I'm paying $87 and in New York I'm paying $1,300? I said, because that's the way the prices are rigged. And it's rigged, the whole world is rigged against us. And I said, but you know what? You brought it out better than anybody could bring it out, because I've been looking at it. They all said it was impossible to do. And I went to the drug companies. I said, well, it's not going to be any more. You're going to raise their price a little bit. You're going to lower ours a lot because the world is bigger than us. So it really worked that way. And they said, well, we'll do it. They were very unhappy, but they knew I wouldn't get it from the countries because you had to get it from the countries. Then I went to France. I said to a very nice man named Emmanuel Macron, I said, Emmanuel, you got to raise your prices on drugs. Of course I will not do that. Why would I do that? Because it's unfair. We're paying 10 times more than you, and you're going to have to raise them a little bit. We're going to drop ours a lot. He said, no, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will. He said, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will. We're putting a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes coming into the United States. He said, yes, I will do that. I promise. And I had the same conversation with Germany, with every country, with UK. Every single one of them within 5 minutes agreed to do it. Nobody could believe it. And they agreed to raise their price. And we have gotten the biggest price reductions in the history of drugs, medical. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So instead of paying $1,300, you'll be paying about $175. Nobody's ever done that before. And this is on many, many drugs. A pill that sells for $10 in London and selling for $150 in Texas, any place, it's all the same in the United States. They basically discriminated. So now instead of $10, it goes to $20, because again, the world is a big place. and we would bring ours down to 20, from like 150 down to 20. This is the kind of price reductions you're getting. Go to Trump.com, by the way. And I didn't name it. That was Bobby Kennedy that did it with Dr. Oz. Everyone thinks I named it. I did not name it, but that site is through the roof. And these are the biggest price reductions in the history of our country for anything having to do with drugs, prescription medicine. So that alone should win the midterms. And there's a real chance that they would end it because they're totally controlled by these foreign countries, the Democrats. So starting next week, weight loss drugs will be available for just $50. Think of that. For seniors who previously had to pay $1,200, $1,300, $1,400, couldn't pay it. Think of that. Now, they don't want to write. Look, they turn the cameras off when I talk about it because they don't want good stuff for us, because they don't want us to win elections. And why, I don't know. Why they want to have people pouring into our country, why they want to have high taxes, why they want to have all of these problems that took place over the last 4 years of the last administration, one of the worst administrations in history. But the other ones wouldn't be much better because they have all of these crazy policies. They've gone communist. But just over 1 year ago, we inherited the worst border in history, secure border in the history of our country by far. Almost nobody is able to get in. And in the past 13 months, and this is a chart kept by generally Democrat people, in the past 13 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. Think of that. 0. And even I find that hard to believe, but it's 0. I mean, they'd love to have it be high, but we can't do that. We have a country, and we're going to run it well. We don't want to have prisons released into our... some of these countries were emptying their prisons into the United States of America through the southern border. Prison population. Some of the countries had no prison population left. You know what that saves them? Some of them had no mental institutions. The mental institutions were taken. All of those people were taken to our southern border and allowed to just walk freely into our country under Sleepy Joe Biden and his group of thugs, their group of real thugs. Weaponization, that's all they're good at, weaponization and cheating on elections. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded in the history of our country, despite the fact that we haven't gotten all of these criminals out of our country. We had the lowest since 1900, that's 125 years ago. And we cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by 56%. That's a big number. And we cut the flow of illegal drugs coming in by water, coming in by ocean or sea. We cut it by 97%. 97%. It's very drastic, but people aren't traveling that way too much anymore. We have the most powerful. I built the military in my first term. We used it in my second term, more than I thought, but we have no choice. We have no choice. But think of it. We cut fentanyl. For years, they've been interdicting. They've been grabbing boats, bringing them in, putting them in court. They go out by the same night. They're back sending drugs by the ocean, by the Gulf, by the sea. And now it's down 97%. And we're looking for the 3%, because I think those 3% are more brave than Bo Nickel was any day. The 3% of the people that are willing to get into a boat to deliver drugs now, they are the bravest people perhaps anywhere in the world. But it won't happen long. But what we've done is amazing. Our military, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest law enforcement in the world. And we have the highest number of recruiting. So a year and a half ago, it was headlines. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Navy, Marine. Nobody wanted to join any of them. Air Force, Space Force. I love Space Force. Coast Guard. Nobody wanted to join any of the military. They had tremendous recruitment problems. And even it carried over to the police. You have great police here. The police and the fire departments. Nobody wanted to do anything with the name America, anything with the uniform. And today, We have the highest recruitment, the most successful recruitment. Every single slot is filled. And that includes, they want to be policemen and they want to be firemen and women. So we went from the least successful in our history, David, to the most successful in the history in terms of recruitment. It was very embarrassing. A year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and it all happened from November 5th. That's when we won the election. From November 5th on, everybody wants to be a soldier. Everybody wants to be in the Army, the Navy, the Marines. They want to fly the jets in the Air Force. The Coast Guard is hot. Everything's hot. And of course, Air Force. You know, I started Air Force. That was a part of the Air Force. The Space Force was part of the Air Force. I said, no, it's got to be separate. Got to do its own thing. And it's become. So we were in third place 4 or 5 years ago, and I put it in. We were losing to China and to Russia. And now we're totally ahead of both of them, like at numbers that they can't believe. Space Force is going to end up being one of your most important. To stop the massive theft of taxpayer dollars, including millions of illegals, we've launched the war on fraud, led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. Doing a great job. Smart guy. We ended Medicaid for illegal immigrants, and we redirected $50 billion to make the largest investment in rural health in the history of our country, hospitals and everything else in the rural areas. And with the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will defend our jobs, our factories, our safety, and we will defend our borders like never before. We will crush violent crime, impose harsh new penalties on dangerous repeat offenders that shouldn't be in our country, crack down on Marxist prosecutors and judges, and we will immediately end the most dangerous thing that's ever been put into our country from the standpoint of law enforcement. Is called no cash bail. You kill someone, you go to the judge, they let you out, then you kill somebody in the afternoon. It's crazy. That was the beginning of crime. We will pass the great health care plan to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be much better care at a much lower cost. And we will pass the Save America Act to protect our sacred American election. And in the Save America Act, it's very simple. All voters must show a photo voter ID. Very nice. May we see a picture, please? All voters must provide proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And we will also, in that same bill, enshrine in permanent law no men in women's sports and no transgender surgery for our children. So together with the help of patriots throughout Pennsylvania and all across the land, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. It's all happening. It's all happening. We will make America strong again. America proud. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Pennsylvania.
Okay. All right. That was not bad. What really stuck out with this speech, and we were talking about it in the chat, was UFC 250. What an amazing event. I didn't mention that at the beginning. What an amazing event. Very patriotic. There was some really, really cool scenery that they had. Like when they were walking out of the White House, going out to fight, you could see all the presidents up against the wall, the airplanes with the fireworks and the Washington Monument in the background. Plus, the fights were actually really good. Damage, or whoever said their favorite fighter was Patty. That walk-off knockout was the one, you know? So yeah, that UFC 250. What y'all think about that one? Now look, this is a light topic. Now I was gonna dig into the fraud more. I got a lot of fraud. I've got Arizona, Boston, Maine. I've got a lot of fraud to the point where I'm not gonna go ahead and get into it tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and talk about some shit that's really pisses me off going on in our school systems. You know, a lot of people my age are having kids and they're now entering school, etc. And the big question is, do they want to send their children to school? Do they want to send their children to public schools, or where to send them? Do you homeschool your children? And, you know, a lot of people will argue with people and make them feel belittled because they don't want to send their child to an elementary school. Now, check out these stories I have. Here's one. You guys look. Before you dip out, I'm doing this for y'all. This is the wildest stuff that I got. And I'm going to skip the fraud, but I can't skip this. And this one is so just troublesome. Okay. It's about a young girl who was here's the headline. You guys see it? Is it up? Yeah. Okay. Here's the headline. Ready? School administrator is in even more trouble after elementary student with autism allegedly found tied to a chair with a jump rope. Tell me you want to send your kids to school. This lady right here, you're in charge of this. That's unacceptable. Right off rip. I don't even care. I don't even care what, I don't care. So a North Carolina deputy superintendent in charge of legal and compliance has been indicted for allegedly misleading cops who were investigating a teacher's aide tying a 6-year-old girl with autism to a chair with a jump rope. I mean, how inhumane could you possibly get? Tanya Wanique Giovanni, who served as the deputy superintendent for administrative, legal, and compliance service for Durham School, was indicted this week on 6 charges of felony obstruction of justice. She is accused of trying to obstruct, impede, and hinder public or legal justice into an investigation of child abuse of minor involving the abuse of minor child that was tied to a chair in an Eno Valley Elementary School, as depicted in still photograph. Was there a photograph? Tell me there's not a photograph. Okay, so they got a photograph of it. I was like, tell me they don't got a photograph of this for me. I mean, without even reading this broad should be like, whoever the teacher was should be put down. I don't even know what to say. I mean, they should be put the F down. Trump is a liar. He must be impeached. Whatever, bro. You can cry, you liberal ass cuck. Keep crying. I don't care. Cops allege Wright lied about how she received the photos and who took them. I mean, imagine covering this up. Imagine she should get the same amount of time. According to a warrant, Wright initially told cops she received the photos after someone anonymously slipped them under the door. This wasn't true, and Wright, along with other administrators, participated in a coordinated effort to deflect liability. Think about it, people. These are the people teaching your children. They have more influence on your children than you do. They spend 8 to 10 hours a day with these people. We don't get to see our kids that much. 2 teachers' aides allegedly involved in the incident resigned in December of 2024. One was arrested for child abuse and other charges. But cops later interviewed the janitor. How the hell does the janitor? Oh, okay, the janitor took the pictures. Leave it up to the good old janitor to save the day. And she said the arrested aide was not at school on the day she took the photos. This led investigators to believe the aide could have been wrongfully accused. Prosecutors dropped the case in November. Middle school teacher encouraged 12-year-old student to hit. Okay, so this is the next story. The next story is this. Let's see what we got here. It's teacher's aide. Hold on. Let's see what this one says. Yeah, this one's wild too. This one is another one that'll just like F you up. Like, yeah, go ahead and send your. This one is a pre-K. This one's not even able to go to school. This is pre-K. Texas teaching aide swung pre-K student around by feet after calling her ugly as hell. And let me tell you something. This bitch is ugly as hell. The kid wasn't lying. An educational aide allegedly grabbed a preschooler by her feet and swung her around upside down, banging her head after telling the toddler she was ugly as hell. Oh my gosh. You just got to be a liberal, bro. It's got to be a liberal. Rachel Ann Kerspel, 37, was seen insulting the girl at Marshall Early Childhood Center in Marshall, Texas last week, and then yanking her into the air as she screamed, causing the girl to hit her head. According to the affidavit, "You are ugly as hell," the teacher told the girl, who was 3 or 4. "You can tell your mama didn't raise you right," she said. "Look at this ugly bitch. This ugly bitch is calling anybody ugly? What? Get the fuck out of here, you ugly ass bitch. Swinging little kids around by your ugly, gnarly looking face and hands. Get out of here with that shit. Yeah, go send your kids to public schools with this bullshit. Unreal. Could you imagine being the parents? That's definitely a liberal. That's the point. That's the face of a liberal. It's illness. It's illness. It's illness. I guarantee you she's probably been in this chat saying "Bad Man Orange." Down with America. I want to know about the Epstein list, but yet I swing little kids around by their feet and bash their head around. But you really give a shit, huh? You ugly liberal. Yeah, you know what? That pisses me. Yo, when you mess with kids, you piss me off. This has nothing to do with politics. Now, her ideology is clearly some liberalism bullshit, but this has nothing to do with ideology. This has everything to do with the way you treat people. You don't treat your children like this. And this is in Texas? I sure to God hope these parents take action. Oh, yeah, dude. She hasn't seen that thing forever. It's only been scissored right out, damn it. Disgusting. Disgusting. That's why she be calling little kids ugly. She's mad at herself. She's mad at herself. So when I'm showing you this picture and I'm ranting at this bitch because she's swinging little kids around, what are you supposed to do? What are we supposed to do as citizens of the United States? Not every kid in the whole world or in the United States can get homeschooled or has the luxury of that. So we send them to public schools and hope that these ugly ass, God, I want to say what I want to say, liberals, can destroy our poor little children. I mean, damn, dude. Is this where we're going? I mean, this kid's pre-K. Poor girl's going to be traumatized. You done ruined the kid before she ever even hit freaking kindergarten, you dumbass liberal bitch. Damn. Excuse my French, but that's like the worst thing you could possibly do. I can't think of pretty much, there's like one other thing y'all could all think about it. You know what I'm saying? But that's pretty much the worst thing you could fucking do to somebody. It's crazy. It's not cool. Not cool at all. So I got one more, and then I'll go ahead and get into this press conference that is linked to kind of what we're talking about here. So the next and final story is for today. I've got a ton of these, y'all, but I don't want to overrun it. I just wanted to give y'all my voice and some content that I've been saving to push to y'all. Because look at this bitch, bro. One last time. Hit the like if you want to see this bitch go to prison. Come on, man. We should all agree on this. There's nothing that we shouldn't agree. When it comes to this topic right here, we should all agree on this one. And if you don't, then you got problems. Next one. We got this Florida teacher. Mind you, I put this together a month ago, planning on going live. These were all on the same day. It blew my mind to the point I kept it in my laptop for a whole month. It was like, this will be talked about. This will be talked about. Final one. Again, there is a pattern to what I am showing you guys. This has nothing to do with race. This has everything to do with being a liberal cock. Fuck. Ugh. Anyway, so this chick right here, dude. This chick right here. Florida teacher allegedly ordered student to hit a classmate. This broad right here. Look at this ugly ass. All right, chat, would you literally send your kid to this lady? Would you? Chat, help me out before I even get in the story. You gonna send your kid to this lady, dude? Are you? Is this your first night? Yeah, this is my first night back in like over a month, so I'm still rusty. I'm just breaking the ice. You know what I'm saying? I'm just breaking the ice, bro. I was like nervous getting it going, and it all just starts to come back and flow once you get it, once you get going. But yeah. So what'd she do? She got her students. Now let me read the story. Bitch, sorry. I get so mad when I see this, yo. I get so mad, y'all. It just irks me, dude. It just irks me to the fullest. On Wednesday, May 13th, Judith, I'm going to call her Judas because she's that. A sixth grade teacher at Electa Lee Magnet Middle School in Bradenton repeatedly told a student to stop talking during class, according to a statement from Manatee County Sheriff's Office. When the student kept talking, Clark allegedly asked, "Who wants to slap him?" The sheriff's office said in the statement. None of the students came forward to hit the child, the sheriff's office said. First off, I was one of those kids that wouldn't stop talking, and I would have dared someone in the class to try to slap me and shut me up. Good luck. The student began talking again, so Clark asked the class a second time if anybody wanted to slap him. The sheriff's office alleged. No one answered her, so she allegedly told two students to shut the window blinds in the classroom and ordered a 12-year-old student to hit the boy who was talking, the sheriff's office said. The 12-year-old gently hit the student across the face, telling deputies afterwards that he was afraid to disobey the teacher, the sheriff's office alleged. According to online court records, the 12-year-old victim admitted he was talking to other students at his table. Now, look, it's annoying that, when you're trying to teach and you got somebody talking, but to teach children to slap and close the windows and bro, that's not how we do things. This is not how we treat our children. That's why our kids are messed up. That's why we have a messed up world. Because we've got adults treating our kids like shit. According to the court records, the 12-year-old victim admitted he was talking to other students at his table. The student who slapped the other boy told his parents about what the teacher had alleged and asked him to do what they reported the incident. Once the investigation began, school administrators removed Clark from the classroom, and she had no further contact with the students. That was smart. On Tuesday, May 19th, Clark was arrested without incident and booked. Thank God. Finally, somebody pays. Manatee County Jail on charge of child abuse without great bodily harm. She was released on a $7,500 bond, so it's $750 she got out. That's bullshit. And is not allowed contact with the victim, persons underage. It's troubling because she used her position of authority to intimidate kids in this classroom. And that's about as far as I really need to go with this. And I'll go back down and pull her picture up and I'll read the chat. But I mean, it's unacceptable. That is just absolutely unacceptable. They were in sixth grade. Yeah, this one in particular was sixth grade. The other one was 7 years old and 3 to 5. They were preteen, bro. Preteen. Well, that's good for us to see that there's teachers like that in public school system. Give me many examples of why we shouldn't send our students there. That's what I'm trying to do. Hey. That's what I'm here for, you guys. That is why I did this. I knew it was going to drop my viewers down. I really didn't care because I know the people that are sticking around actually get it. Hi, Kiki's. How you doing, girly? You know, I know the people that are stuck around. These are the real ones that want to see what the hell's really going on. I can't believe I didn't know you were live. I've been live, Keeks. I'm like at 4 something. I just did some stories. You know, I'm just getting ready to kind of lightweight. And then I do have this that goes along with these topics that I was just talking about. Again, we went through it all, Keeks. What I was showing them was a bunch of stories about these teachers that are abusing our children and why it's probably not best to go to a public school. Keeks, I'm not going to, say too much, but she homeschools. She gets it. She's a good advocate for this topic right here. Oh, I hear you. That sucks. I'll talk to you after this. I'm almost done. So I'm gonna, now that I'm fired up, now that I'm sweating, because it goes with what I'm talking about. I'll talk to y'all one last time, and then I'm gonna call this one. But I wanted to get this off because you can only do so much. By the way, this bitch got to go. Anybody that looks like that should not be hired. DEI. What do you want me to say, yo? What do you want me to say? So, anyways, where's it at? Here it is. Boom. Let's see what Todd Blanche has got to say, and then I'll talk to y'all, and then I'm out of here. At least I think I am. We'll see. It was really good to see everybody. Damage, man. It's good to see you in the chat, Geeks. Really good to see you in the chat as usual. Love you. Here we go. I'll talk to y'all when.
This was out of the Northern District of Ohio. All 3 are illegal aliens from Guatemala.
By the way, Damage, This was the Ohio story you were talking about. Yes, I had it lined up. You read my mind. And I will get into the UFC plot. The dude who got arrested literally is in the county jail in the county I'm in. So I've got the footage of his actual the police footage. So we'll watch that on another night. I just don't want to make this stream too long. But I got a lot of shit for y'all, so let's
who allegedly took part in a wide-ranging conspiracy to smuggle more than a dozen children into the United States by scamming the system and exploiting the loopholes created by the last administration. This is one example, one indictment, but it is not unique. There are over 15,500 super sponsor cases that we have identified along with DHS. And again, these super sponsor cases are when somebody sponsors more than 3 children, unrelated, and they're unaccompanied minors that come in the United States. I also want to announce today from the same district in Ohio, the Northern District, the sentencing of another criminal illegal alien who was convicted, also from Guatemala.
I actually want to respond to that. To RW, he said, yeah, good luck homeschooling the kid that wouldn't shut the F up. You'd be slapping him yourself. And that's what I was telling Keeks. I said, good luck. Some little shithead kid's never going to shut up when they're at home. I agree with you, brother. But here's the thing. With city schools and being homeschooled, you could cater to your child's way of learning, what they enjoy learning, what they're good at. When you're in a city school, because I'm going by myself. I'm going by me, my own experience. I was very, very, very intelligent. I just didn't fit in the same box as all the kids I went to school with. It's just a fact. I didn't. You know, I was ahead of them. My brain was faster than theirs. But I was always talking and always in trouble because I didn't need to study. I would just literally get A's, straight A's, all through school. And, you know, so we need to cater to those kids. We don't need to get them slapped around, ruin them as a child, and F their lives up for the rest of their lives. You know what I'm saying? So what we need to do is find a way to appease the kid. I know this sounds like, but we do need to cater to these kids because they are our future. So if that means the kid needs a break every 30 minutes, 40 minutes, then you give them one. If the kid, you know what I'm saying? There's no need to shove stuff down a kid's throat if it's never going to be used. And we all been to school. We've all been to classes that we've never, ever used again and been treated like shit. How you doing, Jasmine? So, you know, that's why we can't just give up on that thought, you know. But you're right. Good luck dealing with the loudmouth little shit when he's at home.
He was a 27-year-old man who came to the United States, smuggled in a 14-year-old child by submitting false paperwork and lying on the forms, claiming to be her brother, proceeded to sexually assault this young woman. And these 2 cases, while only 2, help explain how what was going on is really the stuff of nightmares. Now, these charges brought by the Department of Justice show the important partnership between HHS and DHS and with the Department of Justice. All of us are going after those who illegally brought children to this country. And again, these are dangerous and lonely paths from wherever they're coming into the United States, and many of them have had heinous crimes committed against them. So leading and supporting the Department of Justice's nationwide effort against UAC-related crimes is Joint Task Force Alpha. The task force is a highly successful partnership between the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security. And obviously we use investigative support from the FBI and other agencies, including HHS and their Office of Inspector General. Their Joint Task Force Alpha's mission is to dismantle human smuggling and human trafficking rings throughout the Americas. So this is as is obvious from the numbers, this is a vast problem but it's something that we're extraordinarily focused on and will remain focused on until it's completely fixed, addressed, and remedied. Some other things that the Department of Justice is doing to combat human trafficking. We have directed every U.S. Attorney's Office that they must pursue all viable charges related to UAC sponsor fraud, all available immigration violations, and any other crimes involving unaccompanied minors, such as labor or sex trafficking, aggravated identity theft, or alien smuggling. Every U.S. Attorney's Office in this country has a designated UAC coordinator, which helps streamline communication with law enforcement agencies and facilitate the prosecution of defendants involved in trafficking UACs. The criminal division is led by Tyson Duva, who's with me on stage. The criminal division works closely with U.S. Attorney's offices and Joint Task Force Alpha to make sure that all the resources are brought to bear on the most egregious and important cases in this space. We will not accept half measures when it comes to securing the border.
Oh, thank you so much, Keeks. Love you. Love the 777. Thanks for bringing me the good luck vibes. I'm throwing you the deuces. I don't have my camera on just so it doesn't glitch.
Protecting American lives and saving children from exploitation. In this administration, as President Trump says almost every day, because it's true, the border will be secure, innocent children will be protected, and sponsors should be properly vetted, and those who seek to commit crimes by way of our borders will face justice. So again, I thank everybody for being here this morning. I would like to ask Secretary Mullen to come and say a few words now. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. And first of all, I want to thank the Trump administration and President Trump's leadership in going after the worst of the worst. You know, I tell people that I haven't quit smiling since I've been Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, but I have to take that back because when we start digging into these cases and you start hearing the absolute horrific things that took place underneath the Biden administration, under true neglect at best and criminal at worst, to allow 450,000 kids to go missing throughout this country. President Trump has made it a point to go find these kids. And because of our partnership with HHS and DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, truly using the best of the best, which the Democrats sometimes want to demonize because a lot of times this is ICE, this is HSI, this is CBP. These individuals that the Democrats seem to want to defund, but because of President Trump, we finally funded them for 3 years. We're able to push and go find these kids. We found 146,000 kids so far. 146,000 kids. We still have nearly 300,000 missing. We're investigating reports to where some of these kids claim that they were raped 600 to 700 times. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you have kids, if you don't have kids. I don't care if you're a liberal, you're independent, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican. If you can't stand for law enforcement to go find these kids, who are you? Who are you? Every leader.
Sorry, but I got to give this guy props. That was well said. If you're not for this, who are you and what are you about? That was, I don't know who this guy is, but
should understand what's going on. And do you know where we're finding the most of them? Sanctuary cities. because they know they're safe. That's why they're called sanctuary cities. Because of President Trump's leadership, we're going into those sanctuary cities. We have mayors like Mandami in New York who want to say, you're not welcome. As a mayor, he knows what's happening on the streets. He knows who he's harboring, and at this point, in abating. By saying that we can't go operate, we're going to. We're going to go find the worst of the worst. We're going to rescue as many kids as we possibly can. We're going to enforce our nation's laws, and we're going to right the wrongs that the Biden administration turned a blind eye to. It's because of President Trump's leadership. It's horrific to what's happening right in our own country because of 4 years of a blind eye that allowed unvetted sponsors to come pick up 450,000 kids on our borders, knowing their reports, while the Biden administration was in office, their own reports was reporting that over a third of the females, regardless of age, was sexually assaulted before they made it to their border. They knew it was human traffickers that were trafficking these young kids to the border, and then they were unvetting or refusing to vet the so-called sponsors, and there was 0 wellness checks. And they want to claim that Republicans, because we're enforcing the laws, is inhumane somehow. What's inhumane about taking care of our kids? As a father of 6 with 3 young girls, I will do whatever I have to do. I will move heaven and hell to go find these kids. And guess what? The same individuals that the Democrats want to demonize every single day, which is our law enforcement, is out there doing that job. And I am proud as I can possibly be to sit here as secretary to say, because of our relationship with DOJ, with HHS, and this administration, we're going to find you. And those that preyed on these young kids, we're going to bring you to justice. We're going to charge you. And we're going to work side by side with Todd Blanche and DOJ to make sure you pay for your crimes. So I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. I want to thank Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche for helping us fight against the worst of the worst and bringing them to justice.
Thank you very much, Secretary Mullen. Angie, you want to say words?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Angie Salazar. I'm the Acting Director of Office of Refugee Resettlement. Today's announcement confirms what we already knew, that during the Biden era, human smuggling networks exploited the immigration system and open border policies to profit and further their criminal enterprise at the expense of vulnerable children. You've heard the scale of the problem, over 450,000. I just want to emphasize, those children were all referred to ORR. That is an average of more than 300 children per day for 4 years. By law, ORR is responsible for the care and placement of unaccompanied children. In principle, that responsibility should mirror the standards of the American foster care system, which demands rigorous background checks, vetting of caregivers, financial stability verification, and home visits before a child is turned over. Instead, these children were released to adults who were rarely seen in person. They were sent to addresses that were not visited or verified. The children were shuffled by contractors through airports and delivered to unvetted sponsors. In 2024, the DHS Office of Inspector General reported that nearly 300,000 of those children could not be accounted for. We continue to hear claims that this was merely a paperwork issue. It was not. When the government lacks reliable contact information or an effective means of tracking children, that is a child welfare failure. ORR suspects that over 40 unaccompanied children are linked to this organization via aliases, documents, or addresses. And this is exactly why ORR reforms are necessary. Under the strong leadership of Secretary Kennedy and President Trump, ORR has reviewed our data and identified over 81,000 addresses that were used repeatedly to take children. Over 76,000 instances where mandatory safety checks were missing. Over 97,000 cases that lacked background checks. And instances where fingerprint and DNA and human trafficking risks were either not required, ineffective, or applied in an inconsistent manner. The Trump administration has taken immediate action to find these children and close the loopholes. You've heard to date, we've located with Department of Justice and DHS approximately 146,000. Some have been located that were sexually assaulted, others deceased, and some committing heinous crimes. So what has changed? Today, ORR requires valid identity documents, fingerprint background checks. We identify repeat sponsors. We require DNA testing when family relationship is claimed. We also verify income, and we most importantly, we physically verify the homes, the addresses, and we meet with sponsors in person. And for the first time, ORR is in lockstep with our law enforcement partners to identify bad actors and protect children. We are prioritizing child safety over placement speed and modernizing our systems to strengthen oversight and accountability. Every child referred to ORR's custody deserves protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Attorney General Blanche and Secretary Mullen and Acting Director Salazar. I'm Tyson Duva, Assistant Attorney General, and I run the Criminal Division. The Criminal Division is at the forefront of some of the department's most important initiatives, including going after people who abuse and exploit our most vulnerable, our children who arrive at our borders alone. In the Northern District of Ohio, which is under the leadership of United States Attorney David Tepfer, our offices are partnering together to announce the charge.
The way he just said Ohio, that was extra crazy. I'm sorry, that was great.
Charges that Acting Attorney General Blanche described against 3 Guatemalan nationals and the sentencing of the 4th, all living in this country illegally and all tied to smuggling of unaccompanied alien children into the United States. And I'm going to talk about those cases a little more specifically. Maritza Koek was arrested in Ohio for leading an alien smuggling network and submitting multiple fraudulent sponsorship applications for unaccompanied alien children. Maritza's brother, Carlos Koek was also indicted for his role in that conspiracy for smuggling, including for one of the children that Maritza helped smuggle into the United States. Another, Gladys Marina Colchen, who was herself fraudulently sponsored and smuggled into the country as an unaccompanied child, now as an adult, is charged with doing the same thing. We also secured a prison sentence yesterday for Juan TLG, who lied to obtain custody of a 14-year-old girl and then sexually assaulted her. He will serve a total of 10 years in prison based on his state and federal convictions. These cases tell a story. First, about the crimes that people commit to come to the United States illegally, the dangers and risks associated with that often long journey, including tragic consequences of vulnerable children being subjected to smugglers who exploit them, often sexually and physically. And second, how criminals use a child protection program to commit fraud. In the Maritza Koek case, between December 2020 and October 2023, Maritza submitted sponsorship applications using others' identities, falsely claiming them to be children of close relatives to obtain custody of them. She used other people's birth certificates, Guatemalan consular ID cards to deceive ORR, even submitting photographs of herself holding someone else's ID Several of those applications were successful, causing the ORR to release children to her care. This was a business. Payments were deposited into her and her co-conspirators' bank accounts. 2 weeks ago, agents searched Maritza's residence in Cleveland, Ohio, and found Maritza and 8 other adults and 4 minor children living there. Nearly all the adults were illegal aliens. 4 had themselves been unaccompanied children. This case highlights the fraud and abuse perpetrated by illegal aliens and exposes how this government program was manipulated to bring children to the United States and deliver them to unvetted people. Juan TLG is a separate case. He was sentenced yesterday, and those convictions stem from alien smuggling, making false statements, and aggravated identity theft. In September 2023, Xi arranged for a coyote to have a Guatemalan family's 14-year-old girl illegally enter the United States. He submitted a sponsorship application and lied that the girl was his sister. He was entrusted with her care and sexually assaulted her multiple times. Xi told her the sex was repayment for bringing her to the United States, 14 years old. For Xi's state and federal convictions, he will spend the next 10 years in prison. Since day one of this administration, Joint Task Force Alpha, led by the Criminal Division's Human Rights and Special Prosecutions Section, has stepped up to the challenge and quickly assembled a team of prosecutors to work with ORR and HSI and other investigative partners in this area. The cases announced today are just a snapshot of the important work, and there are others. In Louisiana, we convicted an illegal alien from Guatemala who submitted a fraudulent sponsorship application, falsely claiming the child was his brother. In Georgia, we indicted 2 illegal aliens from Honduras who targeted a child online, lured her to the United States, and filed a fraudulent sponsorship application to gain custody of her. In Kansas, we indicted another illegal alien from Honduras and a Kansas woman for fraudulently seeking to obtain custody of a UAC. The charges and sentence announced today are the work of law enforcement cooperation, HHS, OIG, HSI, FBI, and our partners at HHS ORR. I would like to again recognize U.S. Attorney David Tepfer for his leadership and excellent partnership on these cases charged in this district, and the prosecutors and agents on the line who handled the cases, did the complaints, brought them to grand jury, and handled the sentencings. There is much to be done, and under the leadership of Acting Attorney General Blanche and Secretary Mullen, we will do the work. Thank you.
Blur video? Even on your 4K screen? One click and TubeHance sets the highest quality. Always. Hit Add to Chrome and get TubeHance for free. Crystal.
Thanks, Tyson. Okay, so we'll take a couple questions on what we're here for today. Go ahead.
So I have an on-topic and an off-topic. The on-topic is, first of all, is this problem still widespread, or is it being completely stopped? Secondly, you said you located 146,000 of them, and 300,000 are still out there. What's their fate? Are they being deported, or are they being allowed to stay in the country?
So let me, I don't know, Secretary, you want to address the first question, and then I can handle the next one.
So on the 146,000 we found with their sponsors, though some of them were just wellness checks that we went through that were maybe not vetted correctly, but the child was okay. The person was in the country legally. We were able to check that off. The other ones were criminal. So those that were exporting the children were charging. DOJ is helping with that. Some were in labor trafficking rings. Some were in sex trafficking rings. Some we couldn't maybe prove that either the child was being utilized in that way because the child was refusing to speak. We have either found legal sponsors for the child and then have gone through the process of deporting the individuals. The vast majority of the 146 were obtained illegally, the vast majority. And so charges are still moving forward with those. We can't, I'm not able to release the exact number of the individuals that were the children that were being exported and trafficked. As the gentleman spoke right before me, some of the individuals now that were brought over children are now adults. The ones that are here are adults. We're working on the process of sending them back.
And so this widespread, and then I have a second question. Still widespread.
Go ahead.
is this still a widespread problem at the border? And then I have a second off topic.
Whether it's, well, I mean, it's not widespread. I mean, I think it's pretty, I don't think there's any dispute. The borders have been closed to folks that are not allowed in, and it's been that way for over a year. But yes, we are still dealing with a crisis in this country from what happened for 4 years. And one of the reasons why we wanted to have you all here today is to remind folks of the crisis that was created that we are still dealing with. When you talk about numbers and you say 450,000, all right, and then you say 300,000 are still unaccompanied, are still unaccounted for, at least partially. And then when you look at the great work we've done in a year, 100,000+, that's all great, but there's still a tremendous amount of work left to do. I mean, that's, and will we be finished in a year? No. I mean, this is a problem that was created for a long time. It's hard to find. I mean, what Acting Director Zahler talked about is true. Like you have all the over 81,000 addresses in this country had multiple unaccompanied minors associated with those addresses, and that's the crisis we're dealing with.
And on the UFC fight,
I'm not going to talk about the UFC fight. We're just here to talk about this.
If he does order that it be blocked,
I'm not going to talk about the UFC fight. We're here just to talk about why we're here today. Go ahead.
That was definitely a liberal who asked that question. Only a liberal would ask that question in the middle of a press conference like that. Oh my God, my blood's boiling. Only a freaking liberal. I wish Trump would have been the one talking. He would have lit that dude the F up. Woo! Dude's talking about some deep stuff, and you ask about UFC law and shit so you could go cry on CNN, you little mother. Ah.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question on that. Why would children not be eligible for U or T visas, even if they've aged out? And second, if I can, are there still efforts to expand child and family detention for processing these people or these migrant children?
Who wants to answer the first question? You answer the first question. Go ahead.
Yes, if we identify that they're victims of crime, which is what the 26 crimes under the U visa, or human trafficking, right, held against their will for commercial sex or forced labor, they will still be eligible, of course.
So those people aren't being, or those children, or if they've aged out, they're not being deported?
Even if they've aged out, if you're like the laws here, if you are a victim of those crimes and law enforcement certifies them as such, then they're entitled to those.
Other questions?
Sorry, and the second on detention.
Yeah, what's the second one?
Are there still efforts to expand child and family detention?
To expand child and family detention? I don't know if that's Mark.
So we only have one family detention center right now, and it's in Texas because of President Trump's secure border, and we have 0 coming into the country illegally at this point. The detention center is not even close to being at capacity. So we're those that are being held there, we're looking for replacements and trying to get them back to the country where they came from and entered the country illegally from.
Just on 0 people crossing the border, the SABRE program run by counties in Arizona through California, they are saying that they're still seeing unapprehended crossers. The apprehension rate is 33% there. So people are still crossing the border.
So when we start talking about the 0 entries, there's no one that we are apprehending that we're allowing into the country. I'm sure there are some gotaways because we're still building the wall to secure the border, but that number is extremely small. We went from having tens of thousands a week, sometimes in a day, to single-digit numbers. But we aren't able to see that. That's why we're building the wall. That's why President Trump has made it a priority to get the wall built from the Pacific to the Gulf of America. We will have the primary wall completed probably this time next year, and we'll just have very small corridors for individuals that's going to be trying to enter the country legally, where we can allow them to enter if they truly have a claim or have the right paperwork in place. But we are allowing no individuals to claim asylum to come into this country unless they can truly prove by legal statute what they have to require, not because they say the correct things on a handwritten card, but prove that they have an asylum need.
Thank you, Secretary Mullin.
Thank you very much. Question for the Attorney General and question for Secretary Mullin. Attorney General, I heard Secretary Mullin call this true neglect at best. I'm wondering, what is the evidence that government officials knowingly participated? In other words, are you alleging that the previous administration knowingly approved sponsor placements despite knowing there was evidence of fraud? Or are you alleging failures in screening and oversight? And can you just talk about the evidence that might support that distinction and be specific about how it applies to a certain number of cases?
So I don't think it can be disputed that the last administration knew this was happening. I mean, putting aside the public reporting about it at the time for many years during the Biden administration, we didn't go and hire forensic accountants or rock star federal agents to find out the data we're showing you. It's data that the government had and that government possessed. And so there were individuals occupying positions of leadership in this country that knew this was happening and this is what Secretary Mullen was talking about, either didn't care, encouraged it, or a little bit of both. I don't think that can be disputed. I don't think you're going to get DHS officials from the last administration telling you, oh my gosh, we're shocked. Wait, you're telling me there were hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied minors? Oh my God, I had no idea. That's not true. Of course I knew. And so I don't, and when you talk about the outrage that is hopefully coming through from what Secretary Mullen said and what I'm saying now, it should be outrage amongst everybody that this happened. And it did happen. And so whether somebody closed their eyes to it and whether somebody just, was negligent, or whether it was something much more intentional and part of a policy that was in place to literally just have open borders, including unaccompanied children who were being abused and trafficked, that's not for me to answer. But I will tell you that this is not something that we had to dig.
That's not for you to answer. I'll answer it for you, bro. It pisses me off. And we fucking all knew. All of us knew. We all knew. The borders were open. The DOJ came out in 2024, told us all 300,000 children went missing at the border. Never to be found again. And you don't know? I think we all know. That's why we voted for Trump. All you people in the chat bitching and crying, oh, you voted for Trump. Yeah, because of this reason right here. This right here. This is why.
Far and deep to uncover. I mean, we've been talking about it since January 20th, and we'll continue talking about it. But yeah, so I'm not indicting the past leadership right here on this podium, but you also cannot ignore what was an incredible dereliction of duty at best.
It was encouraged, though, is quite a charge. I mean, what evidence do you have of that?
What evidence of what?
To say that it was encouraged, this behavior is quite a charge.
Well, you can insert whatever word you want. I said encourage. If you know there's a problem and you're in a position of leadership to stop it and you don't stop it, what word should I use? I mean, I use the word encouraged. If it isn't as if this was a single day problem. You have a situation that happened over a number of years. They knew it was happening. It was brought to their attention it was happening, and they didn't do anything to stop it. As a matter of fact, when you look at the end of 2024, and there were 300,000, like you just think in your mind that number that number of.
Thank God he brought up the 300,000. I jumped the gun on you, Mr. Blanche. I thought you were skipping over it. Thank God. Sorry, y'all.
Young children, and then we had no idea where they were in this country. I mean, I continue to use words encouraged. So.
You an opportunity to respond to that and answer that. I also want to ask you specifically about some of the sanctuary cities as well as where these kids are coming from, if you can be more specific about some of the problem cases. I also do have an off-topic question.
So I don't think I need to explain what I said any more than what I said. It's negligent at best and criminal at worst. When you're not taking care of the kids that you're entrusted to take care of, negligence can turn into criminal. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to go after the individuals, but you can't, as acting Attorney General said, you can't just simply turn a blind eye to it and say it wasn't happening. You can't even deny that. Everybody in this room knows it was happening. It was being reported at the time it was happening. And there was no outrage, and no one tried to hold these people accountable. And kids now have been paying for it. They've been getting raped over and over.
There was outrage. There was outrage. To say there was no outrage, there wasn't enough, but there was outrage. I had a lot of it. And when I'm hearing this, like Miss said, it's triggering me. It's triggering me. It really is. It's reminding me of how they let it get to this point. It's triggering the shit out of me.
Over and over again, because this previous administration chose not to enforce our nation's laws and protect the most vulnerable. That is shameful.
I want to ask about immigration policies that are already shaping the World Cup. At least one referee from Somalia and one Iraqi team staff member were denied entry at U.S. airports in recent days, and dozens of fans have been
What did you
denied.
call it? Did you call it politics?
No.
What'd you say? I don't forget how you started that question.
Policies.
Yeah, policies are, we're not going to allow people that have criminal or maybe perceived to have criminal ties to come into this country. I don't care what your situation is. I'm not going to get into why we denied this individual, but there's a reason why this person was denied. Now, the left media wants to go out there and report and say this guy's a victim of, because we're, anti-Somalia. No, we're not. We work closely with FIFA and the administration on a regular basis. We talk to the FIFA and their directors constantly. Anybody that was denied, we made the case for and showed them why they were denied. Now, to get into the specifics of it, I'm not getting into the specifics of it, but Iran chose that was a difficult path. If there was any country we wasn't going to allow in here, Iran would probably be the reason why we wouldn't allow them in here, but we did. And we worked closely with the individuals with restrictions. And so there was multiple, more than just these two, there was multiple individuals throughout. We have a World Cup here. We got a lot of countries that doesn't exactly have access to the United States. And we did a phenomenal job on getting as many people cleared as we could, but some people just can't clear. And that's just the way it works with getting a visa to come to this great country. Yes.
Thank you. How does the partnership with law enforcement that you described change your ability to find and protect these children? And then secondly, how many of these children have you been able to reunite with their families in foreign countries?
Well, first of all, let's talk about the 287G program, which is the greatest partnership we can have. It's shameful that we have governors like in Virginia and governors in New York and governors in California and other sanctuary states that are refusing to allow their law enforcement to join into the 287G program, where we simply go after the worst of the worst. And we say to local law enforcement and the state enforcement that if you will help us, you don't have to enforce, just if you run across these individuals, keep them. We'll pay you for your time. We'll even give you some of the equipment, and we'll pay for some of the equipment. Just hold them and we'll come pick them up. And we have sanctuary states now that are popping up, and like New Jersey, that are saying, no, it's against the law for any state agency or any local agency to join in the 287G program to enforce our nation's laws. I don't even know how that's possible, to be honest with you. Why wouldn't you want to take the worst of the worst off your streets? Why would we allow it? Let me just give you one statistic. 50% of all the murders that's happened in Fairfax County are by illegals. 41 individuals in Tennessee have been killed this year by illegals. Well, in the last 12 months. Why? Why would any politician say that we wouldn't want to get those individuals off our streets? Why wouldn't they want to partner with DHS and the 287G program to help rid this type of activity out of our country and out of your communities? And I can't make sense of stupidity sometimes. We allow political theater to get in the way of actual law enforcement. And all we're saying is let's protect our streets, and let's make sure that our kids can go play in our yards, that you guys can go on a run in the mornings. You that live in Washington, D.C., you know what it was like 2 years ago? What's it like today? Can you go run the streets? Can you go run the Capitol and feel safe? Could you have done that 18 months ago? No. And you know that. But because of President Trump's strong push for law enforcement, our communities and our cities are becoming safe again. Why wouldn't any elected official want the same in their backyard.
EVE Online is a vast universe.
You spoke about Mayor Mondami and sanctuary cities. How do you envision the operations from your department in New York or other sanctuary cities as compared to what happened in Minnesota or California prior to you?
When you take somebody like Mondami, who is just this radical socialist, that's anti-law enforcement, anti-police, it's shameful because NYPD is awesome. They're phenomenal to work with. They have the best crowd procedures. They have the best law enforcement agency. I'd put them up against just about any city around the country. And they have a pride about them of doing so. But you got a mayor that's not allowing them to do their job. And it's shameful. All these guys in the NYPD, they just want to go to work. They want to do something that they feel like they were called to do. And they're great at it. But they got a leader that's handcuffing them. And hopefully people in New York will wise up and get a true leader in there in a few years.
How would your operations look different than Minnesota or California?
Well, if we had partnership with NYPD, we could clean that city up in 30 days. I mean that sincerely. We could clean that up with President Trump's leadership and us flexing with the ability we have. We've seen it happen in Memphis. We've seen it happen in New Orleans. We've seen it happen right here in Washington, D.C. We know how to do it. We just got to have, politics set aside and let law and order be the mainstream of why we decide we're going to do what we're going to do.
I have one on topic and one off topic. You said you and the mayor don't get along, and you're expressing concern about some of the governors in sanctuary states, as you call them. What are you willing to do to bridge that gap?
I'll work with anybody that's wanting to work with us. When I got sworn into office, I said, I don't care if you got a blue state, blue city, red city. I don't care what it is. I'll work as hard to protect my backyard as I will to protect yours. I don't see color when we start talking about law enforcement. What I see is criminals, and we're going after them. We've reached out multiple times through this whole FIFA, and we can't even get past the first person at the desk. So I'd sit down and talk to him anytime. I don't really think we're going to get anywhere. I think President Trump tried that. And you see the way he treated President Trump. I mean, President Trump literally brought him into the Oval Office, let him stand beside him, tried to actually give the olive branch and say, listen, we can set our political difference together. But President Trump loves New York City. He loves the Knicks, too, obviously. And the fact that the way the mayor treated him once he left the Oval Office will tell you what type of man he is.
How many of these 81,000 that you've got identified there, how many of those have criminal cases that you're trying to pursue?
I'll let our Attorney General answer that.
What was the question about? How many are
1,000 addresses? How many do you know have committed crimes? People there have committed crimes?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but just it's not as the point of that number isn't that there are 81,000 criminals. It's just a sheer number. So some of them, it might make sense why there's 3 unaccompanied minors that are not related in one house, maybe, depending on the circumstance. So it's not that every single one is a crime, but when you heard what the work that is being done, it's as simple as a site visit or as simple as a forms check to make sure that everything's in order. So for some of those 81,000, yes, I'm sure it's fine. For some of them, there are horrible crimes being committed. And so we announced a couple charges today. Tyson talked about ongoing cases that I think, joint that we're working on. It is a big priority in every U.S. attorney's office. And so I think that I expect you'll continue to see the results of that. All right. Thanks a lot, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that's enough to get you nice and pissed off and triggered. I was sitting here and I see all my people in here. I see Ryan, I see Keeks, I see Miss, I see Candy, I see Damage, I see Lemon. I see a lot of people in here. Art. Now, I don't normally do this, but I will do this today. One time only. If you want to come up and you want to, one time today. I ate a few gummies. I'm down to kick it for a hot minute. If you want to pop up, I'm going to check you out backstage first. If you don't check out, you ain't getting on. But I will drop a link. Any of y'all want to pop in and want to talk about any of these topics, I'm down for it. Miss, Teeks, Ryan, whoever else, you're more than welcome. But I'm going to go ahead and drop this link. Now, like I said, I am going to be a dictator. You will not. We got to be, what's it called, y'all? We gotta flow here. So let's have fun. I missed you guys. It was cool seeing everybody in here. So let me drop this link. Hold on. You know I'm big when I'm dropping the link in the chat. Yeah, I don't do this. This isn't my bag of tea. But I want to get what's the name up here. I mean, I can send it to people on Discord, but Candy I can't. Is it popping up for you guys? Is it blue? Will it let you guys pop up? No? All right, Keeks, I'm sending you a link on Discord. Ryan, get your little bitch ass up here. Same with you, miss. Boom. Boom. Miss, where are you at, miss? Miss. There you are. Here you go, miss. Ryan, you already got it. Is there anybody else on Discord that I could send it to? Let me know. I just made some, Keeks. I just made some there, Candy. Sipping on some hot coffee. About to light up this lemon cherry gelato permanent marker. Incense, that is. All right, cool. Tell me, hey, on another note, tell me that shit does not trigger you hearing about 2020 and how they just ran through our damn country, brought all these illegals in. As we sat there, dude, I yelled at the top of my lungs this was going to happen. And here it is. And we all knew it. It's not like I was special. Every one of us that has any type of intuition saw and knew what was going on. We knew it. And here we are now having it thrown in our face like it's some new shit. And it just boggles my mind that they allowed, and I say they very, 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 very loosely, the Biden, our government, the people controlling it, it doesn't matter. Biden, I think, was too stupid to even know what was going on. All them kids went missing. But the question is, where are they? Where are they? Where'd the kids go? Where are they at? I wonder how many have been recovered. And like I heard Damage say, where are the parents at? Where'd the parents go? You know? Like, I don't understand. Your Discord is hex spin? I don't know what that is. I don't know how to do that stuff. That's not my bag of tea, bro. If you want to join my Discord, you can. I have a link in my description and I can send it to you then. Here's Ryan's ass, finally. You can. I have a link in my description and I can send it to you then. Here's Ryan's ass, finally. You can. I have a link. And he wants to do TikTok. He can't. The first thing you learn on radio is you turn down the damn volume before you get on. Art Bell would have had a heart attack if that was you, Ryan. He would have booted you. I'm bringing you back up, but better be muted. son. All right, what's up, Bubba?
Hey, man. Sorry, I had the other phone going. I couldn't.
Yeah, I know.
It wouldn't let me hit the stupid side button. It's my old phone, so I couldn't turn the volume down.
Well, thanks for joining me, man. We got the whole crew in the house right now. It's pretty cool. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna open it up. I wish that the links would work. That's something I'm gonna fix.
Yeah.
Literally today, like by next stream or maybe the stream after, because probably not today, because I'm gonna do a ton of dabs when I get done. Well, I want to be able to bring people up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we can talk about some of these topics, and maybe we'll see how we can get a group discussion going and see how it works.
Yeah.
But I want to do it on my damn thing. Yeah, I gotta stop using the Android YouTube app. Can't copy text links, etc. I'm pretty sure. How did Walking get on? Remember, he used to copy and paste it. Maybe try that. If not, next time I'll get it figured out. It's unacceptable that I shouldn't be able to have you guys up. All of y'all. Miss, just so you know, I sent you the thing. I talked to Turbo the other day. Turbo is another one of our good guys that's in the chat. I'm sure Damage knows who I'm talking about. He was sending me stories from the UK and telling me about how people are fighting back, and the stuff that's going on is pretty effing wild right now, man. He's on the other Discord. It's really cool. He sends me stuff. It's cool. My phone never cooperates for that. I thought if you were using a cell phone that it doesn't work regularly. No, I'm on a laptop. How much longer can you stay on YouTube, Tim? What do you mean? I can do what I want. I can do what I want. I can get off right now.
I can do what I want.
5 minutes. I can stay on for 12 more damn hours. I can do what I want. No, realistically, I don't got that much time in me. I just wanted to say what's up. I'm waiting for Keeks to come in. She's only got so much time. And then her little bumpkin ass ain't finna be able to say nothing to Tim. What kind of... I have... Actually, it's kind of funny you asked me. I've got indica, full spec. I don't know the strain. And then I've got some live Roz with the nerds. And I don't know the strains. But I did get some hash burger today. Lip balm, like Drew would say. Lip balm. Tell Tim, I'm talking about how much time do you have on hair? Who is Keith? My phone never cooperates. Yeah, Turbo is the man, and he's been around blowing up other chats. Tell his ass I'm back. Tell him I'm back. I miss my Turbo, bro. I told him I'd be back through. I told him, just give me a minute, bro. Give me a minute. And it was funny, too, because I told Ryan, I'm like, Ryan, we're going live the same time that the same time Trump was live talking at the World County Fair, and Salty Cracker was on, and all types of people in my genre were on at the same time. I didn't know how we would do since it's been so long, but I think we did damn well. To be honest. Just pressed some yesterday. Ooh, nice. Damage. Love it.
Yeah,
Love it.
that sounds good.
That's the next look, dude. I'm pretty much rosined up. I'm nice and rosined up. I'm pretty much now going for the bubble. That's my next thing I'm stocking up on. It's the bubble. I want to get Ryan to bubble it up.
I could.
I know you could. I've been hearing it forever. I don't really want what we get from the store. I want what I get from the other place, you know?
Yeah.
I don't want the store stuff. Candy, you need to come to Ohio and taste what Ryan's got. I'm telling you, you'll throw out your shit from the store real fast.
Yeah, you will.
It's
Hey,
like
that's the truth.
It's like shopping at Kroger's, right? And then all of a sudden you hit up the Amish market. Bruh, that Kroger's is swag, even though you thought it was fire forever. Yeah. Definitely, Art. Definitely. Well, Ryan here, he's your guy. He's I'm proud of him. The way he's he sent me some RS11 ice cream cake for my birthday, right around my birthday last month. Dude, absolutely gas. Yeah.
Wow. It's fire.
Funny story about it. I was laying back on my chair, right? And it was raining, and I had his bag of incense with me, and I had my piece, and I fell asleep and like rolled over on the bag. And I swear to God, I thought like a skunk sprayed in my house, and I woke up like, what the hell is going on? The hell? And I was laying on the bag, dude, and it was sad though. I can't believe I did that to the poor bag. But
Yeah, what are you doing? That's funny.
It was, dude. Hey man,
it smells so good, dude.
It was heavy myrcene. It was heavy myrcene because that stuff makes you real sleepy, and that's what that was, dude. And I think that's why I like that. The RS11. So
yeah, I like her. Yeah, rainbow sherbet 11. Yeah, an ice cream cake crossed. Yeah, that's one hell of a strain. My favorite.
Yep.
Yeah, very good.
I went to the dispensary today, Candy. I took a Uber freaking an hour to like one of the dopest ones in Ohio. But I saved like $300. Legit. Like no bullshit. I saved a lot of money. It takes dedication to find the good deals and go get it. It's almost like what was that show, Ryan, with the coupon people? It's almost like that. It's like that in a little way. It's like you're literally bargain shopping for the good,
Wait, what are you talking about? Stop till you drop or something?
No, I'm talking about Clutch's grand opening, 40%.
Oh, the coupon people.
Oh yeah. Those people. Yep. Those, dude. I knew a chick. Real talk. One time. So I was talking to this chick that she worked at a bank, and I ran into her. She came over on her lunch break. Y'all know, do your own math. And she used to come through on her breaks all the time, right? And like, yeah, get breaks. And one day she's like, yeah, just so you know, I'm a couponer. We should go out sometime. And like pressed me to go out couponing with her. I swear to you, bro, this chick got like $300 in groceries and didn't spend no money. And it was all for me. And then she did it for herself, bro. I was like, wait, embarrassed. She had like 4 carts of shit just walking around. I'm like, oh my Lord. It really happens though. I think they put a stop to that though. I think they put a stop to that. I don't think now that everything's digital, I don't think you can get that off no more. I don't think you can. But yeah, I used to know a chick that was all about that couponing stuff. Happy belated birthday, Tim. Thank you, Candy. Thank you. Has everybody hit the like? Hit the like, y'all. Let's see where we're at. 129. All right.
130.
150 would be cool. You know what I'm saying? That's what, 20 more?
Yeah.
We got 17 minutes to get 20 likes. Can we do it? I'm waiting to see if Keeks pops up. What if she is and I'm not looking at the... Oh, she is up and so is Miss, and I didn't pull them up.
Oh my
All
God.
right, let me take this down.
We've been back
Oh
there
my
forever.
God.
Oh, no, we got problems and we got trouble. Sorry I sat there and talked. I
For
was
frack's sake.
all time.
Dude.
We were about to leave.
How you ladies
What?
doing?
We were on countdown, dude.
Oh my.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
there's
was
a
on my
countdown going on
studio.
in the background.
I use my studio as my chat. I don't use the actual StreamYard. So I have to click over screens to see my... Yeah, no. That's why I need 2 screens. Then I don't
Well,
have to
clean the one you got. Laptop.
Hey, man, that was supposed to be between us, yo.
I know
You
not
tell
what you speak
somebody
of.
I got a dirt. Look, y'all. All them damn streams you guys have watched me. All them
Love you,
hours
Tim.
watching Trump. All them fatties that I was smoking for hours straight leaves a good inch of resin on my laptop. I have 2 of them I ran through just through resin and ashes going through my keys. Like chronic all up in my keys. Some of y'all could get more chronic out of the keys on my damn laptop than you probably got in your bag in your pocket. Seriously.
Well,
I was asking
I
Miss
don't
how
know.
the hell to clean it up at this point. I roll on it, bro. I use it as my rolling tray. While I'm live, I break it up in the corner, and then I'm still scrolling, playing poker, talking to y'all, whatever the hell I'm rolling up.
You're wondering why.
Oh no, I know
That's
why. I
always
don't.
glitching. It's because it's your rolling tray.
It could be. Do you think that would be it? Do you think my the chronic getting into my my keys look all of my like the question sign and all that, all of it is just completely white with ashes.
You don't have like the cleaner thing? The
Oh yeah,
blaster
that's
or
what I was
whatever?
asking Miss is like, how do I clean it or whatever? And she's like,
Turkey
how do you let
bags.
it?
Yeah, that'd be a good thing for him. He needs to like wrap it in saran wrap before he fucking does anything.
Listen, it is what it is, y'all. When I get my PC though, I'll definitely not be blowing it at my screen. I'll be way more considerate, and I won't, and I'll definitely have a rolling tray by me and not use. Well, maybe I'll just use my laptop still, anyways, because I won't be needing it. I might just be using that on the side. Get the finger hash off the keyboard. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, God.
Bro. I've done it. Hey, Art. Real talk, bro. I woke up one day and it was just nothing but keep all over the corner. And I just scraped it all up into a pile and packed it on top. Like, damn. I'm not even lying, bro. I was like, damn, that was a good night last night. So, anyways, I'm done talking. Y'all, Miss, tell me something. What had you so fired up today?
Dude, those people kept trying to change the subject away from the kids, and I got so bent the frick out of shape. I don't even have words.
I was glad. I thought we were on that same page. The fact that the dude, UFC, really, bro, that is like when I'm live showing Sheriff Grady, and then somebody comes in and starts talking about like tariffs or something, bro. I'm just like, really? You're kidding me, right? Like,
no, I was good with hearing about what they wanted to do about it and what they were doing on it, and I was interested in that because I'm a survivor of that kind of crap. And so when I get really triggered about that stuff, I get really triggered about that stuff, and it wrecks my whole night. And them doing that is just such a slap in the face to anyone who has ever been a victim of something, to the families of anyone who has ever been a victim of something like that. It is so disgustingly foul. I have no words for it.
Wow, that was well said. That was well said, and I was literally dripping sweat on my forehead when I was doing those stories about the teachers doing that to the kids. I listen, I had that plan for the beginning of the show, and I told Ryan, I said, bro, I got to start with the lighter stuff at the beginning, and I got to do that at the end, because if I did that at the beginning of the show, it would have
Yeah,
ruined my
no,
whole mood
no
for the
bueno.
rest of the show, dude. Because I'm dripping sweat. Like, this shirt ain't no good no more. I've worn for this show, it's done. I'm sweating through this shirt, bro. I got pissed. Like, I was laughing watching Trump talk, and then bow. I knew as soon as I hit that topic, bro, it would be the one, and it's something that I'm always gonna, talk about. I know it's uncomfortable. It's a very uncomfortable topic, but if we don't talk about it, nobody's ever gonna know. And like that video that I showed was from a local channel. It wasn't even from mainstream. And it had, I guarantee you, I'm going to get more views than it had. And that's not good. Like, people should know. They're bitching about the pool. That damn, let's talk about the damn reflecting pool and not about the kids that are missing. Let's call it the deflecting pool.
It is. That's exactly what it is. And I am so tired of it. When I did all the research on this, and I know that we all did it at kind of different times, but when I went down the Epstein rabbit hole and I learned all this stuff years ago, what they were doing, and then it just got deeper and deeper and the hole got bigger and bigger. And I had not told anybody what had happened to me at that point.
Right.
And that made me come out and tell my family what had even happened.
That's powerful right there. That's powerful right there. I mean, I wonder how many people came out because of that, to be honest.
A lot. There were a lot of us.
And I would say you know, I've known you for a while now. I would say that, like, when we watch like Sheriff Grady in those type of things, that's about as real as it gets. When we hear about like the Epstein list, for example, man, I take that with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? Like, I take it with a grain of salt. Like, they're just putting it in our face. Now, what really, really gets me pissed is when I watch these local ones and they're talking about, like, kids in Ohio because of illegals, et cetera, et cetera. That really, like, that gets me somewhere else, bro.
It hits home.
Yeah.
Because Epstein is like Alex Jones. Epstein is the gateway drug, and it's really, really sad to think about it that way. But that is a little itty-bitty tiny taste of what really happens. And it is happening in everybody's hometown right now tonight.
She's not lying. I could do a story about this. As a matter of fact, when you do watch Sheriff Grady, for example, people come from all around the state to Florida because Disneyland's right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, you cannot get away from this. This is happening in your neighborhoods. Your, like, people that you probably don't even know. Like, that's where it's like, kind of like, I feel like the Epstein list kind of made us focus on shit we already knew and people that won't ever get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? But, you got to watch your own children and keep track of your children.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a family friend who got to me, and my parents trusted him.
Well, it seems like that seems to be a big narrative. Somebody that you allow around your children that you probably, it seems to be a parents. It's the parents. I hate to say it, but it falls on you, parents. It just does. And it's not. Sometimes they don't know, But I think you should. Like, I get vibes. You know what I'm saying? And I could tell right away if someone's a piece of shit. I don't know, man. I could just tell. I don't know. They would have to be really good to get that off on me. Like, I don't know, man. At this point, maybe because we're now, what's the word? We've been trained to spot this shit out now.
Yeah.
You know.
And Mike Hunt, this was a little bit ago. We were watching a video, and the Trump administration was talking about what they were doing with child trafficking, kids that had been rescued, kids that they were after, kids that have been lost in the foster care system and stuff like that. And the reporters kept butting in with questions that were completely off topic, trying to get them to change the subject away from the kids. That's what's going on.
That's it. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Just this topic alone, YouTube, I had 300 people in the room, and I knew when I went to this topic what it was gonna do. But this isn't about the views. I already got what I wanted. This was about the message, and I had my people here, and I'm like, who better to have to get this message out? Because not only can I say something, but hopefully y'all can, put some light onto this, So I'm glad that you came up, and I'm with you, Miss, 1,000%. And I mean, you've always been in this battle with me from day one since I met you. And I mean, it's been a couple years now, and I've been screaming these same topics that I do every day. I've been doing these for a couple years now, man. And it's never gotten better. It's actually getting worse. I mean, wait till you see the topics that I have that I skipped over. I skipped over like 5, 6, 7 more. I got plenty more. I just didn't want to push our envelope. I thought like 3 was enough.
Yeah.
Damage says, I love my family, respect them, but no way am I leaving my children with them. Not that I suspect them. Hey, man, it just depends.
Yeah.
And I hear you. You just got to be careful, brother. It still pisses me off that Trump is the one killing it. Killing what?
What?
I can't stand a piece of shit like that. I don't know who, especially, the entertainment industry, like the Diddy stuff and all that. Who cares? We already know. Forget those people. We got to forget about those people. Screw the Epstein releases. Screw the fucking famous people. Fuck
We already
them.
know who did it.
They got
We
nothing
already
to
know.
do with
We
us.
have the list. We have the list, and the list that we don't have that's in everybody's hometown is way freaking bigger, way freaking worse. There are camps that these kids are taken to. You think it's just 2 islands? Like, come on. This is really horrible, horrible stuff. And it is so very deep and so very real. And it pisses me off that I don't care if you call yourself a conservative or a liberal or a constitutionalist or a libertarian or whatever the frick you want to call yourself, because I'm an American. And that's it to me anymore. And I don't know why we can't come together on the topic of kids. That pisses me off more than anything. I want to slap everybody that just is like, oh, this is no big deal. Let's laugh and talk about this. No, it is very serious.
Yeah.
I 1,000% agree. Mike said, well, I think it's, hold on. I'm stretching. I hate using that word. I'm stretching out my chat because I can't read now. My eyes are got, Brian, Miss, can you read Mike's? It says, I think something.
Well, I think it's great that the Trump administration has found 180 of the 350 kids that Joe Biden's administration admits they gave to unvetted sponsors, and a lot of them, well, then it trails off. The effing media, or at least 90% of it, for pieces of crap. And
well, Mike,
go on.
Anyway, no, Mike, let me butt in on this one, bro. Can you want us to go back and explain the whole fucking show to you, Mike Hunt? Huh? Why don't you rewind it, and listen to it, bro. If you can't take your dumbass ears and fucking listen to what we're saying and take it in, this isn't the place for you, bro. This isn't like we're being serious here, bro. You want to joke? Get the fuck on, bro.
Yeah,
No
we're
one
talking
cares.
about over 148,000 kids, not 180, by the
Right.
way.
As a matter of fact, it was 300,000 at the border.
Yeah.
If you really want to get
300.
fucking real about it. Get the brass taxes. It was 300 million in 2024. I mean 300,000. We're not just talking about a couple people here
No.
at all.
The
And
kids
that's what they told us too, by the way.
Okay, the kids that go missing from the United States is over 800,000 a year. Do the freaking math on that. That's just the kids that go missing. That is not counting all of the kids that are attacked daily, ritual abuse by babysitters and whoever else.
Disney World.
Do the real math on this, and you wonder why all these blue-haired weirdos are out there. Yes, sorry. I'm going to be careful with what I say.
Yeah, all right.
But you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I do know. You know what? I wish I could pull up this article about this liberal who remember the one I have writing about the chick who called herself a pedo because but it's a mental condition. You know what? I'll fucking do it.
No.
I
like what Idaho's doing. I will say it and I'll scream it from the rooftops. I love what Idaho is doing.
I ain't a hoe. Why you keep calling me a hoe, bro? What did I do? Am I
Idaho starts the firing squad on those people July 1st, and they already got a lineup. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, maybe I'm not meant to show it to you guys because I think I erased it right when I was going to, and I probably... It was a chick. All right, I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. One more. Yeah, here it is. All right. This is what sickness is right here. This is sickness. Tell me what you think about this topic. This is a kind of a wild topic, but it's gonna piss you guys off. Everybody hit the like, y'all. Hit the like.
Hit that like.
Whatever you guys do. Show some love. Show some love to Miss and Rai. So look at this. I'm hearing you, Damage. I hear you. I hear you. I'm screaming with you, brother. All right. So where's the article right here? Boom. Look at this article right here I found. I had this chilling in my laptop. Like, is this something I could even discuss? If this isn't normalizing it, I don't know what is. Woman thought she was a you-know-what file until a medical condition explained her symptoms.
I saw that one. They said she had a brain condition that had to be treated almost like it was some sort of deficiency. So it could happen all over the place at any time.
You said I was going to get mad, and you just pissed me off almost.
This might be different. So Molly, she was 22, and she began experiencing intense and distressing intrusive thoughts at 15. Her intrusive thoughts made her terrified. She could no longer. She was danger to others. She believed she was a Jeffrey, Before learning that, she was actually struggling with the form of OCD. So what do they start calling it? Dude, you get ready, y'all. POCD. POCD, bro. POCD. Do I need to? I'm not going to keep reading it. You can see it for yourself. What is POCD? Go look into it for your freaking self. But I mean, they're normalizing it, bro. They're normalizing it. Like, it's like, dude, that is what I would call normalizing something. Going, it's okay to have intrusive thoughts. It's just part of your mental health. So what do you do? What do you do? That bitch should still go to jail, bro.
That
Or
is a
she
different
was
one than I
on a
saw.
list, something.
Because the one that I saw, she was like way up there, some administrator at a high school. And so this is multiple stories coming out. Yeah, they are trying to normalize it.
They're normalizing it. I've been saying that
They've been
since
doing it.
for a long time. And you know what? If you want, I'll go through and pull up 5 more stories like this. Like I can do it. I don't want to tonight, but I can, and I will. This is going on all over the place. The normalization is real. You know, I have a brain condition that causes me to aggressive, but no way am I a child. Exactly. Listen, you know, I don't even look. I think this article was put out so that people read it and go, "Oh, well, they're not that bad. They're not that bad."
Yeah.
Let's normalize it. Let's humanize these fucking unhumanized people.
Yeah.
They're not. They're not human.
They don't need
No.
to be here.
You cross a line, you're
They
not
need to
done.
be sent somewhere.
They
Far
need to
away.
be pillowed and
It's
sent
like what'd you say? What state? Idaho.
Send them all to Idaho.
Yeah.
I say just pillow them and send them to God.
Well, that's what Idaho's doing.
That's what Idaho is doing. They can do it
know,
for us
right?
legally.
Yeah.
China freaking, if you get caught in, no, is it China or Russia? I think it's China. If you get caught in China, I'll look it up. Hold on. If you get caught in China now, you actually get the death penalty.
Doesn't China kick
That's where it should
babies
be
in the
everywhere.
head, dude? Little girls. Never mind. I don't even want to bring this up.
Exactly, Art. Who would agree with normalizing this unless they were part of it? I can't. That doesn't make sense any other way. Not to me.
That makes sense. He got it. He nailed it.
So, on May here,
I gotta take that comment down.
Here it is. Here it is.
I can't take the comment down. You took my wrench away, dude.
Hold on, guys. China to apply death. Here, I'm gonna put it up real fast. So, and by the way, Keeks, it was your internet if you were still there. If you're still here, it was your internet that was going in and out, by the way. I read your message and it just now came to me to be able to see, look how YouTube just dropped people on us. How dare we bring up a conversation that's real? That's why I have such a problem. That's why you'll never see me
Yeah, we're talking about the most touchy subject there is.
Well, obviously, but we're not talking in a way that's provocative. This is real talk.
I know.
You know, this isn't like a joke. We're not making light of this. You know, so look, this is what we need to start doing as of February 12th. That's what we need to start doing. Maybe people will think twice about what they're doing when they see that. Is it up there? Did I pull it up? No, I didn't pull it up. Oh, okay, my bad.
Hi, Candy. I see you, Candy. You know I see you, Candy, all the time.
Reaction. I was like, damn, no reaction to that? I thought it was.
I don't know. I need my wrench, though.
You don't got a wrench?
No.
All right. I don't know how to do it. Comment section real fast.
Oh, hold on. Here.
But do you read that? Did you read that, miss?
Yeah.
That's what we need to do, bro. That's the move. That's the move. And I think once people start to see that, I think they'll think twice about who they're gonna F with.
Yes, Ashley, these judges. I was screaming about the judges earlier today too with somebody else. And it's not just for that, but that one burns me the most.
What was I doing? Oh yeah, giving Ryan his
Wrench me again.
Gotcha, son. All right, you back.
Thank you,
Wait, I missed you again.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. If somebody's, you got to watch some of the comments. You got to watch. When they're talking about the subject, it sucks.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate everybody for
Everybody's been using pretty good. Been really good behavior today.
It keeps when you guys are respectful in the chat, it keeps this conversation alive. I would talk about it more, but because the chat's too immature for a minute there, it was hard for me to be able to articulate what I feel and what I want because I had to mod you guys too much. So
there it is.
Death penalties.
I'm back.
Agree.
I'm back, baby.
I'm with you, Kathy. Kathy, I'm with you. Damage. I mean, the sideways is doing something vertical. Anyone who doesn't want to talk about these people need to stay in their false safety echo chambers. Damn right, Keeks.
Exactly, Keeks.
Keeks, they need to take their rose red glasses and go sit in their little echo chamber and yell orange man bad in their pillow. Do it. It's okay. We understand.
We've been after these people forever. You know?
Whatever.
After them forever. We take them down.
Mag, nobody wants to talk about stuff like this because they have been dumbed down to not talk about it. That's what's wrong with our world these days. I agree. And it's not just, look, dude, I want to say this. A lot of us want to talk about it more. But the way social media works, it's a taboo thing to tell the truth.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So you get penalized for doing these things.
Yeah. It's sad, but true. It's sad, but true.
And I'm cool with it.
You can dance around it. You can talk about grains of truth here and there.
Yeah,
on different
you can walk on eggshells.
But not when it gets real.
Yeah. So when a platform, and we should all, that's why, to be honest, I need to start posting my Cash App. Like, to be honest, YouTube, this platform should not be making as much as it does off of us, creators especially. They don't let us talk about what we want. Like, I got to literally talk to you guys in code, and people will be like, yo, you're a sellout, bro. You don't want to, you can't. No, bro, if I say the real stuff, they won't let me talk to you at all. And then I have no platform. Then this is completely done. And you got some pink-haired, blue-haired liberal telling you it's okay, giving you this lie. So sometimes you got to play the game. That doesn't mean you got to go along to get along, because I sure as hell ain't going along to get along. But sometimes you got to play the game to get the word out, code words. You just
you got to play around your words. Yeah. A lot.
But
a lot.
It's worth it if you want to get your message out.
You got to bend your words. I think they call it.
Then don't waste your time if you don't want YouTube making money off of you. Well, I don't mind if they do, but I would much rather it be sent to my Cash App than through them. And if you don't like that, then fucking leave and make a sandwich on your way out the fucking door.
Sandwiches.
Sandwich.
I don't know who the hell you are. Everybody definitely gets a piece, but somehow, some way, the creator gets, just not enough, bro. Oh, well. No, Keeks, it's all good. I'm using that as an example because YouTube takes like 2/3 of your money or half of your money or some shit. It's something crazy.
Good thing.
Send your orders to Ryan, Ashley. He's the one making sandwiches.
I would totally be cool with it if I was able to get on and play music, roll one up, and be able to talk to y'all the way I want to. You know, then it would be like, this is worth the money to pay for the platform. But I'm paying these people to talk to you guys, basically, right? They're taking money out of my every single show I do to give you guys the truth. I don't know, man. It's and I have to dance around my words, and I can't even play music, and I gotta call my flower freaking incense and da 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 da. It's just a big mind f. I'm very
bologna sandwich don't even sound that bad right now, bro. I really don't eat bologna sandwiches, but now I just kind of want one. I don't know what the hell.
Yellow mustard and cheese.
Yeah.
Magic Angel said, I'm very passionate about this topic because I was essay, thank you. When I was younger, and I still suffer from the trauma to this day, and I'm 48. That's what we want to that is our goal, and why we need to protect our children, to cut that off so we could cut the damn, so that we, you know, us adults, our kids don't have to go through these.
Yes,
That's
we
right.
Yeah.
Magic Angel, we cannot even express and get out in words what that kind of trauma is like, and knowing that it is happening every day to other kids is really, really tough. And thank you for speaking up about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And she said it better than I can. I get fired up. I felt your pain, like you know, I felt for you. I don't know how to express myself other than getting fired up sometimes. That was well said, Miss. Thank you for breaking that down in a better way than I probably could have.
It's always good hearing Miss talking. She makes sense all the
I'm sorry
time.
for my language today, guys, but I didn't swear the whole show until this topic. This topic just puts me in like a next level when it's been a month and a half since I've had to go down this rabbit hole other than talking to it on Discord, you know? And when I'm on Discord, I'm able to like say all the swear words I want, and
No,
I feel
keep
better
saying
afterwards. Ryan, have you seen that video? That's why more
Send it to
people
me.
need to talk about this subject. I agree. Maggie. Sub to my channel. I'm gonna, you know, I just got an idea. Maybe I could find more people that
Thank you,
maybe have stories to tell and let them come on. Because that is probably, other than immigration, those are like two topics that I'm the most passionate about for the most. Oh, and obviously weather manipulation and stuff of the sort.
Yeah, when we started this whole thing, it was all about the kids, you know.
The kids, dude.
That was our thing. That was what we put the whole thing. I mean, that's what we bet on since the beginning. I don't even know how many years.
Damage said, if your kids are pulling away, ask questions. That's true, but just keep in mind that not all kids are going to pull away. Some kids have been told things like, if you let anything, you know, about this known to your parents or anybody else, we'll kill them. And that scares the heck out of a 4 and 5-year-old.
Scares the heck out of even
you got to stay
older
on top of it.
Bigfoot, yeah, I love talking about. I used to talk about. I used to have a channel, and you know that would be a topic.
What do we have? What do we have? The Grass Man, Ohio Grass Man, or is it Moss? Yeah, the Grass Man or something. I think Florida's the Skunk Ape. Washington, I think it's just Bigfoot. But we got some of the most Bigfoot sightings in the world.
We got Bigfoot and Bill Gates. Don't forget.
Yeah, Bill Gates and Bigfoot.
That's why I want to open a women's and children's abuse and animal rescue center using the animal therapy to help with the trauma. That's an amazing.
Well, that's awesome.
Yes.
Hey,
Animals are
Great
great
idea.
therapy.
my hat's off to you.
Hey, I hope you succeed.
I hope you do it. I
Let me
hope
You
you
know.
should
do.
go for it.
Let me know. Hit me up
Yeah.
sometime. Come on and talk.
If we can help in any way, let us know.
Bill
Speaking
Gates.
of animals, I gotta go feed my cows, you guys. So I will talk to you later.
Well,
Why
miss,
you gotta leave us?
great having you.
Why you gotta leave?
Per usual. And I'm glad you shared your story. You're more than welcome to come on with me, more often. If there's ever some topics that I'm talking about and you're getting real passionate, just tell me in the chat and I'll send you a link in the DM. Boom, hop in, we'll talk. Boom, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
So you're more than welcome anytime. Love you. Thanks for coming through.
Love you.
Later. Love you guys.
Bye-bye.
I don't want my phone changes. Bill Gates, yeah, man. Bill Gates is a bad guy. Dude, there's a ton of stories in Ohio about Sasquatch. Well, we call it Bigfoot where we're at, but yeah,
Bigfoot or Grassman.
there was just sightings recently.
Oh,
So they say.
we get a lot of them. Yeah.
All-
Salt for or not. I mean, them, and then by Hocking Hills we get a lot.
That's over my way. That's
Yeah.
more like south.
Dude, I mean, they got thick forests.
Cambridge, yeah.
Yeah.
Sasquatch, that's why I kept saying
Sam
Sam
Squanch.
Squash. That's why I kept
Now I want a Sammy again. Now I want another sandwich. Damn it.
By the way, Ashley, was that you? I said to go make a sandwich. The fact that you stuck around, much love to you.
Yes, exactly like on Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, man,
Deep
I'm so
Appalachia.
glad.
Oh, you guys must get a lot of sightings. Ain't that a Yeti?
Bad, Ashley.
That's a Yeti.
The Yeti.
Yeah, the Yeti.
The Yeti looks a little more. That's not Bigfoot though.
It is the same thing. It's just in the snow. It's a snow Bigfoot. That's
He
what it
looks
is.
like the damn abominable snowman.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I know what the damn Yeti is.
Oh, well, what the fuck? It's just a white Bigfoot, not a dark one.
Yeah. A snow Bigfoot. That's what I was saying. Same with Sam Squash.
Sam Squanch. Sam
Our
Squat.
Bigfoot's
Sam
got a big
Squanch.
hog and makes children in the woods.
Canadians call them, Sasquatch.
What's a
that's the name you go for. Every single one of them is called the Sasquatch, I think.
Skunk apes down south.
Yep. Yeah. Florida skunk apes, dude. Yeah.
Skunk apes. Damn.
That's what they call them, dude. They stay in the gator holes, so they smell like shit.
I thought they just smelled like that anyways.
I mean, I don't see them bathing or anything. I don't see them out swimming in the lake. Do you?
So you're telling me is you've never seen a Bigfoot like taking a bath or a shower before?
I've had a Bigfoot. That was down south at the cabin, but I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what it was. I didn't see it. That's the thing.
So would you just
I
smell
felt
like
it. I was on the ground.
Ashley?
I felt it on the ground. I was on the ground, man. This thing,
Oh.
it was two-legged. Okay, I had about 8 foot of visibility, and it was pitch black. You couldn't see nothing. And this thing ran past me. Boom, 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 and gone. Just disappeared. And I walked in, and Nick's, I'm like, I'm like, he's like, what's wrong? Dude, you're white as a ghost. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's out there, but there's something out there, man. And then he made me go in. There's a cabin full of 13 people, and they're all laughing at me as I'm telling them the story. They're laughing, and I'm going, what is so funny? This is not funny. And they're like, That was just Gladys and Mo, dude. I'm like, who the hell is Gladys and who is Mo? What are you talking about? I didn't know. I'm sitting there like, what is going on? They're like, yeah, they've been here for like 30 years. I'm going, what the hell's going on? You know, and that was my first time. Like they've actually seen them. One was gray, one was dark. The female you could tell was gray one. You know,
I thought you were gonna say you smelled like shit.
we jumped from skunk apes to regular
Hold on. I thought you were gonna say I
to
smelled
grass man.
really shitty shit, and I walked into my cabin and I found Bigfoot in the shower because we were talking about.
Oh my!
I was like, what? Where are we going with this? It would have been funny if you said you walked in and there's Bigfoot scrubbing in the shower, bro. I would have believed that shit.
No, man. But hey, you know, they call them believers. So if if you're a Bigfoot believer or whatever, Sasquatch, Sam Squanch, whatever you want to call them, if you have had an encounter, you are now labeled a believer.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I believe in ghosts, Keeks. I'm gonna be real with you.
Those are real.
But I'm not a big. I think Bigfoot probably celebrates Pride Month, but
Look, I believe in ghosts
I do believe in ghosts.
more than I believe in. I know ghosts are real. I seen them.
I felt them, you know.
Yep.
So, and by the way, the I believe that makes me think of X-Files, like hardcore. Mulder with his poster, the I believe poster that they show you every single show.
It's a good show.
It's a great show. By the way, what's up, Dizzle? How you doing, brother? How you doing, man?
Dizzle fix Dizzle.
And hey, did you know Damage was from Ohio, bro?
Is he?
Boy. Yeah.
No shit.
Ohio. Yeah, bro.
You fish for walleye, buddy?
And he's a grower.
He's a grower and he's from Ohio?
Yeah.
What?
Yep.
He's not in here?
I mean,
in the Discord?
Join my Discord, bro. Join the Discord in the thing.
Get in the Discord, homie.
Bro. Hop in, bro.
What the heck?
If you don't want to come on camera, dude, you don't got to.
Oh, man.
Pop in and kick it with us, bro. I want to believe that's what it said. Oh, I want to believe? Okay, because that's how I feel, Ashley. I want to believe. I just don't. I believe in stuff like Keeks, like I said, like the ghosts. I'm down. Skinwalker. That's real Skinwalker story, you know.
Those scare me. Those scare me. And now, am I gonna say that those aren't real? No, because I don't know. Nobody knows.
I don't. Well, that's why I didn't say they're not real. I said I don't believe.
Yeah. I
didn't say they're not real. I believe that. Kind of like Stranger Things, the show, you know, like I believe that you could think things into existence. I think so many people have thought that it exists that they damn near thought that thing into existence. I believe that can happen, but the Lord, like Keek said, the Lord with the Skinwalkers, you know. What about the missing 911? Like that's that, like bro. If you go listen to old Art Bell, 911, man, and then people go, you know, there's stories of kids camping, like, you know, the kid walks over to the lake, and next thing you know, he's just completely gone. And they find him like 4 miles late.
Damn it, you gotta get on, homie.
In water.
Sorry.
Laying on its back and its mouth open. Why'd you interrupt me?
Oh, damn it, Stud's trying to get on the Discord, but he can't get in there. And it's taken us sometimes up to 3 months to get somebody in there, dude. So don't feel so bad.
But yeah, man, y'all should try it. I used to ghost hunt, Keek said, but I had things come visit and don't. Yeah, you don't want to mess around with that. I know people that did. And yeah, you don't want to mess around with that one at all. At all. I kind of strayed away from all that, you know, at that point. I got off. I had, because I used to have a paranormal channel, and I talked about all this stuff. And once it got into the like there was people like talking about poltergeist and things flying around their house and coming on. And once all that stuff started
I lived
happening,
it, man. Yeah.
Ryan, you remember when I was doing those shows? What did I do?
Yeah,
I
but
quit.
I lived it. I lived it, man.
I
I
started
was
my own
after a
channel.
30-pound plant flew off a 10-foot ledge of my house. It was like I found a Ouija board my nephew was messing around with. I lost my mind, dude. You know.
Word. Well, I'm getting ready to. Native Americans have believed in the skinwalkers for millennia, says Ashley. OHIO, baby. You see my shirt? You see it? I hope you do. My camera sucks ass, so if you don't, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just curious about the paranormal stuff. We all are, you know. That being said, I really, you know what? Is there any other stuff? The type of what? The different type of ghost. What do you mean by different type of ghost, Keeks? I know
Well,
there's different type of angels and different type of
there's
demons.
demons. There's I mean, there's other ghosts that don't do.
Those aren't ghosts. Demons aren't ghosts.
Demons aren't ghosts, but I mean, they're paranormal, right?
And don't go find the whistle either. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
Don't try to call ICE when you see one.
I want to get one of the. You seen those Aztec whistles, man? I want to grab one of those and scare the shit out of everybody.
Poltergeist, mimics, shadow people. See, these are all topics that Art Bell does.
Shadow people.
And none of y'all sit around and look, bro. My last channel, I swear to God, it was based on Art Bell. It was on all of his topics. It was literally was an Art Bell channel that we flipped over to and did live streams on. And I ended up just moving over to this channel. So I was into that paranormal stuff. If you guys ever want, it's called Strange Days. Strange Days Show, I think is what it's called. If you want to go watch me in my infancy stage, go watch those shows. I did it with the doctor and some real intelligent people. I mean, we had some really great shows, man. I mean, great shows, dude. Great shows. It was definitely high IQ shit, you know. We got deep. And if you go watch the beginning of my YouTube career, we definitely got real deep. If you see the shows with Tim and Greasy, go watch those ones, man. We hit some real deep topics. None of the stuff. I really wasn't political at all. I got political doing my own live streams because everybody was just so stupid. I couldn't hold back no more, bro. I couldn't hold back. And I just started snapping on people, bro. And people like came in because they wanted to hear me rant about you dumbass liberals. So that's how I started talking politics, dude. You know, I never really got into the politics. I always would say, you know, F them all. Like I kind of do now. You know what I'm saying? Keek said that's right up her alley. Hey, it was fun. It was fun. I mean, we talked about flat Earth. We talked about Antarctica. We talked about every type of topic.
Everything.
You know?
We talk about everything.
Dude. Everything you could think of, you know. Religion, we did demonology, angelology,
Everything.
Dante's Inferno, bro.
Book of Enoch. All of it. No, what about that? Remember that Big Lambs book?
Discord. What room am I in? I'm not on right now, but I mean, if you see me on that Discord, I usually be playing poker. I'll be in the smoke session. That's my room. So if you ever want to hang out, go in the smoke session at me, bro. I'll pop in. Yes, Ashley, they are specifically skinwalkers. And if anybody else, y'all join it and y'all want to have these conversations off of here, We can do that over on my Discord. We can go over
Yeah.
there. Yes.
Hey, don't forget to hit the like button. Subscribe.
No, I'll be in there like after the show. I got 2 of them, man. I got my private one and the one that's in my link that y'all, that I gave to y'all. That's attached to my show, Yeah, it'd be cool, bro. Come chill. Like, there's a lot of people from the show that come in, and we like to play poker, and we could bullshit, man. Like, we could get down and really talk. It's in the description, Magic. Or Maggie. I'm sorry, Angel. It's in the description. So, we could have deep, better conversations. If I get to know y'all, I'm always looking for some like cool people to talk to. Like on here, I'm trying to switch.
I want to talk to Damage. Really.
Yeah, Damage is gonna be.
Dude, once I get another grower in there, it's like, it's all like, yes, I get to talk weed with this dude.
Hey, brother.
You know what I mean. You know what I meant to say.
Bro. You be good. Yeah, Keek said Discord link in the description. Hey, man, go walk your dogs, bro. It was really good seeing you, Damage. It really was.
Take care, buddy.
I like.
Try and get in the
seeing
Discord.
Everybody tonight re-inspired me a little bit to want to go back live again. It was so hard to get out of that what's it called? Routine. It's just hard to get, it was hard to, and then I got anxiety, like, am I gonna like do shitty when I go live? Like, I really don't want to talk about Trump all the time. Like, what else, but
Keith is definitely not one of those. No.
Naturally, though, it all works.
No, Ashley, no.
What?
What's it? Keeks, I see you're one of those, okay, you're right, forgot I said anything. People, no, that's not Keeks.
Yes, I'm sure it's me again. You're right. It's all good. No, Keeks is my girl, man. Keeks is my girl. She has kept me sane through this whole mess. She was there from when we were getting 0 to 30 viewers to 5,000.
We didn't even know how to work the computer.
Yeah, she taught she taught me how to do Discord.
She taught both of us. At least she taught me too, at least enough.
Yeah, she is so kindly too with her nice little southern accent. She's like, okay,
hey, Tim.
now you gotta do this now, Tim. And she did so good. I'd be so dumb. And she would be like the dumbest stuff. Like, bro, Ryan, I'm not gonna lie. Some of the dumb shit that Keeks had to deal with me. If you asked me them dumbass questions, I'd snap on you, bro.
Well, I know.
I would light you up.
How she made it, I don't know.
I would not take your shit, bro. I would not take your shit.
If you were trying to tell I'd lose my mind too. There was nothing good coming out of me and you working together on a computer. Absolutely not. I don't think.
Well, and then though, Keeks, keep it funky though, Keeks. From that little bit of time when I had to learn, she taught me well because I learned how to do it pretty quick. I think this is going to be the screensaver. This is going to be my thumbnail. I hope this doesn't trigger any liberals or anything.
I don't think there's going to be a goodbye video. I don't think there'll be a goodbye video. I think it's, this is going to be a forever thing. And,
no, we're going to close
whether it branches it off or whatever.
I'm over here finding my
I'm reading. Yeah.
Nah, is that a bad thumbnail? That's probably not going to get people to
I don't think that's a good one.
They're going to see this big, ugly lesbian, and they're going to be like, nah, I'm good. Or they're going to be like, what type of lesbian junk is this? And they're going to check in and be like, oh, look at this dyke. My
Sorry.
bad.
Excuse me. Yeah, Keeks, definitely
How
more
dare you
girls.
say
More,
that
more girls
on
definitely
in
need to join the
June? It's the
Discord.
holy month of fucking
You know,
rainbow.
it's getting boring with all these. I don't know, cockamamie bullshit.
I personally talk to I talk to chicks and then I just go back to my Discord and let them stay over there.
Yeah, well, we could use
What
a
about
couple
this
more
one?
in ours. We need some more
Do
in
you
ours.
think I'll be called racist if I put this one up?
What?
Would this make me racist?
Probably.
I'm just
Everything's
saying.
racist nowadays.
If I
These
use that,
fucking kids, man.
somebody would be like, "Oh, Trumpers racist. Look at."
What the fuck?
Why are
What
you
the
picking on
fudge?
somebody that was abusing kids? How
Stop.
dare you? How dare you?
Hey, man. If they hit me, hey, man, I don't know. This is not the most appealing thing to fucking click on, right?
Yeah, that's not very appealing, is it?
Yeah, your bag appeal is slipping. Perfect reflection, he says.
It smells good, it tastes good, but it sure as hell don't look good.
Ashley, you should definitely join.
All right, Trump's looking really annoyed here. All these white men are looking as they're talking about quantum stuff. I mean,
Holy shit. Somebody got into the Discord.
Who? Yeah, I want him talking in front of all the people with those vests. That was pretty cool. Yeah, that shit. That's it. Found it.
That's exactly what it is, Art. We can actually talk and say what we want to instead of having to play around words, homie. Because we have to,
catching,
yeah, homie,
that's
we
why
are
I have the
censored,
Discord.
you know. Sorry, buddy.
I have the Discord though, so you guys can really meet the real me, and then you'll understand that this is the real me. I'm just trying to
bend words. Bend words. That's all.
I'm just trying to stay alive, y'all. I'm just trying to stay alive on this platform. That's all. Trust me,
You old Ashley.
Yes, man.
I know. Hey, we got 60 years old in there. So I don't know how old you are, but you know, I'm not exactly young.
60.
We got some older in there.
Not 60.
Yeah, but
Who
you
the
know,
hell
Gary.
is 60?
What about Scott? What about Scott?
He's not in there, and he's not even. He's 10 years older than me.
He's
dude.
58.
He ain't no damn 60.
58, dude. I'm sorry. Oh, my bad. 2 years off. Yeah, I'm 72.
Damn.
You know, it's been 70.
So we go
It's
from
been
like
74 years.
Damn, dude. No wonder like the 24-year-olds be yelling at the 60-year-olds. That makes sense now. It's funny watching the young ones go at with the big. Shut up, you old fuck! That shit's hilarious, bro. Hey, bro, that's funny. Honestly, now that I'm
How you throw me under the bus? Shit.
Just
I don't give a fuck. I tell everybody how old I am. I don't care.
Hey, man, 39's a great age, brother.
It's 39, man. I'm 45, dude. I'm lucky to be alive, my friend. Lucky to be alive, 45.
40-something going on like 96. He's an old, crusty crap.
I mean, I'm old grumpy shit for a young man.
linebacker who died. He's an Ozempic salesman.
87 years.
Randy's 54. Okay. 45. See,
There you go.
this
What I'm
will take
talking about.
this is the age range of literally our demographic is like 45 to 60 and over.
45. Art,
Yeah.
I got 15 days. I turn 46 here in a month. There's 48. Bing bang boom.
Okay, Carmelo. Oh yeah, in a month, bro. We'll do a birthday for you. Carmelo Anthony is definitely getting his cheeks clapped. Look. I had him in my agenda to talk about today, but it didn't fit with what I was
For
talking.
fuck's sake.
It didn't go in with my topic, so I just like.
Yeah, dude, I don't even want to play with that topic.
I really don't want to play with it, but I do got some shit to say, so I'm gonna say it eventually. It'll probably be tomorrow because it's really the first topic on my next thing. And it's not really about him, and it's about the dad and the family, and how the family was very forgiving and really didn't want him to get the time he got, but because Carmelo Anthony's family was such a piece of shit, he got the time he got. And that's what I was going to talk about. That's what I was going to show. And I'll do that maybe tomorrow or something.
Yeah.
But, the dad didn't, the dad was praying for him, didn't want him to get all that time. But once the family started using misappropriated funds and doing all that stuff, the judge was like, yeah, no. Your B-day's in August. Uh-oh. Congratulations.
Oh, shit. Right after mine.
Spawn in the chat with 100% spawn. What does that mean, daddy clown? Might as well hit it while it's hot. Yeah, right? I'm just saying, I'll do
I
it
have
tomorrow,
16
bro.
messages I cannot check. Like if I hit the button, it will kick me right off. It's stupid. I don't like it. What do I do?
I get what you're saying now. I think she's talking about literally hitting it. I thought she was talking about getting off. Like, you might as well just get off now. Wow. Yeah, you're right, because I'm getting ready to go. Everybody, I love y'all. Magic Keeps. I can't say your name, bro. That shit's so zesty, Mr. Clown. The one guy, Art, thanks for sticking around, man. Dizzle, good seeing you, brother. Ashley,
I'm just reading the comments on me.
I'm just saying goodbye to everybody.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm talking to Art.
If I miss, thanks for coming on. If you're even listening, thanks for Miss as a guest to come on today. Damage, everybody that I missed, everybody that I didn't mention. Candy, I love seeing you. I love you. I missed you. It was good to see you. I'm gonna go do some dabs and make dinner, and I'll see you guys on the next one, man. It was fun talking to you guys, and stay vigilant. Protect our children, please. Can we do that? Can we at least agree on that? Like, we don't gotta agree on politics. Can we at least all protect our children? You know what I'm saying? Protect our children, y'all. That being said, I love y'all. Be good. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. And hold on. One more thing. And God bless you guys. Hold on. Let me change the top. No, that's cool. All right. God bless y'all. Peace, love. See you on the flip side.
Later.
Later, brother. Thank you, Ryan.
Yep.